Chapter 201. Brother Chunfeng, did you hear that? We're expanding our territory. Don't you want to be a part of these historic moments? Once the walls are built and the buildings, weeds, and trees are cleared away, I'll plant them all with crops. Have you ever seen a vast field of ripening rice? You'll see it next year. But just looking at the results isn't very interesting. You have to participate from the beginning. That way, you can say you planted this food with your own hands. After chatting with Qin Yujing, my Mang sat down next to Xia Chunfeng and spoke to him again. She was also very excited. Was the life she longed for finally coming true? Xia Chunfeng, lying on the bed, listened quietly, still without reacting. I'll watch over him tonight. Go get some sleep. Look, you've lost weight in just 2 days. Fighting illness is a long battle. You can't let yourself get sick. If you do, he'll blame himself when he wakes up. Self-blame leads to bad moods, and bad moods are detrimental to recovery. So, to help him recover better when he wakes up, you should take good care of yourself. Qin Yujing, seeing my Mang finish his shower and want to stay in bed with him again, offered solace. You're the one with the most twisted ideas, my Mang scolded with a smile. But you have to work during the day and stay up late at night, which is even more tiring. I'm fine. I can just take a nap when I'm sleepy during the day. Besides, I can't sleep in my room right now. I'm always worried I'll wake up and forget something. I think I can fall asleep more peacefully listening to the dripping sound, my Mang said helplessly. If I got hurt, you'd be like this too. Su Qinghe began jealously. Before he could finish, my Mang covered his mouth. You're both equally important to me. Don't say such unlucky things. I don't want to go through the same thing again. So promise me you'll take good care of yourself, my Mang said, her eyes red. Su Qinghe took my Mang's hand, kissed her forehead, and said, Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Then he brought a bed over and placed it next to Xia Chunfeng's. Come up, I'll stay here with you tonight, Su Qinghe said, patting the bed. My Mang smiled and climbed onto Su Qinghe's bed, being held in his arms. Sleep well. I'll get up to help him scan it tonight. Just be good and sleep well. Su Qinghe's gentle voice echoed beside my Mang's ear. Yes. That night, my Mang slept soundly, breathing in the fragrance of Su Qinghe's body. Although he woke up twice, he quickly fell asleep each time with Su Qinghe's comfort. At noon the next day, Qin Yujing hurried in and asked my Mang, Do you still have that water purification potion? Yes, what's the matter? My Mang asked curiously. The team discovered a salt lake to the south. With your purification potion, we won't have to worry about salt anymore, Qin Yujing said happily. A stable safe zone must be self-sufficient. Although they had stockpiled a lot of supplies, they would eventually run out. If they had to buy everything, their position would be too passive. But now they had water, food, and even salt. They're not far from independence. I've already had them start building a salt processing plant. I'll take you to see it once the lake is filled. Now with your approval, they can work with greater confidence, Qin Yujing said, and then hurried off again, clearly delighted. Great. We're one step closer to success, my Mang said to Xia Chunfeng with a smile. Did you hear that? If you don't wake up, they'll accuse you of shirking your duties and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. He checked the time and took the nutrient injection to give Xia Chunfeng a third of the way through. Next came the scans, which were now every 2 hours instead of every half hour. The cracks hadn't changed much at all, they felt fainter, but they were still there. A few days later, Qin Yujing excitedly ran over to my Mang and said, I found someone today. He might be from the seaside base. Do you want to go check him out? My Mang asked curiously, why would someone from the seaside base come to us? Because they're on the other side of the dense forest. To get here, they have to go through it. But in previous years, nothing happened. This year, for some reason, the beast tide scattered the group. He said they agreed to meet in the safe zone, but somehow, he ended up here. No, to be precise, he fainted near us, and one of our team members saw him and picked him up, Qin Yujing said. So what's next? Are you going to get him to the safe zone? My Mang asked. We were planning to go back to the safe zone anyway, so taking him with us was just a bonus. But now? Qin Yujing cast her eyes at Xia Chunfeng. At that time, I hadn't thought Xia Chunfeng would be hurt. Taking him away now wouldn't be right, and leaving him behind was even more worrying. Come on, I'll take you to see him. Qin Yujing pulled my Mang out of the room. My Mang hadn't left the house in days, and Qin Yujing was worried she'd get stale. Alas, what's so good about people? Brother Chunfeng needs someone to watch over him, my Mang said as Qin Yujing pulled her out. It won't be long. He'll be back soon. He's not going away, Qin Yujing said. People aren't much to look at. We're just bringing my Meng out for some fresh air. Then, my Meng saw a man covered in swarthy black. Well, actually, you can't say he's really dark. He's just a little darker than the people here. Compared to black people, he's still quite fair. His healthy tan complexion set off his bright white teeth. Ding, mission target found. Fated to meet you. Let's get to know each other. After completing the mission, you'll be rewarded with 60 kilograms of various fish fry. The system's voice rang out after a long absence. My Meng glanced at the man subtly. Did this man also have supernatural powers? Hello, my name is Luo Yu. The man smiled at her. Hello, my name is My Meng. My Meng smiled back. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You'll be rewarded with 60 kilograms of various fish fry. This is my wife. Look, twins. Qin Yujing added, hugging My Meng's waist. Qin Yujing thought she just wanted to take My Meng out for some relaxation, not to have another brother. She still had to declare her sovereignty. You're so lucky. Your wife is so beautiful. Luo Yu praised. Of course I do. I have high standards, and the whole world has chosen her. How could she not be outstanding? Qin Yujing said proudly. My Meng smiled awkwardly. He could have praised her behind her back. There was no need to praise her in person. Really. Chapter 202. Qin Yujing took My Meng for a spin and then released her. As for Luo Yu, Qin Yujing wasn't exactly the kind of person who would be so hospitable. She asked a team member to come and show him around with the hunting team. I'm broke, so I can't just eat for free these days. And I need to be paid to follow the convoy back to the safe zone. Although they said they'd pay me once we saw the main force in the safe zone, what if the whole army was wiped out or all the valuables were lost? So, while I'm here, I definitely need to help out and do whatever work is needed. Besides, there are so many secrets here, I can't just let him wander around. Thankfully, the rice has been harvested, and now we're planting radishes and some greens. If you don't pay attention, you might mistake it for grass. Upstairs, we're planting potatoes and peanuts. Hopefully, we'll have a harvest before the snow season arrives. If that doesn't work, I can just light a few heat bulbs and we'll get through to the harvest. There's also firewood. Firewood is now the largest storage area on the second and third floors. As for food, it's all on the first floor, under the care of My Meng. Everyone's enthusiasm for farming has been boosted by eating the food they've grown themselves. Of course, it could also be because they're eating radiation-free food. Whatever the reason, everyone is now full of hope and longing for the future, unlike before, when they lived day by day. When it comes to the future, everyone is in a state of uncertainty. That evening, Luo Yu had his first hot meal here. At noon, everyone ate compressed biscuits or multigrain cakes with water outside. Even so, Luo Yu ate with relish. Because there are few forests along the coast, edible wild vegetables and fruits are very scarce, apart from highly radioactive plants. Not to mention staple foods, which all rely on agricultural production in the safe zones, and even then, only a limited supply is available to those who can afford them. The staple food of poor families is multigrain flour, along with various inexpensive small fish and shrimp. As for the seafood they catch, that too is traded for multigrain flour. Occasionally, a few sweet potatoes or other foods are enough to change things up. Mixed grain flour is purchased annually from various safe zones with seafood. Otherwise, relying on their own crops would be completely insufficient. There are two safe zones closest to theirs, one of which is where Maimon used to live. Here, the multigrain flour Maimon provides is pure multigrain flour, unlike the one she used to eat with all sorts of other ingredients. So, both the taste and nutritional value are much better. That evening, Luo Yu saw the multigrain steamed buns in the main kitchen, and her eyes widened in surprise. There were also pots of lush green vegetables, one of which even contained minced meat. He swallowed. This was a treat only available during the Lunar New Year. Your boss is really generous, preparing so many delicious dishes just for me, Luo Yu said sheepishly. This favor is piling up. What if I can't repay my share when I get back to the safe zone? You're overthinking it. This is our daily meal, Song Xingdou replied. He had just been having fun downstairs when Qin Yujing called him over to take Luo Yu to find the hunting team. He had wasted half a day's rest. But then he remembered something and excitedly shared it with him. It's a pity you didn't arrive a few days earlier. If you had, you could have enjoyed white rice and braised pork noodles. Pure white noodles, homemade, perfectly chewy. Song Xingdou drooled as he spoke. Luo Yu swallowed. How come you guys are eating so well? That's because. Song Xingdou looked at Luo Yu and said, we have snacks at irregular intervals. Do you even need snacks with this kind of food? Luo Yu couldn't imagine it. He was considered one of the better eaters there, but he couldn't eat this well every day. Has the inland safety zone improved so much in just 1 year? It's a shame we didn't hunt any edible mutant beasts today, otherwise we have some delicious meat. Song Xingdou said regretfully. Luo Yu wasn't that craving meat, after all, he often ate fish at the beach. Because there weren't many seasonings, it was mostly grilled. Other meats were similar, grilled or boiled, with seasonings mostly just salt and chili peppers. Of course, there were some synthetic seasonings, but many people didn't know how to make them. Some seasonings needed to be combined, while others weren't tasty on their own. Different seasonings were needed for different cooking methods. If you have that much time, can't you just rest? Why bother with seasonings? Just enough to fill your stomach. Luo Yu followed Song Xingdou to the window to get his food, for large steamed buns and 2 tablespoons of greens. If you don't have enough greens, you can add more. Luo Yu swallowed as he looked at the greens dripping with oil. They looked much better than boiled greens. As for the steamed buns, he thought each person would only get 1 or 2, but he hadn't expected 4. If you can't finish them, don't ask for so many steamed buns. Wasting food will get you kicked out, Song Xingdou reminded Luo Yu. Because they were so active, everyone ate a lot. Of course, some female team members felt they could skip a few if they couldn't finish their meal. Similarly, team members with larger appetites could also take a few more. The only rule was no waste. No, I can finish it. This is the first time I've eaten something this delicious. I'll definitely finish it. Most importantly, it was free. In the safe zone, a meal like this would cost him a fortune, but here, it was free, so there was no way he couldn't finish it. The two of them happily found a corner and sat down. The cafeteria seats were ready, and since the number of people was limited, there was room for almost everyone who came to eat. As Luo Yu ate, tears fell unconsciously. Yesterday, he thought he'd die in the wilderness, but today he'd be eating hot food. Life was truly unpredictable. Afterwards, Luo Yu ate and slept with Song Xingdou. The team also thoughtfully gave Luo Yu a set of toiletries and 2 sets of clothes. As for his combat uniform, he had his own. Aside from a few unspoken secrets, the two became close friends who shared everything. The next day, Luo Yu also ate the meat that was unique to this place. The same meat, seasoned and prepared, became so delicious that Luo Yu couldn't believe his eyes. How could they even enjoy the seasoning so easily? Most importantly, the combination was so perfect. Several days passed like this, and Luo Yu couldn't help but ask Song Xingdou, "Aren't you guys going to the safe zone? Why haven't you guys made any moves in all these days?" "Soon. The bosses are discussing the departure personnel," Song Xingdou replied. "Does this take so long?" Luo Yu was puzzled. Hadn't the departure personnel been decided long ago? Could they have made a last-minute decision? Chapter 203. It was originally planned. One of our leaders was injured and unconscious while fighting a wild boar invasion a while ago. They wanted to take him away, but they were worried about the bumpy ride, so they were a little hesitant, Song Xingdou replied. After all, if all the leaders left, the safety of this place would be less guaranteed. If this place were breached, the others could still run, but the leader, lying in bed, couldn't do it. Furthermore, if he got bumped or bruised during the move, the others wouldn't dare take the responsibility. "Didn't you take the healing potion?" Luo Yu asked. "Is there anything that healing potions can't cure these days?" "I did. He's getting better. It's just that his injuries are too severe, and he needs time to recover. It's just a coincidence." Luo Yu and Lin Cha had a good relationship, so he felt a little sorry for the cold-faced team leader's injury. Luo Yu listened thoughtfully. On Xia Qingfeng's side, everyone was indeed a little confused. Several people gathered in the room to discuss who would stay and go next. Although the cracks on Xia Qingfeng's body were still there, compared to before, it was clear that he was slowly improving. He also received daily nutritional injections to replenish his energy. Now, as long as his wounds healed, he could eat more and heal faster. The doctor's advice was not to move him, because no one knew if the wounds would open again. No one dared to take such a gamble. But they were worried about leaving him alone in Maimong. Although there would be guards here, without seeing him in person, they would always have wild thoughts. "How about I stay here too? Xia Chuanzi and Brother Howren should stay too. You two can just go there." Mai Mang looked at Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe and said, "With their combined strength and weapons, there's practically no mutant beast that could possibly harm them." Qin Yujing said a little annoyedly, "Didn't we agree to go back together?" Su Qinghe replied, "Yes, we said that when we left. We go back and tell you we were safe once we were settled. Wenwen and Mom must miss you, And your little baby too. But we did agree to go back together, but now something unexpected has happened. The only way for her to stay is to protect Xia Chengfeng and their newly established shelter. Didn't I tell you to leave the protective shield my dad gave you here? As long as we keep the energy stones, it's more than enough to protect this place. Before leaving, Qin Yujing's father handed Qin Yujing a protective shield. As long as the energy stones were installed, it could withstand attacks from mutant beasts below level 4. There's also a signal gun. If he gets into danger, he can deploy the shield and fire the signal gun, and his father will come to his rescue in the direction of the signal gun. With you leading the way, it'll only take 2 or 3 days to get here. The food here is enough to last us a month, not just 3. Qin Yujing said. Besides, without you leading the way, we won't even be able to find the way out. If we get lost again, where will you find us? On one side is us moving, and on the other side is Xia Chengfeng motionless. You figure it out for yourself. Qin Yujing turned away angrily, no longer looking at my Meng. I'm not. Fine, I can go with you. My Meng took Qin Yujing's hand and shook it gently. Okay, don't be angry. Next, let's make arrangements with Brother Chengfeng and set off, okay? Maimon had indeed overlooked one thing. None of them could get out. They experimented, driving, walking, and following their own backtracking steps, but no one had managed to escape the dense forest. Someone had even driven a whole day in one direction, and with Mei-Meng's guidance, they returned in an hour. Everything seemed so unbelievable yet so real. Hello, is anyone there? There was a knock at the door. Because it was evening, Sister Yin had already returned to her own place, and the others were all gathered in Xia Qingfeng's room. There was no one outside the living room. I'll go check. Su Qinghe stood up and walked out the door. Wang Haoran followed closely behind, holding the little girl. Hello, I'm Luo Yu. I heard Boss Qin lives here, so I came to see him. Outside, Luo Yu saw a stranger opening the door and said politely, Boss Qin, someone's looking for you. Su Qinghe called in Qin Yujing's direction. I'm here. Qin Yujing emerged from her room, curious as to who would be looking for her. It's you. What's up? Qin Yujing immediately recognized Luo Yu. After all, they had chatted together a few days ago. I like to go in and talk. Is that convenient? Or, we can find a quiet place to talk. Luo Yu addressed Qin Yujing. Come in. Qin Yujing opened the door and let Luo Yu in. Wang Haoran and little Tuanzi had already returned to their room, leaving only Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe in the living room. Luo Yu glanced at Su Qinghe. He hadn't seen him in a while, so he didn't recognize him. Go ahead. He's one of us. What I know he knows too, Qin Yujing said. I came here to thank you for saving my life, and for the wonderful hospitality you've shown me. Luo Yu said with gratitude. Although he lived and ate with everyone else, food was precious. Not only had they saved him, they also treated him well. He would remember this favor forever. Although he promised to reward them upon their return to the safe zone, he felt the food they'd eaten these past few days had already exceeded his compensation. I've received your gratitude. Once we get to the safe zone, give me the reward and we'll be even. Don't worry about it, Qin Yujing said. After all, he hadn't saved the person, so since he saved him, he couldn't just stand by and watch him die on his own territory. To be honest, the reward I gave him might not even cover the cost of my stay here, Luo Yu said sheepishly. So, I want to repay you in a different way. Qin Yujing looked at the slightly embarrassed Luo Yu and said disdainfully, I have a wife. I don't need you to marry me, and neither does my wife. Luo Yu blushed and quickly said, No, I'm not marrying you. You scared me. Speak nicely, and don't say things that could be misunderstood. Qin Yujing took a step back, moving a little further away from Luo Yu. Actually, I'm a psychic. Luo Yu lowered his voice. Oh, and then? Qin Yujing was uninterested. Who isn't a psychic? I heard one of your leaders is injured. Since I owe you so much, I have no way to repay you, so I wanted to see if I could help. Luo Yu said sheepishly. Can you heal him? Qin Yujing asked. Healing potions can't cure him. I might not be able to. Luo Yu shook his head. Chapter 204. Qin Yujing was a little disappointed. Then why are you here? I don't know how to put it. Although my ability is healing, it's often not as good as a healing potion. But in a critical moment, I can save the patient's life and give him time to wait for rescue. Of course, I can still treat some minor wounds. That's why he was brought along every time he went out. It was for treating injuries that didn't require healing potions, and he was very useful when lives were hanging by a thread. His position in the safe zone was still awkward. It seemed important but not important, and it seemed quite important but not important either. Then I'll take you to see it. Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe exchanged a glance. It would be good to see it, maybe it could be cured. Let me tell you the situation. His internal organs were damaged, but they're slowly recovering. See if you can repair those cracks? If you can't, don't bother. If something happens to a good person in your hands, you're doomed. Qin Yujing warned fiercely, fearing that Xia Chunfeng was being used as a guinea pig. I understand. I'll do my best, but there's one thing I need to trouble you with, and that's regarding my special abilities. Please keep it a secret. Our Say Zone leaders won't let me be exposed. Luo Yu said. No problem. I'll pretend I don't know anything once I leave this room. Qin Yujing agreed immediately. Ding, mission target found. Since we've met, we can arrange a meal to bond. Completion reward, 60 kilograms of seafood. As Luo Yu approached, the system chime in my Mang's mind rang. He said he has healing abilities, and can help Xia Chunfeng, Qin Yujing said to my Mang. Luo Yu was surprised to see my Mang here, and was stunned for a moment. Hello, take a look. My Mang stood up from his seat, and said to Luo Yu. Luo Yu glanced at Xia Chunfeng, and then at my Mang's hand, which had just been lowered. Then he asked cautiously, Are you also a healer? My Mang, She's just a doctor, not a healing user, Su Qinghe said from behind. Oh! Luo Yu nodded, but whether you believed it or not, you knew it himself. After all, when others asked the team members, they also said they weren't healing users. Luo Yu sat on the stool where my Mang had been, held Xia Chunfeng's hand, and closed his eyes. The three of them didn't dare to move, and they breathed softly, afraid that any noise would disturb the other. 10 minutes later, Luo Yu opened his eyes. My Mang asked anxiously, What's wrong? Luo Yu shook his head dejectedly, He's too badly injured. I can't heal him. My Mang's hopeful eyes were met with disappointment. He thought it would help. I can only help heal his wounds first. As for his recovery, he'll have to rely on himself. Luo Yu said disappointedly. I thought I could help, but I didn't expect I couldn't even save a single person. What did you say? Qin Yujing stared at him, eyes wide. Yes, I'm sorry. I can't save him. Luo Yu was startled by his expression. I couldn't seem to guarantee I could save him. No, next sentence, Qin Yujing said. I could only help him heal his wounds, and then he'll recover. Before Luo Yu could finish, Qin Yujing interrupted him. You kid, didn't I tell you to talk nicely? Why are you always saying things that can lead to misunderstandings? It's great that you can help heal his wounds. When will you start? What preparations do I need? Qin Yujing excitedly patted his shoulder. Well, no need to prepare anything. I just treated him once. It's just that after using my superpowers, I need a few days to recover. So I can only treat him again in a few days. Luo Yu whispered. Usually, at this point, they call them useless, saying they rarely needed them, and then failed at the crucial moment. It's okay. These are just minor issues. Let me tell you, we have a beautiful place with talented people and beautiful scenery here. Superpowers can recover very quickly. You helped me a lot today. I'll show you my skills tonight, and treat you to a midnight snack. Qin Yujing put his arm around Luo Yu's shoulder and walked out. No, I can't help much. His wounds haven't healed yet. I can only repair them bit by bit. Luo Yu quickly waved his hands. He hadn't helped at all. Not only had the wounds not healed, but even if they had, he wouldn't have woken up for a while. Because his injuries were so severe, his body functions were dormant, and he couldn't heal them himself. After Qin Yujing left, Su Qinghe quickly took out the scanner and scanned Xia Chunfeng. The wounds were still there, like spider webs. At first glance, they looked completely unchanged. Look, this one and this one. These shallower wounds have healed. The two of them carefully compared the two reports and found that the wound had indeed healed considerably. My Mang covered her mouth with joy, almost crying. This was much faster than his own slow healing. It's okay. This is something to be happy about. Why are you crying? Su Qinghe pulled her into a hug and patted her back gently. Let him eat at our place for the next few days. I believe that after a few days of treatment, Chunfeng's wound will heal. Then he'll be able to go out with us. Su Qinghe consoled her. Can you? My Mang looked at Su Qinghe in surprise. I was worried he'd tear the wound apart from the bumps. If it doesn't, then it's fine. We can get more treatment while we're on the road. Maybe it'll heal faster. Su Qinghe smiled. Thank you, my Mang said, hugging Su Qinghe tightly. Silly boy. My Mang calmed herself down and followed Su Qinghe out. In the living room, Qin Yujing was praising Luo Yu, making him feel incredibly humbled. He promised to show off his skills, But he hadn't even produced anything delicious. Go get some food, little brother. You're being too polite. You keep saying you couldn't help and want to leave. Qin Yujing saw Su Qinghe and quickly addressed him. You're being too polite. I didn't help in the first place. You've been treating me to good food these days. How can I still have the nerve to charge you for it? Luo Yu said sheepishly. It was the first time he'd been praised like that, and he felt rather embarrassed. Excuse me, you said your abilities are so powerful. Why would the people at your base let you wander off into the jungle by yourself? Shouldn't there be someone protecting you? Qin Yujing asked curiously. My powers aren't that great. If I get hurt, I can just take a tube of healing medicine and it'll heal slowly. Unlike me, I need to rest for 3 or 4 days after each treatment. Luo Yu said embarrassedly. Chapter 205. Minor scrapes don't require potions. Even if I don't help treat them, they'll heal on their own in a few days. As for the more serious injuries, I can only temporarily protect them. I can't cure them at all. Ultimately, they still need potions. So, my powers are actually pretty useless, Luo Yu said embarrassedly. Who told you all that? Qin Yujing asked, puzzled. Huh? Everyone around me says that. Isn't that right? Luo Yu looked at Qin Yujing in confusion. If your powers are so useless, why don't the people at your base tell you about it? Shouldn't it be because my powers are so good that they have to hide them? Qin Yujing asked. Well, it's really embarrassing to say it. It's because my powers are so useless that they're afraid of the embarrassment of sharing them. A psychic that's so incompetent, doesn't it lower the standard of psychics and bring shame upon them? Luo Yu's voice grew increasingly quiet, feeling quite embarrassed. Where's your family? My Meng asked, sitting nearby. My family's all gone. Later, our captain took me in, seeing how pitiful I was, wandering around at such a young age. So, I grew up in the team. Luo Yu smiled, saying that if it weren't for his captain, he might not have grown this big. Did you follow your captain because you have superpowers? My Meng asked uncertainly. Yes, how did you know? Luo Yu looked at my Meng in surprise. But I only secretly treated myself. No one knew I had superpowers, so the captain took me in without knowing. Later, when I went out with the team, I couldn't bear to see them get hurt, so I unleashed my superpower. At first, the captain was quite happy, but then, seeing how useless my superpower was, he gradually lost his enthusiasm. Luo Yu spoke, lost in memory. At first, my superpower wasn't as good as it is now, only able to heal minor wounds. Gradually, it became what it is now. Of course, it's still just as useless now. But potions are so expensive, so I can at least help the team save some star coins. Luo Yu said happily. My Meng and the other man exchanged glances. They were just speculating, and it wasn't a good idea to drive a wedge between them. Just then, Su Qinghe came out with some midnight snacks. Time is tight, so just eat something casual tonight. We'll prepare a big meal tomorrow night to thank you. Su Qinghe said politely to Luo Yu. This is already a big meal. You don't have to be so rude. I didn't even help much, and I feel bad for doing this. Luo Yu swallowed furiously as he looked at the white rice, the rich and lean braised pork, the fragrant fried chicken, and the lush green vegetables before him. He'd clearly eaten a full meal the night before, so why was he still so hungry after seeing the food? Come sit down and eat. It's all ready, it would be a waste if you don't eat. Qin Yujing pulled Luo Yu to the table. Since you have no family over there, why don't you consider coming to us? We welcome you very much. As you can see, we're still in the process of clearing land, and bumps and bruises are inevitable. We need your healing abilities just as well. Although we can't enjoy lavish meals every day, as you've seen from the food these past few days, we shouldn't have a problem getting enough to eat. Also, we practice a pay-for-work approach here. If you heal and save lives, you'll receive extra rewards. So, if you want a nice meal every now and then, that's fine. Qin Yujing offered an olive branch. Our captain has done me a favor. It wouldn't be nice for me to abandon them and enjoy the good life myself. Luo Yu was a bit conflicted. Of course he wanted to stay, everything here was so good, but he couldn't abandon the team that raised him. No hurry, no hurry. Let's eat first. We can think about this later. Qin Yujing thrust the chopsticks into Luo Yu's hand, interrupting his hesitation. Of all things, eating is the most important thing. Eat more. You'll be able to recover your powers better tomorrow. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. 60 kilograms of seafood as a reward. After finishing her midnight snack, Qin Yujing sent them out and arranged to meet again for dinner tomorrow night. Their captain is such a jerk. He wants the horse to run without giving it any grass to eat. After sending Luo Yu away, Qin Yujing cursed under her breath. This is perfect. Find a way to lure him back here, Su Qinghe said. It's going to be difficult. Just giving him food might not be enough. It would be best if he could see their captain's true face. Mai Meng replied. Healing abilities, huh? I'm a little tempted. But looking at the people around him, he decided to forget it. They were enough. Luring him back to the team would be just as good. No rush. Let's wait until we get back to the safe zone. Maybe everyone in their team hasn't escaped yet. Then he'll naturally stay. In this dense forest, everything is uncertain. Since Xia Qingfeng's wounds can heal, he'll naturally follow the team. This would allow Luo Yu to receive more treatment during the journey and before returning to the safe zone. With hope, everyone felt a little more relaxed. Su Qinghe pulled Mai Meng into his room and locked her in his arms, saying aggrievedly, You've been so devoted to him lately, I'm jealous. Mai Meng kissed him sensibly on the lips. It's my fault. How can I make it up to you? Su Qinghe leaned over and whispered in Mai Meng's ear, What do you think? As he spoke, his hands were already wandering unruly over Mai Meng's body. Su Qinghe pressed his lips against hers, gently sucking and biting. A tingling sensation, like an electric current, coursed through Mai Meng's body. The two slowly shifted positions and collapsed onto the bed. Su Qinghe carefully protected Mai Meng's stomach, but his lips never loosened. Their verbal exchange was sizzling. By the time Mai Meng was panting, her clothes were long gone. After many days, the two of them were once again one, each letting out a sigh of satisfaction. One only learns to cherish after losing something. She must cherish every moment they spent together. Su Qinghe blocked Mai Meng's lips, swallowing her moans. The two of them were tenderly affectionate. The door was secretly opened, and Qin Yujing peered in. Just now, he had wanted to talk to Mai Meng, but Xia Qingfeng's place was empty. On second thought, he knew that this old fox must have brought him here. As expected, he did. He quietly entered the room, closed the door, and then slowly walked over to the two of them. The two of them had noticed Qin Yujing the moment she entered. But with her lips blocked, Mai Meng's sobs couldn't convey her message. Looking at the two of them, Qin Yujing walked over without hesitation. It wasn't until dawn that the three of them fell into a deep sleep. There was a man sleeping on each side of Mai Meng, and their hands tacitly avoided her belly. Chapter 206. After 3 days of continuous treatment, Xia Qingfeng's wounds were reduced to only a few shallow scars. The group decided to set off immediately, so they could continue treatment along the way. Mai Meng took out her RV. It didn't look large from the outside, but once inside, they discovered the interior was much larger than it appeared. It even had a hidden door. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't have noticed it was double-decker. After carefully placing Xia Qingfeng on the bed in the RV, Mai Meng led the way, and the group departed in a mighty procession. Lin Cha and the members of Team Qingfeng remained at base camp. Qin Yujing left the protective shield and 2 flares for him. He was told to deploy the shield if they encountered danger, and they would return to support them upon seeing the flares. Mai Meng had left them 3 months' worth of food. With their daily foraging and hunting trips, they should have enough food for half a year. Because there was a patient in the car, Mai Meng had the people slow down. A day or 2 wouldn't matter. During their downtime, everyone could hunt mutant beasts nearby or collect valuable plants. Because they could get lost, they were afraid to go too far each time they went out, fearing they wouldn't be able to return at night. Now, following Mai Meng was just the right thing to do. It felt like they were on a mission. Their return trip was primarily to report their safety to both sets of parents, and secondly, to buy more potions. Going hunting every day brought some injuries, and the base camp was running low on potions. They were able to provide their own food, water, and salt. While the current crops they grew weren't enough to eat, they were just getting started. They had already reclaimed all the wasteland within the walled area. Because autumn was still over a month away, they didn't dare grow staple foods, instead planting only short-lived vegetables. Everything could be harvested and stored before autumn arrived. In autumn, the food they collected from foraging and hunting would be greater than what they could grow. The remaining people couldn't sit idle either. Now wasn't the time to stockpile food, but they needed to stockpile firewood. In autumn, food would be their primary concern. And the half-dried firewood could be hauled back and split, and dried in the sun for a few days. They had to prepare not only firewood for the winter, but also for the rainy season, a massive undertaking with so many people. Strength in numbers meant they could gather wood very quickly. With Mai Meng leading the way, they navigated the dense forest without incident. They were always able to predict approaching mutant beasts, and quickly deal with them. Luo Yu also encountered a different way of interacting with others than his own team. Here, no one mocked his useless abilities, Not only were they useless, but his strength was also insufficient. The team didn't know he had special abilities, so they all worked together to kill the mutants, each taking a small responsibility. At first, he had trouble keeping up, but gradually, he was able to coordinate well with them. This was all thanks to Song Xingdo, his first good friend here. He didn't mock him for being stupid or useless, but instead taught him many strategies for defeating enemies, how to kill them faster, how to escape unscathed, and so on. These were all life-saving techniques, and Luo, you hadn't expected him to teach him so unconditionally. He also knew many valuable plants and told him to bring them back if he came across them. They could be exchanged for a lot of star coins in the safe zone. As they journeyed, his backpack grew bulging with herbs and mutant beast cores. On the road, whoever killed a mutant beast owned it, and those who collaborated shared the spoils. In their team, no matter who killed a beast, they had to submit it to the captain, who would then reward them accordingly. Since his contribution was modest, his share was limited. However, the team members would sometimes bring him along for dinner, so he managed to get by relatively well. After 4 days of trekking, the group finally emerged from the dense forest. Qin Yujing had already given everyone instructions before setting off, ensuring everyone was aware of what to say and what not to say. The group had long forgotten their previous reluctance to take on this mission, and were vying to stay and become the first permanent members. Maimon was naturally welcome. More people meant more labor. However, upon returning, the distribution of labor would need to be restructured. Previously, it was an employment relationship, but with a long-term stay, it became a partnership, with each person acting as an individual. The previous uniform distribution system was inappropriate. We needed to adopt a more work, more pay system. The group's return to the safe zone left everyone's jaws dropping. They had assumed they had lost their way in the dense forest after so long without news. Everyone had long assumed they had perished. After all, the higher-ups knew firsthand that they couldn't survive in the wild for long periods. Who would have thought that after all this time, they returned intact, and seemingly without any signs of hardship? Maimon was also in a dilemma. Should he return to the Qin family with Qin Yujing, or to the Su family with Su Qinghe? Finally, Mai Meng made the final decision to take Wang Haoran and Xia Chengfeng back to the villa where they had previously lived. As for visiting the two families, we'll discuss it tomorrow. It was already evening when they arrived at the safe zone, so the group returned directly to the Tyrannosaurus Rex team, planning to return home the next day. That evening, Su Qinghe and Qin Yujing received word from their families that the Su and Qin families would be at the villa the next day. Mai Meng also received the news, and the others gathered in the living room to discuss tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow, let's ask 2 aunties who can cook to come help, otherwise we won't be able to handle it alone, Mai Meng said to Qin Yujing. Usually, the only people who cooked at home were Sister Yin and Wang Haoran. Tomorrow would be the first time everyone was together, and Mai Meng didn't want Wang Haoran to cook. He was also part of the family. No problem, I'll borrow the teen chef for a few days later. Qin Yujing readily agreed. Next, they discussed the menu. They have a portion of everything from the air, and the land to the water. You couldn't find such a comprehensive menu anywhere else. Brother Haoran. Qin Yujing suddenly ran over to Wang Haoran's side. Speak nicely. Wang Haoran got goosebumps from his call. He. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you could show off your skills and make some Buddha jumps over the wall. Qin Yujing enthusiastically massaged Wang Haoran's shoulders. Sure. I'll provide the ingredients, and you go prepare them. After everything's done, Brother Haoran will be the head chef, Mai Meng said with a smile. But I don't know how, Qin Yujing said pitifully. No problem. I'll just... Wang Haoran quickly replied. Don't worry, I can ask Sister Yin to teach you. No chef would prepare the ingredients themselves, would they? It must be the handymen who do it. Mai Meng interrupted Wang Haoran, pinching Qin Yujing's cheek and grinning. Chapter 207. Okay, then, can you make as many servings as I need? Qin Yujing asked, her eyes sparkling. We don't have that many pots at home, let alone that many stoves. Mai Meng poured cold water on him. No problem, dear Mai Meng. Just bring out 10 servings of ingredients. I need to get them ready quickly so Chef Wang can get started. Qin Yujing pulled Mai Meng into the kitchen and told her to get the ingredients out quickly. Can you make 10 servings? Su Qinghe asked. It's just a bit more troublesome to prepare the ingredients up front, Wang Haoran replied. As for the slow simmering and the need for more stoves later on, finally, because of Qin Yujing's greed, several people entered the kitchen and helped out. Mai Meng and the others calmly prepared the ingredients, while Wang Haoran began to combine them, taking care of any missing ingredients. Once all the ingredients were gathered, he began to simmer. Qin Yujing happily hugged my Meng. I knew you wouldn't leave me alone here. Although he had helped before, he had never known how tedious some things could be. His hands were soaked white. Let's see if you dare to ask for this and that again. Just having something to eat is good enough. My Meng pushed him away in disdain. His hands smelt fishy and unpleasant. You'll dare me next time, Qin Yujing muttered softly. At worst, I'll just be less greedy next time, and just 5 servings will do. The group worked until late at night before returning to their rooms. Little Tuanzi had already been coaxed to sleep, and Grandma Wang was helping to keep an eye on her. After Wang Haoran returned, she returned to her own room. My Meng had slipped into Wang Haoran's room that night. She was worried he'd be nervous the next day, so she tried to comfort him. Qin Yujing tried to sneak into Wang Haoran's room again, but Su Qing had grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him away. He probably knew what my Meng was up to. He couldn't let this idiot bother them. Though thrown into the room by Su Qinghe, Qin Yujing didn't get upset. He decided to leave. He took out his bracelet and took 2 pictures of his wrinkled hands, sending them to his brother and father. I had a super delicious dish and wanted to make it for you. I've been busy all afternoon and all night, and my hands are all white. Father Qin looked at his red hands and couldn't see where they were white, but they did seem a little wrinkled. He hadn't thought that one day he'd get to eat a dish cooked by his own son, and he was overjoyed. What's making you smile so sweetly? Auntie Lin asked curiously, noticing that Father Qin's mood brightened after reading the message. It's that brat again. He said he'd make us a dish himself tomorrow, and started preparing it today. Father Qin said with a smile. This kid has been filial since he was young. You are the only one who always looked down on him. Now that he's married, he's become even more caring. Aunt Lin said with a smile. She raised Qin Yujing, and he's no different from her own daughter. He was so naughty since he was young, and you were the only one who didn't look down on him and kept praising him. Who wouldn't want to give him a beating? Qin Yujing was a bully in his childhood. He relied on his strength to cause trouble everywhere. When he couldn't beat someone, he would always turn to his brother. So, some people were concerned about Qin's father's reputation, some were afraid of Qin Yujing's beating, and some were afraid of Qin Yujing's brother's beating. Over time, no one dared to mess with him. Of course, there were exceptions. There was one person who was not afraid of being beaten. With each setback, he became more courageous and determined to defeat Qin Yujing. One time, he found a bunch of stinky durians from nowhere, and along with a few friends, he dumped little Qin Yujing into a box filled with them. Although Qin Yujing beat him so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for a month, that feat was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Qin Yujing, who had always been on the ups and downs, had suffered his biggest setback. That incident landed him seriously ill, and from then on, he was terrified of durian. The next morning, the 2 families prepared and headed for Maimong. Even Su Wenwen came to join in the fun. This time, she brought one of her men to the feast. The kitchen was bustling with activity early in the morning, washing, chopping, and preparing the garnishes. Wang Haoran was in charge of watching over the little Tuanzi, a sturdy 8-month-old. He had also learned to crawl, and now, if you weren't paying attention, he'd disappear into nowhere. Thankfully, both the villa and the house in the forest had plenty of room for him to crawl. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. My Meng hadn't expected Su Wenwen to be the first to arrive. Hello, brother, hello, sister-in-law, hello, brother-in-law. Su Wenwen entered, greeting everyone familiarly. What a mess of names. Where did you learn that? Su Qinghe said. It's their own business. My Meng is both my sister-in-law and my sister. So what's wrong with me calling someone else brother-in-law? Su Wenwen argued. Calling you brother-in-law is fine. I like it. Let's call you that from now on. Qin Yujing stepped forward and said, Call me eldest brother-in-law, and I'll prepare a red envelope for you. Su Wenwen called sweetly, Hello, 4th brother-in-law. Qin Yujing, whose relative is this? You must have come to the wrong door. Get out, get out. He was about to shoo everyone out. At that moment, Father Qin arrived with Aunt Lin and Father and Mother Su. They had met downstairs and came up together. As soon as everyone entered, the villa immediately became lively. The sounds of talking, laughter, and playfulness continued. Is this Grandma Haoran? Hello, hello. I'm Su Qinghe's father. It's our first meeting, and I don't know what to bring you. Here are some supplements you can soak in water. Father and Mother Su handed a gift bag to Grandma Wang. No, how can I accept your things? Grandma Wang quickly waved her hand in refusal. If Wang Haoran hadn't said this was a family reunion, she wouldn't have wanted to come downstairs. Su Qinghe came over to help Grandma Wang take it, interrupting her, saying, Grandma, Don't be so polite. Just accept it. We're all family, no need to push things around. Yes, yes, yes. We're all family. Since Howren and Xiaoqing are brothers, they're both my sons from now on. You're also our elder, and it's only natural for younger generations to respect their elders. Father Su smiled and patted Wang Howren's shoulder. What a coincidence. I also prepared a little gift for Grandma. Since you accepted old Su's, I can't refuse mine. Father Qin also placed a gift bag next to Grandma Wang. Grandma Wang was a little reserved. As a humble person, she had never seen such a grand occasion. Qin Yujing cheered from the side. Uncle Su, we're all your sons. Do you have any money to change your name? If so, I'll call you Daddy Su. You brat. Father Qin slapped Qin Yujing in anger. Ha ha ha. I actually prepared some money for changing your name. Come on, everyone has a share. Father Su pulled a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing happily exclaimed, Thank you, Father Su. Following Qin Yujing's lead, Wang Howren followed suit, calling him Father Su, when he received the red envelope. Chapter 208. Dad, hurry up, it's your turn. Although you already have 2 sons, 3 more would be even happier. Qin Yujing waved at her father. He also took out red envelopes from his pocket and gave them to Su Qinghe and Wang Howren. From then on, he also had 3 more sons. As for Xia Chengfeng, my man kept his 2 red envelopes and would return them after he woke up. Soon, a series of delicious dishes were served on the table. Qin Yujing enthusiastically led everyone to their seats. Let's eat and talk at the same time, otherwise the food will get cold by the end. Qin Yujing pointed to the Buddha jumps over the wall on the table and said, See? I made it myself. You all have to try it today. It's delicious. Why hasn't my eldest brother come yet? I'll rush him. Qin Yujing was about to make a phone call when the doorbell rang. You really know how to calculate time. Even if you're a minute late, we can still have a few more bites of food. Qin Yujing complained. We've been waiting for you, busybody. Take a seat. Little Tanzi also had his own chair and bowl. In front of him was a steamed egg with mince meat, prepared just for him, and a bowl of vegetable porridge. The little guy already had 6 teeth, and the meat was crunchy and delicious. Once everyone was present, they began to eat. Lobster, king crab, and Qin Yujing's special recommendation, Buddha jumps over the wall. Looking at the table full of rare ingredients, the 2 families gained a new understanding of this suddenly appearing daughter-in-law. Her strength was unknown. Even for them, gathering all these things was a challenge. Judging from the 2 sons, they must have a lot of good things to eat on a daily basis. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Maimon arranged for fruit after the meal. A large fruit plate was brought out, filled with a variety of fruits. Sister, you really are my sister? This selection is so complete. Su Wenwen exclaimed in delight at the fruit platter. If you like it, I'll bring you some back later. My Mang said generously. She didn't mind being generous to those who were kind to her. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister. Su Wenwen hugged my Mang excitedly. All right, just talk. Don't touch me. Can't you see your sister-in-law is pregnant? Su Qinghe came over and pulled Su Wenwen away. Can't you see? I'm avoiding your sister-in-law's belly. Su Wenwen pouted unhappily. Who knows? You might get carried away. Su Qinghe said, pulling her into his arms. Dad Su, Mom Su, and Dad Qin were teasing the little girl. Each of them took out an item and let the little girl choose. The chosen one would burst into laughter. Or they would each stand in a spot, place the little ball in the center, and let it crawl around, seeing which one it liked best. After playing for a while, it was time for the little ball to sleep, so the others gathered in the study to discuss matters. They mainly discussed the situation in the dense forest and asked Qin's father and the others to help with procuring some supplies. Qin's father and the others were amazed to hear that crops could be grown in the dense forest, and they said they would definitely visit if they had the chance. No rush. We'll see how things go this year. If things allow, we'll take you on vacation next year, Qin Yujing said to the group. After all, they hadn't yet endured a long winter outside. If they could survive even the winter, they could expand their enrollment next year. They chatted in the study all afternoon and had a hearty dinner that evening. My Mang prepared a large gift for them to take home. It was filled with a variety of fruits, vegetables, and even some seafood. Are Luo Yu and his crew still at the base? My Mang asked. Yes, but they're preparing to return. I heard they lost a good portion of their personnel. But the space user was saved, so the supplies were also saved. For the base, as long as the supplies were saved, the losses on this trip wouldn't be so severe. Reality is so cruel. People are far less valuable than food. That evening, when Luo Yu came to help with Xia Qingfeng's treatment, Qin Yujing told him about this. He looked a little torn, wanting to go back, but also wanting to stay. After all, he really liked his current life. Finally, he said goodbye to Qin Yujing and the others, and prepared to return to his own team. Do you think he'll come back? Mai Meng asked. Yes, Su Qinghe replied. Why are you so sure? Mai Meng asked curiously. A place that makes you depressed, with poor material conditions. A place that makes you happy, with adequate food and clothing, and a group of compatible companions. What would you choose? Su Qinghe asked Mai Meng. Doesn't that still have the benefit of saving your life? Mai Meng said. Although your life will be a little harder, you can still survive. Remember, he survived on his own until he activated his superpowers. Also, although he relies on the team for survival, the team also distributes according to work. If he doesn't contribute to the team, is the team really supporting him in vain? As long as he can figure it out, he'll naturally come around. Su Qinghe explained, hugging Mai Meng. If his teammates can use love as a bond on this trip back, he might still struggle a bit. After all, he doesn't seem so heartless, Qin Yujing added. But is that possible? Qin Yujing told Luo Yu where their team was staying and asked Song Xingdou to take him there. Song Xingdou escorted him to the door, patted him on the shoulder, and said, if you're not happy, feel free to come back. We really appreciate you. Our captain said the door is always open for you. Thank you, I'll remember that. Luo Yu punched Song Xingdou back and walked inside. The person who opened the door saw it was Luo Yu and happily welcomed him back. They had suffered heavy losses this time, so having one more person was naturally a peace of mind. Especially Luo Yu, who possessed healing abilities, earned a warm welcome from them. It's great that you're still alive. Luo Yu's good brother, Sheng Lin, happily stepped forward and hugged him. When they set out, the base had repeatedly emphasized that the priority for protection was to protect those with spatial abilities. Even if they fought to the last man, they had to get those with spatial abilities back safely. So, at the time, they all huddled around the spatial ability to protect him. Afterward, even if they saw their good friend hadn't made it with the main group, there was nothing they could do. Afterward, when they reached the safe zone, some of the team members gradually found their way back. After all, they went back and forth between the two bases every year, so they had some experience surviving in the dense forest. But the longer the time, the smaller the chance of survival, and everyone had long assumed that those who hadn't returned were dead. Who would have thought that today, they would see their long-missing good friend? I happened to be rescued by a team on a mission nearby. But they were on a mission, so I couldn't return on my own, so I had to follow the team. And now, I just got back and heard you were still there, so I hurried over. Luo Yu returned the hug to Sheng Lin. Chapter 209. Luo Yu hid his experience a bit. I'm glad you're back safely. Get some rest these 2 days. We'll be leaving the day after tomorrow, Sheng Lin told Luo Yu. Yes. The two of them walked back to the house. It's good to be back. If you're tired, rest well. Otherwise, you can go for a stroll tomorrow. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. The leader was also pleased to see Luo Yu back. After all, this person could save lives in critical moments, and he could be relied upon for minor ailments. Okay, then I'll go get some supplies from Xiaohe, and we'll explore the base tomorrow. Luo Yu said goodbye to the leader and left. Xiaohe was a space-based psychic. Before setting off, everyone would leave some supplies with him. Once they arrived, they could exchange them for whatever they wanted. They could eat the food themselves or sell it. It was extra income. Because it was profitable, people still came despite the long and dangerous journey. You're not bad, kid. You're still alive, Xiaohe said happily when he opened the door and saw Luo Yu and Sheng Lin. After all, one more person alive means one more person to protect him. Well, I happen to be rescued by a team. I heard they're leaving the day after tomorrow. I came to your place to get my things back. I'm going to go out and have a good look tomorrow. Luo Yu briefly recounted his experience and explained his purpose. Well, Luo Yu, you know, if someone doesn't come back, their supplies will be divided up by others. It's a common understanding. But since you took so long to come back, we all thought you. So, I can only give them my share. You'll have to ask them for the rest, because everything has been divided up. Xiaohe looked hesitant, reluctantly handing over a portion of the supplies. Okay, thank you, Xiaohe. I'll go get them. He knew this too, having shared other people's supplies before. Before leaving, everyone would keep a list of what they had left with Xiaohe. The same was true when returning, a list of items would be kept. But if anyone returning died, half would be left for their family, and the rest would be shared among the team members. I'll go with you to get the supplies. My share is in the room. I'll give it to you later. You'll stay with me tonight. Sheng Lin patted Luo Yu's shoulder and said, Okay, thank you. Luo Yu said with a smile. So, the two of them went from person to person, retrieving the supplies. Everyone seemed happy to see him at first, but when Luo Yu explained his purpose, their smiles vanished. If he had already put something in his pocket, would taking it out be like taking his own things? Although they were somewhat reluctant, and even grumbled a little, they ultimately had to hand over the supplies. If something had already been exchanged, exchange it for something of equal value. Except for a dozen items not in the room, everything else was taken back. The two returned to Sheng Lin's room with their belongings. Sheng Lin had already exchanged his belongings, and he gave Luo Yu something of equal value. I'll go with you tomorrow to exchange things. I've already exchanged mine, Sheng Lin said happily to Luo Yu. In fact, everyone had basically exchanged their belongings. The last day was just for shopping, eating, and some fun. Okay. Luo Yu agreed immediately. It was naturally nice to have someone to help. That night, Luo Yu and the others went out to collect debts again, earning them a wave of scornful ridicule. This trip wasn't a single team, but rather a conglomerate of Al-Qaeda teams. Even if everyone's supplies were divided equally, each person didn't get much, but even a small fly is still meat. It would be painful to have them give up what they had already gained. The next day, after shopping, Luo Yu went out on her own, visiting Qin Yijing's villa to give Xia Chengfeng a final treatment and say goodbye. Are you sure you won't stay? My Mang asked with a hint of regret. Thank you for your hospitality and life-saving grace. The team has suffered quite a few casualties this time, and the team leader still hopes I can come back with them, Luo Yu said sheepishly. He had always been a relatively unknown figure, but yesterday the team leader specifically called him out for a private chat. He meant to ask him to let everyone else's attitude go, as they were feeling a bit down after losing so many people. He said the team still needed him, and was very happy to have him back alive. This calmed his already wavering heart. It was the first time he'd been needed so much. The team leader had even spoken to him privately, so he felt a bit embarrassed not to stay. Finally, my Mang treated him to a farewell dinner. After all, his powers had been empty today, he couldn't just leave them on their way empty. Eat more good food, so his powers would recover better tomorrow. It would also ensure a safer journey back home. My Mang also gave him plenty of rice and dried vegetables, as he mentioned that rice was hard to come by at the seaside. The same thing went for the vegetables. Although they were only mildly irradiated, Luo Yu was still grateful. The rice, even if it was radioactive, was very expensive. Luo Yu felt unworthy. The other party had saved him, but not only hadn't asked for a thank you gift, they had given him so many farewell gifts. And he couldn't even offer a decent gift. This time, he only brought some small fish, shrimp, and some kelp. All his better seafood had been exchanged for supplies, and they had also given him supplies. I'll come back next year and bring you some delicious seafood, Luo Yu said to my Mang and the others. Okay, just come find us at the Tyrannosaurus Rex Squadron. Or next year, you can trade all your seafood with us. We'll definitely give you a good price, Qin Yijing said with a smile. That's great. See you next year, Luo Yu said happily. After saying goodbye to my Mang and the others, he ran to say goodbye to Song Xingdou and the others, then walked back to his residence with heavy steps. What a shame! I thought our team would have a healing type, my Mang said regretfully. As for their small mission, it also stopped at the hug. My Mang didn't want to do anything deliberately just to complete the mission. She wasn't the poor little girl she used to be. When the twins in her belly were born, her supplies would increase significantly again. The thought was quite exciting. It's okay. There's a long way to go. If we can't dig him out this year, we can try again next year. We've just started, haven't we? Next year, we'll take him for a tour. Use your strength to keep him. Qin Yijing consoled her. Yes. My Mang felt a little sorry. As for feelings, they didn't have much. They were simply greedy for his supernatural powers. Since he was going to give it back, they could only show respect. My Mang and the others went back to play with little Tuanzi, who was sitting in the living room playing games. Then my Mang noticed something dirty on the side of little Tuanzi's neck. He reached out to wipe it, but it wouldn't come off. Chapter 210. Oh, I didn't expect our little Tuanzi to have a birthmark. My Mang picked up Tuanzi and examined his birthmark carefully. It was only the size of a fingernail and looked like a black mass, but if you looked closely, it was actually shaped like a four-leaf clover. Where is it? Where's the birthmark? Qin Yijing held Tuanzi close and asked curiously. Here, my Mang said, pointing to the birthmark on Tuanzi's neck. Qin Yujing touched it and said, Are you dazzled or am I dazzled? I didn't see it. My Mang then called Su Qinghe, who was sitting nearby, over to look. There's no birthmark. Su Qinghe also said he didn't see it. My Mang was puzzled. Could he be the only one who could see it? What are you looking at? Wang Haoran walked out of the room and saw them all gathered together, and asked curiously. We're talking about Tuanzi's birthmark, my Mang said. Oh, a birthmark. Little Tuanzi had it since birth, the size of a fingernail. It's strange, though, that it was the same size as a fingernail. And it's in such a conspicuous place on his neck. I was worried it would become a large mark when he grew up. I didn't expect it to be this big even after little Tuanzi grew up. Because Wang Haoran had been bathing little Tuanzi since he was little, he noticed the birthmark early on. But for boys, a little birthmark wouldn't be a big deal. Can you see it? My Mang asked curiously. Birthmarks? Are there any invisible ones? This question left Wang Haoran stunned. They can't see it, my Mang said, pointing at Qin Yujing and the other man. This. Everyone had some theories in mind, and they were just waiting for the baby in my Mang's belly to be born to confirm it. The few of them tacitly skipped the topic, and instead discussed their supply purchases and future plans. Lying in bed that night, my Mang asked the system, Bye, what's with the birthmark on little Tuanzi? Host, that's not a birthmark, it's the power of your bloodline, visible to anyone related by blood. The benefit of this bloodline power is that it prevents others from confusing your children. Also, it prevents lovers from becoming siblings. Finally, the biggest benefit is that because they are your offspring, you can sense them when they are in danger. Those with strong psychic powers can even sense their location. And since you're a psychic, your strong psychic power should qualify you as one of them. The system explained. Oh! My Mang nodded in understanding. This feature is quite good. Su Qinghe was also a little excited. It seemed that he could finally recognize his biological child without the need for blood tests. While all of my Mang's children were equally adorable, having one's own child was certainly better. Qin Yujing didn't react much. The baby in my Mang's belly wasn't his anyway. But the thought of having a child of his own in the future made him very happy. The next day at noon, an unexpected visitor arrived, Luo Yu and his good friend Sheng Lin. Luo Yu stood awkwardly at the door, greeting Wang Haoran awkwardly as he opened it. Come in. Wang Haoran said nothing more, welcoming them in. I'm looking for you. Qin Yujing and my Mang were playing games with little Tuanzi in the living room. Su Qinghe went to the research institute to help, gathering some seeds on his way. You can grow anything in the dense forest, but the varieties are limited. This time, he came to the research institute mainly to ask his father for lotus root seeds. This seed requires a lot of water, and the base only grows a small amount each year. Mei Mong said she had a way to make the surrounding environment radiation-free before winter. So, plant the lotus roots in the fall. Winter snow provides moisture, which can nourish the lotus roots. It's just that the lotus roots will grow more slowly in the cold weather. But that's okay, the land is idle in the winter anyway. After 4 long months of winter, the rainy season follows. With the nourishment of rain, the lotus roots grow rapidly and mature in just over 2 months. Another option is to plant them at the beginning of the rainy season, but they won't mature until the hot season arrives. If they mature after the hot season, they'll be late for planting the next crop. Su Qinghe had it all planned out. Before the hot season arrived, he harvests the lotus roots and plow the soil. He starts seeding upstairs ahead of time, so he could plant rice and wheat once the hot season arrived. This would shorten the growing season. By seeding again before the rice matured, perhaps he could even achieve a double harvest. But the results would have to wait until next year's experiments. Thinking of all that land, if he could harvest twice a year, how much more food would be produced? The thought of the harvest filled his heart with emotion. There was nothing more joyful than planting crops with one's own hands and reaping a bountiful harvest. Oh, there really was one. That was when he was with Mei Mong. As for the seeds he'd taken from here, Su Qinghe promised to take 10 kilograms of seeds this year and return 20 kilograms of lotus roots to the research institute next year. He received a cold stare from his father. Although Su Qinghe wanted a lot of seeds, he was his son after all. The research institute might not have much else, but seeds were certainly plentiful. Besides the lotus roots, Father Su also gave Su Qinghe a number of newly developed crop seeds. These are new varieties. Remember to bring back a sample when you grow them, Father Su said. No problem. I'll pack the planting records and send them to you. Su Qinghe readily agreed. Copying an extra copy is a minor issue. Oh, I've gotten off topic. Speaking of Luo Yu and Shenglin's visit, it was mainly because they had a falling out with the team. Luo Yu had simply left the team and brought his best friend to join Meimong and the others. Of course, Shenglin felt uneasy. How could a team that joined them midway be so easy to keep? They were both unfamiliar with the place, and they had no idea how they would end up. Yesterday, he disapproved of Luo Yu's impulsiveness. After all these years, this one wouldn't be any different. But Luo Yu said they could set any price this time, but they'd be even more aggressive if they came up with something else next time. He couldn't just go all the way here and end up doing someone else's bidding. The reason was that last night, they were planning to leave the exchange supplies with Xiaohe and pick them up back at the base. But Xiaohe said the price back now had gone up. It wasn't the original price, but 1/10. Shenglin asked, why isn't his price the same? Xiaohe replied, everyone else has agreed to it, and everyone else has agreed to it. It's the same price. Luo Yu knew from the others' expressions that this was a coordinated move against them. If they had really taken 1/10, Xiaohe would have been beaten up long ago, and he wouldn't even be standing here. Chapter 211. Luo Yu excused himself to buy 2 bags, planning to keep some items to carry himself and save money. Shenglin was initially puzzled. Carrying everything by himself would be exhausting. Not only would it affect his mobility, but he'd also be carrying a heavy load on the road. As they walked, Luo Yu explained to Shenglin that he wasn't really going to buy bags to pack his belongings, but was instead going to the Tyrannosaurus Rex to find Song Xingdou. He asked Song Xingdou if he could stay, taking Shenglin with him. Song Xingdou naturally welcomed him. Qin Jingdu had said that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's doors were open to Luo Yu. After finding shelter, the two of them bought a few easy-to-pack bags and prepared to return to pack their belongings. No, are they reliable? Are we really leaving like this? Not returning to base? Shenglin asked uncertainly. Isn't this too sudden? He wasn't mentally prepared. Why would he suddenly stay? Shenglin, you still have time to reconsider. They're only targeting me. As long as I leave, and you say a few nice things to the team leader, they'll definitely leave you alone. Luo Yu wanted to stay, but he wouldn't force his best friend to stay with him. Although, his life at the base wasn't great either, with a gambling father, a lazy stepmother, and a stepsister desperate for social status. The whole family depended on him to earn a living and support the family. After all, they were his family, and Luo Yu wasn't sure if they would stay like him. In the end, Shenglin decided to stay. I've already paid 2 years' rent in advance for the safe zone. 2 years is plenty of time for them to adjust to life without me. If they still can't survive after 2 years, that's fate. We're all adults, responsible for our own lives. Shenglin felt the need to live for himself. He was almost 30, unlike Luo Yu, who was still in his early 20s. He was capable, and he wanted to save enough to marry, but with a large family to support him, that was impossible. He had no house, no savings, and 3 children to support. He would either have to bring home another child or a laborer, neither of which he wanted. Now was the perfect time. The two of them could go their separate ways. The people in the team were quite proud to see them return. Look, they've returned again. After all, they still had to share the supplies, and this time, they have even more than they given away before. But when they packed up their things and pushed the cart to leave, everyone else was stunned. No, what are you two doing? Aren't you supposed to leave your stuff with me? Xiaohe quickly stopped them and asked. The team leader also hurried over and asked, yes, what are you doing? Luo Yu has healing abilities, and Shenglin's fighting skills are the best in their team. If they were to leave, the loss would be significant. With the supplies we have, we can rent a nice house in this safe zone. As for the captain, please tell him to just say we're dead, Shenglin said to the team leader. What about your family then? You're leaving them all? The team leader demanded. They're all adults, and they can easily support themselves. Do you expect me to support them forever? Will you always support your family unconditionally? Shenglin spoke bluntly. Shenglin's situation was considered unusual in their circle. With a promising family member, and everyone working diligently, life was a comfortable one. But what about Shenglin? He had decent financial resources, and earned a good income, yet his life was harder than most. Because he had a family that held him back. No one was willing to say anything. Keeping him around for a while would raise concerns, let alone keeping him around forever. Xiaohe, we're all from the same base. Raising the price suddenly is wrong. Apologize to everyone and stick to the original price. Don't charge anyone more for supplies. Otherwise, I'll report you to the higher-ups. The team quickly turned their attention to Xiaohe, demanding an apology and a soft start. I'm sorry, everyone. I was distracted. Your items will remain at the original price, not 1/10. Luo Yu, Sheng Lin, yours too. We're all from the same base, and we should support each other. This time, I wasn't so respectful. I'll treat you to a meal when I get back to make amends. Xiao He was a sensible person, and immediately followed the leader's lead. No need. We've lived in the seaside base for so many years, and we want to see if we can make a name for ourselves here. We've already secured housing, and we're just waiting to take the supplies and pay the rent. I wish you a smooth operation and a safe return home. Sheng Lin said to the leader. Sheng Lin, we all came from the same safe zone. There's absolutely no reason for us to leave midway. Wouldn't that mean we were escorting you here? No matter what, you must complete this operation. After returning to the safe zone, you can go wherever you want. The safe zone won't interfere. You said the others sacrificed, but that's unavoidable. You're all fine now, so I must get you back to base safely too. The team leader said with a sullen face. Leader, this situation has happened before, and you didn't say anything, did you? Some stayed, some followed our team. While it wasn't common, it did happen. How could it have been possible before but not now? Sheng Lin retorted. You have to understand that you accepted a mission from the base to escort Xiaohe here in exchange for supplies. If you stay now, isn't that just us escorting you here? It's not that easy. You can stay, but you still have to pay for the escort. Someone nearby said. I haven't received the mission reward from the base yet, and I paid the storage fee for the supplies on the way here. Besides, when I encountered danger on the way here, I was the first to rush forward. I didn't see anyone protecting me. As for Luo Yu, he nearly died outside. Any escort fee should go to the team that rescued him, not you. Sheng Lin stopped talking and directly retorted. Oh, I'm here at a bad time. What are you guys up to? The noise inside was so intense that no one noticed the gatekeeper had let someone in. Who are you? Why are you here in our residence? A group of people looked warily at the 4 people who entered. Let me introduce myself. I'm the team leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex team, and I'm here to pick up our new team members. Song Xingdo pointed at Luo Yu and the other 2. We rescued someone on a mission a while ago. He said he'd pay us, but I haven't seen it yet, so I came to find him myself. I provided him with food and shelter those days, and now I'm here to collect the interest. Song Xingdo said casually. Chapter 212. Well, they saved me. Luo Yu weakly raised his hand. Since you're here for your reward, Luo Yu, why don't you hurry up and give them the agreed upon reward? Let's discuss the matter of our safe zone behind closed doors. Don't embarrass yourself in front of outsiders. The team leader winked at Luo Yu. Sorry to interrupt. Song Xingdo spoke. The reward we agreed on was a life-saving debt of gratitude. You said he's mine, so doesn't that mean everything he owns is mine too? Song Xingdo smiled at Luo Yu. You can redeem him, but he's been eating a lot of my goodies these days. Non-radioactive fruit, non-radioactive rice, and even non-radioactive white steamed buns. And all the nourishing supplements I give him every day. You didn't see it. When I first found him, he was starving and had a lot of bites from mutant beasts. If I hadn't arrived in time, his life. TSK, I'm not sure. Oh, and there's also a bottle of high-quality nutrient solution. Can someone please pay the bill? Silence, a deathly stillness. Finally, the sound of someone swallowing saliva broke the silence. Did you really eat so much good stuff? The team leader asked Luo Yu in disbelief. He had never eaten so much good stuff all at once. Luo Yu nodded. He had indeed eaten a lot of good things, but they weren't given by Song Xingdo, and his injuries weren't that serious. In the end, Song Xingdo successfully took the 2 away. On the way, Luo Yu looked at Song Xingdo, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Well, brother, you're awesome, aren't you? I got you out in just a few words. Song Xingdo said happily, his arm around Luo Yu's shoulder. This was their agreement. If they didn't come out for a long time, they would come in to rescue them. Well, actually Luo Yu looked at Song Xingdo, unsure how to start. What are you doing? Did you leave anything behind? Song Xingdo asked, confused. No, I got everything. Luo Yu quickly shook his head. Then what are you doing? Song Xingdo asked curiously. I like girls, not boys. Luo Yu whispered. Why are you telling me that? I don't have any sisters to introduce you to. Song Xingdo replied, bewildered. It took a moment for him to react. Oh my god, what are you thinking? Song Xingdo quickly lowered his hand and wiped it on his body. I like girls too. I just wanted you to leave safely. You didn't take it seriously, did you? No, I just did. Luo Yu quickly shook his head to explain. He didn't dare to admit that he'd taken it seriously. He was still wondering what he would do if Song Xingdou really liked him. As expected, he wasn't so universally lovable. He was just helping. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just follow our boss from now on and eat 3 meals a day. Song Xingdou bumped Luo Yu's shoulder and said, "Yeah, I'll follow Brother Xing from now on." Luo Yu smiled slyly at Song Xingdou. The group happily headed towards the villa area. It wasn't until the next day that Luo Yu and Sheng Lin arrived. "These are the farewell gifts you gave me yesterday. Now that I'm not leaving, I won't be able to send you seafood next year, so naturally I can't accept these," Luo Yu said embarrassedly. He was still holding a large bag of things. "Keep them. These aren't farewell gifts, they're a thank you. By the way, since you're planning to stay, you have another choice. Do you want to stay with us in the jungle or stay in the safe zone?" Qin Yujing said to Luo Yu and the others, leaving the items untouched. Luo Yu began. "Don't rush to answer." Qin Yujing interrupted him. "We won't be heading to the jungle for a while. During this time, you can compare the conditions on both sides and make a decision before leaving. Keep your own supplies safe. We'll distribute them according to your work. If you want to eat well, you'll have to work hard. Although it's distribution according to work, the food in the jungle will definitely be better than in the safe zone. Similarly, life in the jungle will be more tiring than in the safe zone, and life won't be as convenient. After all, this is a newly developed area, and much still needs to be improved. The surrounding environment is also dangerous, requiring constant vigilance at night, unlike the safe zone where one can sleep soundly at night. Since I'm here, I'll also help Xia Chengfeng with his treatment." After the treatment, Luo Yu shared some good news with my Meng and the others. The dormant organs are slowly starting to function, which means the comatose patient will wake up soon. My Meng cheered happily and warmly invited Luo Yu to stay for lunch. Sheng Lin also took advantage of the situation and stayed. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, Sheng Lin's eyes widened, his expression mirroring Luo Yu's first time accepting a treat. Luo Yu's heart instantly calmed when he saw Sheng Lin's expression. This proved not that he was surprised by the meal, but rather that the variety of dishes was simply too abundant. As the food entered his mouth, Sheng Lin screamed inwardly, "Radiation-free food? Radiation-free food." He devoured the meal intently, putting down his chopsticks after finishing a bowl. He felt his life was complete. He actually gotten a hearty meal of radiation-free food. Eat more. Don't waste food. This stuff tastes best when eaten the same day, my Meng said to the two of them. Sheng Lin looked at the remaining half of the food and wanted to finish it. "Then, I'll have another bowl," Sheng Lin said sheepishly. "Eat. Today is a thank you dinner. Take your time. You're not allowed to leave the table until you finish," my Meng said with a smile. After so much treatment, there was finally hope. At this moment, Xia Chengfeng could truly be said to have escaped death. Father Qin had previously called a doctor from the safe zone, but they were unable to help. They could only prescribe some nutritional supplements for my Meng to keep him alive and allow him to recover on his own. Even with the various nutritional supplements, Xia Chengfeng still lost weight at a noticeable rate. In just 1 month, he lost a significant amount of weight. Now, as soon as he wakes up, he can eat on his own. With all the supplements, I'm sure he'll be able to recover. The food on the table was eventually devoured. Sheng Lin rubbed his stomach, feeling incredible. I never thought he'd ever get to eat all you can eat, radiation-free food. After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them said goodbye and left. Outside, Sheng Lin excitedly hugged Luo Yu. "Brother, if you told me you were going to be treated this way, why would I hesitate? I've already dragged you here." Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said, "You're expecting nothing. The patient's condition has improved, and they're happy to give us a meal today. From now on, just do your missions honestly and earn your living." Chapter 213. Brother, just for this meal today, I'm a jackpot. Who cares what we eat in the future? After more than 20 years of enjoying the sea breeze, let's try mainland Chinese food. No matter how hard it is, can it be as hard as the old days? Sheng Lin put his arm around Luo Yu's neck and said with a smile. "Then why don't you help me carry the things? What's the point of hanging on me?" Luo Yu gritted his teeth. The things he was carrying were already quite heavy, and Sheng Lin was hanging on him to add to the weight. "I'm helping you exercise. We'll all be relying on our fists to make a living in the future. How can you stay as weak as before? You need to do a few weight-bearing exercises every day." With a leap, he leaped onto Luo Yu's back. "Let's go!" First step in the exercise. Run from here to the dorm. Luo Yu was nearly pinned to the ground by Sheng Lin's pounce, and stumbled 2 steps before stopping. He slowly placed the food on the ground and threw Shun Lin over his shoulder. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you can't do that. I beat you so easily. You need more practice," Luo Yu said, picking up the things on the ground and running off. Shun Lin jumped up quickly and chased Luo Yu. The two of them played and joked all the way back to the dormitory. Mai Meng sat down beside Xia Qingfeng's bed and took his hand. Her fingers had lost their softness and felt a little rough. Mai Meng looked at Xia Qingfeng and said, "You look really ugly right now, don't you? Wake up. You need to wake up so you can eat all kinds of food and put back all the lost flesh." Ever since Xia Qingfeng's internal organs had healed, someone washed his face and body every day, and even washed his hair once in a while. So, despite being a little thinner and more haggard, he was still very clean. To prevent his muscles from atrophying, several people would give him a full-body massage every day. Mai Meng often grumbled about how well Xia Qingfeng was being treated now. Is he so comfortable that he doesn't want to wake up? Should I secretly give him a few pinches? But seeing how skinny Xia Qingfeng looked, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Mai Meng was in high spirits today, and she chattered a lot beside Xia Qingfeng's bed. She basically talked about what to feed him when he woke up, and how if he woke up before returning to the jungle, he could meet his 2 new fathers, whom he had never met. She even collected 2 large red envelopes for him, waiting for them to be opened in person. Time slipped by quietly. Although Xia Qingfeng didn't wake up, his heartbeat slowly grew stronger. It no longer sounded like it would stop at any moment. Luo, you still came every morning to treat Xia Qingfeng. After the treatment, she would have lunch before leaving. He had tried arriving early in the morning, intending to leave once the treatment was complete. But no matter when he came, Mai Meng and the others would treat him to a delicious meal. Luo, you had no idea that the majority of his daily recovery of supernatural powers was thanks to this meal. He felt rather embarrassed, as his current treatments were showing no visible results. The next afternoon, it was Su Qinghe's turn to clean Xia Qingfeng's body. Just as he had stripped him naked and was about to put on his clothes, he met Xia Qingfeng's eyes as they opened. "You scared me." Su Qinghe was stunned for a moment, then calmly helped Xia Qingfeng put on his clothes. "Close your eyes. I'll call Mai Meng in. Wait until she comes in, then open your eyes and give her a surprise," Su Qinghe whispered to Xia Qingfeng. Xia Qingfeng obediently closed her eyes. Su Qinghe picked up the wash basin beside him and walked out. A moment later, Mai Meng walked in. "Your beard isn't very long. Didn't I just shave it 2 days ago?" Mai Meng reached out and touched Xia Qingfeng's chin. It didn't prick. A single, glistening tear slipped from the corner of Xia Qingfeng's eye. Mai Meng paused. She reached out to wipe the tear away, and then saw Xia Qingfeng open his eyes. The two of them stared at each other in silence, Mai Meng silently shedding tears. Xia Qingfeng wanted to wipe her tears away, to tell her to stop crying, but he couldn't. His body wouldn't obey him. Opening his eyes had taken all his strength. Mai Meng wanted to throw herself into Xia Qingfeng's arms and burst into tears, but in the end, she could only hold his head and cry on the pillow. The person had just woken up, and it was unknown whether their organs had healed properly. Mai Meng was afraid that as she threw herself at them, they might explode again. "Stop crying. It's a good thing he's awake. Let's get the doctor to check him out." Su Qinghe pulled him out of bed. Mai Meng was pregnant, and it was uncomfortable to bend over. As soon as they left, Su Qinghe had asked Qin Yujing to call a doctor. Xia Qingfeng's eyes followed Mai Meng's movements, and he couldn't bear to close them until he could no longer see. His vision was already blurred by tears. Although he had been unconscious for some time, he vaguely heard the doctor's verdict before he fell into unconsciousness. There was no hope. He didn't know how he had survived, but he was extremely grateful to be alive. "Even though I can't move now, I still feel sweet just looking at her." The doctor's examination was quick, and after reviewing the results, he congratulated Mai Meng and the others. "Your vital signs have returned, though you're a little weak. That's normal, and you'll recover with time. It's best not to eat anything for the next few days. Continue with the nutritional injections, and only give a small amount of liquid food to help you adjust." The doctor gave several instructions, and then left. Mai Meng was excited. She squeezed Xia Qingfeng's hand and said, "The doctor said, don't worry. Your body functions are slowly recovering. You'll be able to walk, jump, and speak fluently soon." Xia Qingfeng couldn't respond. He rolled his eyes around the room, and saw the other 3 were there. Finally, he looked at Mai Meng with joy. Mai Meng leaned over and kissed his forehead, then whispered, "You scared us to death this time. You must learn this lesson, and take better care of yourself in the future." She then turned to the other 3 and said, "And you, every one of you must protect yourselves and your own pride. Everyone had become accustomed to my Mang's obsession with appearance. No matter how hard or tiring the situation, appearance came second. First and foremost, staying alive was definitely the most important thing. Not long after, Xia Chunfeng fell into a deep sleep again. Having just woken up, even though he had only opened his eyes, he had already expended a lot of energy. Now that his energy was depleted, he entered a dormant state. That night my Mang, despite the others' dissuasion, slept next to Xia Chunfeng. Since he was awake, the various monitoring devices were no longer needed, so they were all removed. Xia Chunfeng was the only one sleeping in the empty bed. Not wanting to compete with a patient, the others followed my Mang. In the middle of the night, Xia Chunfeng woke again, and this time, he felt noticeably more alert than he had during the day. Chapter 214. Rhythmic breathing, a familiar scent, and a hand held. Xia Chunfeng felt a warm sensation in his heart. It was so nice to wake up not alone. Xia Chunfeng tried to turn his head, but after a long effort, he realized his attempt failed and gave up. Xia Chunfeng listened to my Mang's breathing, and prepared to fall back asleep. Only by getting more sleep could he recover faster. The next morning, Xia Chunfeng was greeted by my Mang's broad smile. She propped her head up with one hand, lying sideways beside Xia Chunfeng. Seeing him open his eyes, she happily helped him turn his neck. "I thought I was dreaming, but you're really awake," my Mang said happily. "Want to smile back? I'll help you." With that, my Mang used 2 fingers to help Xia Chunfeng create a smile. "Hey, the doctor said you've been lying down too long. You need to move more." My Mang pinched his cheeks and nose. Occasionally, he'd tamper with his entire face, claiming it was to help him exercise his facial muscles. Xia Chunfeng watched my Mang's serious nonsense with a smile on his face. He didn't resist, or perhaps he couldn't. After all, he couldn't even twist his neck. "Go have breakfast. Come back after you're done." Qin Yujing came over and carried him away. Xia Chunfeng was left staring pitifully at the wardrobe, because my Mang hadn't turned his neck back before leaving. Even after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and arrived, Xia Chunfeng remained in this position. "Tell me, if you stay in this position all night, will you get a stiff neck the next day?" Qin Yujing asked curiously. "Go about your business. I'll be here." My Mang dismissed the others and carefully placed Xia Chunfeng's head. "I'm fine. Everything's ready. We're ready to go." Qin Yujing spread his hands helplessly. If he needed anything, he could just call his father and brother. He didn't have to go shopping himself, which would naturally be much faster. "Then we'll say goodbye to our family in the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we'll leave for the jungle." "According to the time, it should be almost autumn," my Mang asked. "It will be almost time once we get back to the jungle," Su Qinghe replied. "I don't know what's happening with the people in the jungle," my Mang asked. "No news is the best news. We've left all the emergency plans. If they're not used, it means they can handle it," Qin Yujing said. "There are certainly risks, but as long as they're not life-threatening, it's a piece of cake." Xia Chunfeng listened to their conversation beside him. It felt so good, like something lost and then found again. A little later, Luo Yu arrived. As usual, he used his supernatural powers on Xia Chunfeng, and Xia Chunfeng felt a warm current flowing through his body, a very comfortable feeling. Luo Yu said to my Mang and the others, "His body functions have recovered. He'll be fine with just some care. I don't know if my supernatural powers will still be of any use to him. Should I come tomorrow?" Luo Yu said embarrassedly. This was the first time he had treated someone for so long. Most importantly, it didn't seem to have any effect, but he still got a good meal every day. Not to mention the others, he felt like a fraud, coming here to get free food and drinks. "It's useful. You should have confidence in yourself. Your abilities are very useful. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly," my Mang said to Luo Yu. Luo Yu was embarrassed. It was the first time he'd been praised like that. In the past, there had been people in the team who'd been seriously injured and asked to help, but after a few visits, they just dismissed him, saying it wasn't working. They said it would be faster to recover on his own than to wait for him to treat them. Of course, his abilities hadn't recovered as quickly before, taking 3 or 4 days to fully recover. So he couldn't treat people every day like he does here. In the afternoon, Xia Chunfeng discovered he could move his fingers. He was delighted, proving that my Mang and the others hadn't lied to him. He wasn't completely paralyzed, he could truly recover. At first, he really thought my Mang and the others were lying. After all, he knew the severity of his injuries best. Even before he closed his eyes, his biggest regret was that he didn't even have the chance to say his last words. After waking up, everyone told him he was fine, and that he'd be fine after some rest. The words rang false, especially when he couldn't move his entire body. But compared to death, life was still preferable. He had already thought it through. When everyone felt he was a burden, he would find a way to end his life. Now, it was like a surprise from heaven. When no one was around, Xia Chengfeng diligently flexed his fingers. He only quieted down when someone arrived. He would slowly train himself, and when he could lift his hands, he would give my Meng a surprise. At night, my Meng slept beside Xia Chengfeng again, chattering away about everything that had happened since he'd lost his coma. Xia Chengfeng also learned that he had 2 new fathers. Both fathers would come visit him tomorrow. For a moment, he thought, it wouldn't be a bad idea to wait until he could recover. Thinking about tomorrow's scene, he felt a little awkward. Luckily, he was a patient now, unable to speak or move, so he didn't have to deal with anyone. Xia Chengfeng suppressed his eager hand, deciding to wait until everyone left before giving Maimon a surprise. The next day, even more people came. This time, Su Wenwen brought all 4 of her men with her to meet them, so they wouldn't be strangers on the street. The main purpose was to meet Maimong and the others. The Qin and Su families were naturally acquainted. Maimong took a quick look at the introductions. They were all quite handsome, and he was surprised to see one of them was a little puppy. They looked so cute, but Maimong hadn't expected Su Wenwen to be so cruel as to prey on a minor. A special introduction. This is Gu Yinji, 28 years old. Su Wenwen pulled the baby-faced boy out. Everyone was already accustomed to her behavior, after Su Wenwen had been called a beast before. Although the insults were made behind her back, she happened to overhear them. My Meng felt a little embarrassed. Had he been so obvious just now? Don't worry. Every time my sister takes Gu Yinji out, she emphasizes his age. To avoid misunderstandings, Su Qinghe whispered in my Meng's ear. My Meng nodded. It was good that it wasn't her fault. However, my Meng stole a glance at Gu Yinji. He looked so young, no more than 15 or 16. This face made one overlook his height of over 6 feet. Sister-in-law, Yinji has a younger brother. Would you like me to introduce him to you? He looks about the same as him, with a baby face, but he's a bit quirky. I already have a quirky kid at home, and if I bring another one home, I'm afraid I'll be even more restless. After introducing her husband, Su Wenwen ran over to Maimong. Chapter 215. My Meng quickly shook his head. I don't want it, I don't want it. I'm happy with them, and I don't plan on bringing anyone else home. My Meng stole a glance at Su Qinghe, whose face darkened. No, even if someone wanted to introduce a man to me, wouldn't they do it secretly? Su Wenwen, that troublemaker. Well, I saw you look at me several times, and I thought you liked that type too. I saw your family. My Meng covered Su Wenwen's mouth, afraid she'd say something she shouldn't. I didn't look at him. Don't blame me. He's your man. How could I possibly look at him? Go away, go play somewhere else. Don't disturb me while I'm talking to your brother. With that, he pushed the man away. She turned and said to Su Qinghe with a grin, Wenwen always likes to talk nonsense. I already have you, so why would I look at someone else? Especially since that person is Wenwen's boyfriend, right? Su Qinghe looked at her with a half smile, which made my Meng feel a little guilty. Then he replied, I believe you. Upon learning that Xia Chengfeng had woken up, Father Su sent 2 packets of bath medicine to relax muscles and promote blood circulation. They were specifically designed for Xia Chengfeng's condition. Father Qin knew that Xia Chengfeng couldn't eat yet, so he sent several specially formulated nutritional supplements, specifically for him. Once these were used up, Xia Chengfeng would probably be able to start eating again. They only visited the ward for a short while, greeted the patient, and then left. The patient needed more rest, so when they came out, they gathered together to chat. The most popular one was little Tuanzi Wang Mohan. Everyone was reluctant to put him down after holding him in their arms. Little Mohan was being fought over like a toy, thinking they were playing a game and giggling. When we come back next time, we'll have 3 children. Then they won't fight so fiercely, Su Qinghe said, looking at them. The birth rate in the safe zone is low, and babies aren't usually brought out to play. So, the chances of seeing a child are slim. You can't just go to someone else's house to see their child. So, everyone loves the children around them. Especially since this child is nominally their grandchild, how could 4 elderly people not fight to hold him? Su Wenwen waited in line for a long time, but it wasn't her turn. She was upset, but she could only hold it in. None of the 4 people were someone she could mess with. The 2 families had a lively day of fun, said goodbye, and went home. Tomorrow they would leave directly, and wouldn't visit their families again. Su Wenwen took away many things again, many large and small. My Mang felt that while having a child wasn't something he could force, eating more healthy foods would increase his chances. Even if he didn't have children, his own health would be better. Mei Mong not only had supplies provided by the system, but also a steady supply of food from the land in the future. The thought was quite wonderful. After everyone had left, Qin Yujing sent a message for Luo Yu to come and treat him. After the treatment was complete, Wang Haoran prepared the medicine package, and a large vat of potion was waiting for Xia Chengfeng. Several people worked together to strip him naked and toss him in. There was a stool inside the tub. They just had to watch over him to make sure he didn't fall in. Also, if the water got cold, add more water. The medicinal bath should last a full half hour. Xia Chengfeng's face flushed crimson, but hidden by the mist, no one noticed. Even if they had, they would have thought it was steam from the hot water. After all, Xia Chengfeng had been unconscious for so long, and they had to strip him naked every day. Unlike Xia Chengfeng, this was his first such direct experience. It reminded him of when he just woken up, when Su Qinghe was about to help him get dressed. Although he was a little dazed, he was so overwhelmed by the joy of waking up that he didn't even bother with such trivial matters. Although he was touched by their care, he was even more ashamed. After a long half hour, the three of them helped him bathe. Although they usually washed themselves with water, it was nowhere near as comfortable as a bath. Xia Chengfeng closed his eyes. It was over, he was no longer clean. But soon, he couldn't think about it anymore. After the medicinal bath, Xia Chengfeng began to feel drowsy and soon passed out. My Mang, on the other hand, didn't get to lie down beside Xia Chengfeng tonight. Su Qinghe pulled her into his room. He hadn't forgotten what my Mang had been doing during the day. He had watched the whole thing, even without Su Wenwen telling him. Concerned about the child in my Mang's belly, Su Qinghe didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He followed my Mang's path of plea and descended, her soft fragrance in his arms, as they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xia Chengfeng awoke to find himself alone, feeling a little disappointed. But he quickly composed himself and continued his training. His 10 fingers were now able to move flexibly, and he slowly tried to raise his arm. Once, twice, his arms remained motionless. Tired, he paused for a moment and began to rotate his neck. He practiced this over and over again. Only when he heard someone come in did he stop. "Why are you sweating so much?" My Mang saw Xia Chengfeng's head drenched in sweat as soon as she entered. "Does it hurt somewhere?" My Mang asked nervously. Xia Chengfeng tried to shake his head, but he couldn't. It took a while before he managed to smile. My Mang seemed to understand why he was sweating, and said with concern, "There's no rush for exercise. Just take your time." But Xia Chengfeng couldn't respond. He knew there was no rush, but he couldn't wait to get better. The feeling of lying in bed, unable to move, was too uncomfortable. My Mang gently wiped the sweat off his face, and as she reached her hand, someone gripped it firmly. My Mang looked at Xia Chengfeng in surprise. "You can move your hands." Xia Chengfeng smiled back. My Mang burst into tears of joy. Don't. Xia Chengfeng struggled to find the answer. My Mang quickly said, "I'm not crying, I'm just happy." She quickly wiped the tears from her face. "Don't talk for now. I'll get you some water." My Mang, hearing Xia Chengfeng's hoarse voice, hurried to the nearby table to get some water. Before she could feed him, Su Qinghe came in, took the cup from my Mang's hand, and fed Xia Chengfeng. Because he had just woken up, she didn't dare give him too much. After he finished half a cup, Su Qinghe took the cup away. Thank you, Xia Chengfeng said. "Wow, not bad. You've recovered quite well," Su Qinghe praised. Xia Chengfeng smiled back. These were the only movements he could perform now. "Get a good night's rest. We'll be heading back to the jungle tomorrow. Get well soon. You can still contribute to the autumn hunt," Su Qinghe encouraged. With that, he took Maimong away. Watching Maimong being taken away, Xia Chengfeng had no choice but to continue training, striving to regain his mobility as soon as possible. Chapter 216. Early the next morning, everyone was busy. Loading the trucks, loading the people. Su Qinghe poached several key technical personnel from the Research Institute, and Qin Yujing, using his father's name, went to the Population Registration Office to check the residents list within the safe zone. They gathered a group of elites from various professions. For example, plumbers, architects, teachers, designers, veterinarians, and other skilled individuals. Then they interviewed everyone. Those who wanted to go packed their bags and waited for notification, while those who didn't want to go weren't forced. Whether out of fear of retaliation or something else, 9 out of 10 people who were approached went along. Those who had jobs sold them, or transferred them to their families. The one or two who remained were reluctant to leave because they had good jobs in the safe zone. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex team said they could bring family members, everyone chose to go alone, or at most, bring their partners. As for those in the slums, they were not considered for the time being. Because only those in the safe zone had the opportunity to go to school, those from the slums could only bring hard labor, which they didn't need for the time being. Even if they had hidden skills, no one knew about them because they weren't registered, just counted as a figure. The group set off in a mighty procession, but some people were nearly pissed off. Knowing they hadn't perished in the dense forest, Old Man Sia's blood pressure soared. After returning, they had been staying in the safe zone, making it difficult to take action. Considering the painful price he paid last time, Old Man Sia decided he needed a new approach. For example, raising the price of nutrient solution. In the dense forest, nutrient solution is the most convenient food, both filling the stomach and replenishing the body's essential nutrients. Most importantly, it was easy to carry. So he decided that no matter who helped them purchase the nutrient solution this time, he would definitely give them a good bargain. After all, as long as the people in the safe zone still needed the nutrient solution, they wouldn't dare to get angry with him. What's wrong with a price increase? It wasn't his price increase. But he waited and waited, but no one came to buy the nutrient solution, not even a small amount. What Old Man Sia hadn't expected was that since everyone entered the dense forest, they had eaten all kinds of delicious food. He had completely given up on drinking the nutrient solution. At first, even if those who went out had to drink it, they would just share a tube to fill their stomachs. Later, after getting used to the food, they didn't even want to drink a sip, preferring to munch on compressed biscuits with water. After all, there would be delicious food to eat when they returned home in the evening. So, half of the nutrient solution from the first batch was still unused and stored in Maimang's space. This time, he hadn't even thought about buying nutrient solution. And then, there was Crazy Sia in the slums. If Maimang saw him now, he probably wouldn't recognize him as the domineering Crazy Sia. He had a bald head, and his clothes were tattered and looked violently torn. His body was covered in bruises, and he lay dejectedly on his bed. The Sia family no longer cared about him, but the Chin family was still a bit better, helping him find an apartment in the East District and a caregiver to take care of his meals. At first, the caregiver diligently helped him with cooking, bathing, and housework. But Crazy Sia had a terrible temper. When had he ever eaten whole grain flour? Infuriated, he threw all the food they prepared on the floor. He even scolded the caregiver. The caregiver was paid for his job, so he didn't dare say a word. He could only carefully pick up the steamed bread from the ground, dust it off, and eat it. It was a pity to waste that pot of wild vegetable soup. The wild vegetables were picked by his wife herself. However, a month later, the caregiver discovered that apart from transferring money to his account, no one came to see the disabled man. Once, someone threw a stone at the disabled man's head, and no one came to see him. Gradually, he grew bolder. He would ask for the food he made, and whether the person ate it or not, he would help him eat it. He would throw him a steamed bread a day, just to ensure he didn't starve. He also had to drink a glass of water a day, so he wouldn't have to go to the bathroom and clean it. He didn't dare not clean the room, for fear of being embarrassed to explain to the employer if he suddenly visited. But he didn't even think about how clean it was. As for the bathing issue, he had already thought of an excuse. Once, while I was bathing him, he bit me because he wouldn't give him food. He still has the teeth marks on his neck, they nearly killed him. Now, he doesn't bathe him anymore. He just brings a basin of water every 10 or 2 days, leaves it nearby, and leaves, letting him bathe or not. As for whether he can bathe or not, that's not his business. If he's in a good mood, he'll even give him 2 basins, one for bathing and one for washing his hair. Sometimes, he'll even open the door while he's bathing, letting people watch how a disabled person bathes. Thinking of this man, once a high-ranking, wealthy young man, now reduced to such a fate, gives those who watch him a strange sense of accomplishment. How could he, living in the same slums, afford a caregiver? Because he'd be reincarnated. But what good was hiring a caregiver? Now he was still being manipulated. One day, the caregiver took advantage of the situation and added a poisonous weed to the Sia family's Maman steamed bread. This weed wouldn't kill anyone, but it could cause a coma. While he was unconscious, the caregiver shaved his head to avoid wasting water washing his hair. He then filled 2 basins with water to clean him, grinning wickedly at his fair skin. He walked outside, collected the star coins from the 2 men, and let the 2 men in. Once the door was closed, no one knew what was happening inside. The man was once again thankful to have taken this good job. Not only did he get a salary, he could eat well, and now he had extra income. His job earned more than his entire family. It seemed he had to take good care of the man and not let him die. Otherwise, where else could he find such a good job? An hour later, 2 burly men emerged, satisfied. The nurse looked inside and saw the man still unconscious. She hurried in and, with a worried look on her face, fed him a tube of nutritional supplement. This way, if he tried to commit suicide tomorrow, he wouldn't die anytime soon. As for cleaning up the scene, how could that be possible? Would he have to help with the cleanup every time from now on? How tiring it would be. When he woke up the next day, the madman from the Xia family nearly went completely mad. How dare they? He was the legitimate son of the Xia family. How dare these lowlifes? At that moment, he wanted to kill everyone. He angrily swept everything around him to the ground, roaring and raging. The nurse peeped in from outside the door, and he regretted it. He should have known better than to feed him the nutritional supplement. He wouldn't die even if he starved for a few days. Now that he was full, he had the energy to stir. When the noise from inside died down, he didn't want to go in and get scolded. Not just today, but for the next few days, he had no intention of going in. He starved the man for a few days first. Chapter 217. Hearing that the other party had no intention of committing suicide, he swaggered back to his home. Although he hadn't heard the whispers yesterday, he still missed his wife. And so, the madman of the Xia family began his life of prostitution. Because he couldn't bear to die, he would eat the food given by the caregivers. Once he ate the food, what happened next was no longer his decision. Of course, my Mang and the others didn't know all this. They just knew that the madman of the Xia family wouldn't have an easy time in the slums. Because if he did, someone would take action. But they didn't want to know why he wasn't having an easy time. They didn't want to pollute their ears with his stories. Xia Chengfeng looked at the RV curiously. He assumed it was Qin Yujing and the others who had done it, so he didn't ask any more questions. Of course, even if he wanted to ask, he couldn't. After last night's efforts, his neck could move slowly. He could still speak a few words, but his voice wasn't as hoarse as yesterday. But that didn't matter. After all, when he could speak, he didn't say much. Little Mohan looked at Xia Chengfeng curiously. It had been so long since he'd seen him that he'd long forgotten about him. After watching for a while, he poked his face and found that the man before him didn't move. This made him even more curious, and he touched him here and there. Xia Chengfeng ignored him, and then little Mohan touched his eyes. Xia Chengfeng instinctively closed his eyes, and little Mohan looked at Xia Chengfeng in surprise. He could actually move. Then he poked Xia Chengfeng's eyes with his hand. When he reached out his hand, Xia Chengfeng closed his eyes, and little Mohan took his hand away. This repeated play made little Mohan giggle. Then, Qin Yujing was slapped on the back of her head. "What are you doing?" Qin Yujing looked at Su Qinghe with dissatisfaction. Wasn't he taking good care of the child? If you don't stop him, what if he sees someone else's eyes and thinks they're toys and pokes them? Su Qinghe grabbed Xiao Mohan and told him not to play with eyes. It was clear that Xiao Mohan didn't understand Su Qinghe's words. He struggled to get back to bed. Su Qinghe put him back down. Just as Xiao Mohan was about to poke Xia Chengfeng in the eye, he grabbed his hand and slapped it, saying sternly, "No." At first, Xiao Mohan was confused and continued to reach out to touch Xia Chengfeng's eyes, only to be hit again. Then, as if understanding something, he secretly glanced at Su Qinghe, but his hand quietly touched Xia Chengfeng. Just as he was about to touch his eyes, Su Qinghe reached out to grab his hand, and Xiao Mohan withdrew his hand, suddenly leaning back. Perhaps due to excessive force, he suddenly tumbled backward, and Qin Yujing burst into laughter. Little Mohan, after struggling for a long time before finally sitting up, was a little dazed. Seeing Qin Yujing's joyful laughter, he also giggled. Then he climbed back to his previous position and sat down. His eyes were fixed on Su Qinghe, but his hands were secretly touching Xia Chengfeng's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Yujing laughed even louder. The laughter startled little Mohan, who sat up and stared blankly at Qin Yujing. Then he crawled towards Qin Yujing, groping around. It was unclear what he was looking for. As he groped, he touched Qin Yujing's eyes. Although Qin Yujing closed them in time, this time little Mohan didn't remove his hands. Instead, he dug and dug at the outside of Qin Yujing's eyelids. Qin Yujing couldn't laugh anymore. She grabbed Xiao Mohan's hands and took them down, scolding him for not doing so. Xiao Mohan didn't care, he just wanted to play. With his hands and feet held, he burst into tears. It was still one of those scenes where all talk and no action came. Don't worry about him. His crying is so fake, it should stop soon. My Mang grabbed Wang Haoran, who was about to get up. The two of them sat on the sofa behind the driver's seat, with Qin Yujing and the others in the back. Okay. Wang Haoran naturally recognized Xiao Mohan's fake crying, but he still felt a little distressed. After howling for a while, realizing no one would come to his rescue, Xiao Mohan slowly stopped crying and looked at Qin Yujing eagerly. When Qin Yujing saw that he had stopped howling, she let go of his hands and warned him, "Don't touch anyone's eyes again." Xiao Mohan freed his hands and cried out to Qin Yujing, "Ah ah ah." He waved his little hands as well. Qin Yujing was caught off guard and slapped on the face. Little Mohan climbed off Qin Yujing and returned to the bed. He flashed a toothless grin at Xia Chengfeng. Then he swooped towards him. Then he glanced at Su Qinghe with a grin, his little hand slowly moving towards Xia Chengfeng's eyes. Su Qinghe, completely irritated by his annoyance, reached out and scooped him up. There was a small living room on the second floor, filled with little Mohan's toys. Since teaching him wasn't working, he might as well distract him. He's getting so tricky. He's getting more and more clever. Qin Yujing sighed, throwing herself onto the sofa. Children are so hard to take care of. Even harder than fighting mutant beasts. It'll be fine when he grows up a bit. Then he'll understand what people say and be easier to talk to. My Mang said. What if he still doesn't obey? Qin Yujing asked. My Mang smiled and replied, It's okay. I can teach him a lesson with love. He waved his fist. A loving father must have a strict mother, otherwise, what will happen if the child grows up to be unlucky? It was so quiet when he came back this time. I thought it must be dangerous. My Mang asked curiously. It was just a few minor actions, and they were solved in no time. Qin Yujing said nonchalantly. It was nothing more than trying to rig the procurement of supplies. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected Qin Yujing to let his brother take charge of the procurement. One was a nutrient solution magnate, the other a man with real power and troops at his disposal. The suppliers all knew how to choose. That's why the operation went smoothly. But he has a backup plan. You'll see later. Qin Yujing said mysteriously to my Mang. What is it? My Mang asked curiously. You'll know soon, Qin Yujing said with a smile, but she wouldn't tell my Mang directly. Stop for a moment. My Mang suddenly grew serious. Because of the previous lesson, my Mang had been using her mental energy to explore the way. The convoy slowly stopped, and my Mang got out, leading a few people towards the woods. Bring the digging tools and 2 doctors with you, my Mang instructed. Although everyone was a little confused, they obediently ran to get their tools. What's going on? What did you find? Qin Yujing and Wang Haoran, both guarding my Mang, asked nervously. We found a person. My Mang pointed to a clearing not far away and said, just keep digging. Stop when I say. The men with the tools quickly set to work. The soil was new, so digging was effortless. Chapter 218. Okay, now go slowly. This is the head. Dig it out first, my Mang instructed. Just now, when she was using her spiritual power to explore the path, she noticed something strange about the soil. Looking down, she discovered a person buried there. Normally, burying a person wouldn't be a big deal, but this person was clearly newly buried, and a half-grown child, so my Mang felt a surge of pity. If they could be saved, save them. If not, bury them in the same pit as before. It would be a waste of time at most. My Mang touched her belly. It seemed like pregnancy had made her even more emotional. What should she do? Just then, without giving it much thought, she ordered them to stop and rescue the person. Sigh, she didn't know if that was a good idea or not. Though thinking about her team, they were pretty capable. Isn't the purpose of becoming powerful to be able to do whatever she wants? I don't care if it's right or wrong. I just want to be happy. Thinking this way, my Mang felt relieved. There was no good or bad, just do what you want. Soon, a person was dug out. The person looked thin and small, about 10 years old. Dead, said a team member. If you can save him, save him. If you can't, just bury him again. My Mang said this, then touched her belly and prepared to return to the car. The baby in her belly suddenly started to stir, nearly making her unable to stand. Qin Yujing and Wang Haoran helped her back to the car. What's wrong? Is your stomach upset? Wang Haoran asked nervously. It's nothing. I guess the 2 little ones had a fight, my Mang said, pointing to her belly. There were bulges here and there, and the fetal movement was very noticeable. Qin Yujing curiously placed her hands on my Mang's belly, taking in this miraculous sight. He kicked me. Those little feet are so powerful. Qin Yujing placed both hands on it, secretly competing with the baby in her belly. The inside kicked out, and he pushed in. How do you know it's a foot? Maybe it's a fist? My Mang retorted. That's impossible. If I say it's a foot, it must be a foot. If you don't believe me, wait until he comes out and ask him, Qin Yujing said firmly. Soon, someone knocked on the door, saying that the child had been rescued and asking what to do. While this wasn't a dense forest, it was quite far from the safe zone, and it was hard to say whether a child could make it back safely. I'll go see what's going on, Qin Yujing said to my Mang. Okay, go ahead. My Mang didn't want to move. His stomach was still rumbling. What's wrong? Su Qinghe also came down from upstairs. Nothing. We dug up a child, and are taking care of it now. Asleep? My Mang replied. Yeah, just took a nap, Su Qinghe replied. Then I'll go watch it. You guys sit here. Wang Haoran stood up and said. There was nothing to do right now, so he could sit anywhere. The little guy wouldn't cry when he woke up, but he would crawl around. Now he was on the second floor, and I was worried he'd crawl up the stairs. It's okay. You sit down and rest. I've enclosed the bed, he can't get down. Besides, he just fell asleep, so he won't wake up that quickly, Su Qinghe said. Then he looked at my Mang's belly. There had been fetal movement before, but not this intense. This fight had been quite intense. After a while, Qin Yujing returned, and the convoy slowly began to move. It's not a big deal, Qin Yujing replied. The fathers are away, and the mothers have remarried with their younger sisters. The other relatives, seeing only one child left at home, tricked the child out and buried him. That way, they could divide up the family's belongings. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the slums. The strong prey on the weak, a matter of course. Where's that guy? My Mang asked. Take him with you. Isn't that what you mean? Qin Yujing looked at my Mang. That's not my intention. I don't know the situation, my Mang retorted. Then I'll just throw him out of the car? He was just thinking about going back for revenge, Qin Yujing said. What did he say? My Mang asked. Not really, I noticed it, Qin Yujing replied. Well, seeing the resentment on his face, I told him, you'll just be delivering food back now. If you have ambition, live like a man and then go back to seek revenge. But you know what? I think he has remarkable bones despite his young age. He might be a promising talent in the future. You noticed it again? My Mang asked doubtfully. Do you know how long he was buried? Qin Yujing asked mysteriously. How long? My Mang asked cooperatively. Buried for several hours? You tell me, a normal person would have died long ago. I don't know how he managed to survive, just because of his brain. It's worth saving this guy. Qin Yujing replied. Maimon wasn't sure how many hours she could hold out. After all, she had never been buried before. The matter was over, and Maimon didn't intend to dwell on it any further. Anyway, as long as they worked hard, they would be able to support themselves. This time in the jungle, the team members had a lot of bags and bags, and everyone had almost emptied their belongings. Before, they came here for a mission, but now they were here to live permanently. They packed everything they could, hoping to live more comfortably in the jungle. When setting up camp that night, Maimong spotted a conspicuous bag. It was a girl, not bad looking, a pretty girl. She was helping out here and running errands there, appearing busier than anyone else. Maimong asked Qin Yujing curiously, whose family member is that? I found her in the wild. He saved her and gave her his life. Qin Yujing raised an eyebrow at Maimong. My Mang understood immediately. Is this the backup plan? Qin Yujing nodded. Then why did you take her with you? My Mang was puzzled. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to keep her under watch? We'll see what that old man is up to, Qin Yujing said. It wasn't clear if he was going to plant drugs this time, or if he was after the location of their base camp. But someone had secretly checked the other person's luggage before they left, and found nothing suspicious. Because when they rescued the person, they had no luggage at all, not even a change of clothes. Luckily, there were some star coins on the bracelet, so everything else was bought on the spot. Who rescued him? My Mang asked curiously. The big, stupid guy who just arrived. He thought the other person had taken a fancy to him, so he begged the team leader to let him stay. Qin Yujing said. The one at the seaside base? My Mang asked. He's the only one who doesn't understand the market. This situation clearly shows a problem. But thankfully, he just pleaded for mercy. If he really couldn't figure it out, I would consider leaving him in a safe zone. Qin Yujing said bluntly. His base camp is currently under construction and isn't ready to open yet. Chapter 219. This time, we procured a large amount of coagulant in the safe zone, which will be needed for the upcoming major development. Soil mixed with coagulant is stronger than steel and cement. It's also green and pollution-free, and can be moved in after drying for a day. Because they were on the road, Luo Yu came to help Xia Chengfeng with his treatment and have dinner at night when they were camping. There was also a medicinal bath, which was supposed to be taken every other day. Mai Meng brought the bathtub and took it in the car the next day. Mai Meng felt that her fetal movements had been a bit frequent recently, and she quietly asked the system if she was about to give birth. Xylon said, he doesn't know when the host will give birth, but the fetus is already well developed, so it's not impossible to give birth now. Mai Meng, but I'm only 7 months pregnant. Xylon, isn't it normal for multiple babies to give birth prematurely? Mai Meng, others give birth a month or so early, I've never heard of 2 months early. Xylon, well, now you don't have to hear about it anymore, you can experience it for yourself. Maimong, so damn, she's really going to give birth, right? Could she be giving birth in the car? Maimong didn't let anyone else know about her anxiety. The team had brought 2 experienced midwives and 3 confinement nannies, so all 3 children would be cared for. If she had to start the baby herself, she could just call someone over. Maimong should still eat, drink, and try to relax. She also has someone speed up, praying she could get back to her apartment and give birth. While everyone was confused, they all obeyed and sped up. As soon as the car stopped at the gate, Maimong started the car. She didn't know whether to be thankful or angry. At least let her rest for a bit. Call Sister Yin and the others over. I'm about to give birth. Mai Meng pulled Su Qinghe in a low voice. The familiar pain of labor hit her, and she sat on the sofa, unwilling to move. Su Qinghe was stunned for a few seconds. Qin Yujing was the first to react. She quickly sent a message to them, and went straight to the house to prepare the delivery room. Hurry, pick her up and go back to the room. Qin Yujing urged Su Qinghe. Why aren't you holding her? Su Qinghe asked back. No, my legs are a little weak, and I'm afraid she'll fall, Qin Yujing said. He was also forcing himself to remain calm. Su Qinghe rolled his eyes at him. Everyone would. Just give him a break. After a short pause, Su Qinghe held her tightly in his arms, soothing her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath. Mai Meng asked him amusedly, are you comforting me, or yourself? The pain wasn't constant. There were a few seconds of rest in between. Bye-bye, why is it so frequent this time? Before, you could at least rest for a minute. Mai Meng gasped. The pain was excruciating. It's a wound to hold your head high, and it's a wound to hold your head low. Wouldn't it be better to start the pain quickly, and give birth quickly? The system asked, confused. Good bullshit. Mai Meng cursed. She only needed to feel the pain for the first half hour. If it wasn't so frequent, wouldn't she feel less pain? Mai Meng didn't want to talk. She clenched her fists, telling herself that half an hour would pass quickly. Because the house had been cleaned before returning, Su Qinghe laid her down on the bed. Sister Yin and the 2 experienced nurses were making various preparations. Little Mohan was being watched by Grandma Wang, while Wang Haoran spontaneously ran to the kitchen to boil some water. Qin Yujing followed closely behind, but both were stopped outside. In the car, Xia Chengfeng was terribly anxious, but they had forgotten about him. He could only sit up and stretch slightly, he couldn't get out of bed. After a while, thinking everyone inside had almost finished their work, he picked up his bracelet and sent a message to Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing then remembered there was someone else in the car. She quickly got the wheelchair out and carried the person into it. The 4 of them waited anxiously outside the delivery room. From dusk to midnight, just 2 or 3 hours, but for them, it felt like ages. Finally, the baby's cry rang out. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The baby was finally born. God knows how heartbroken they were listening to Mai Meng's shrill cries. At first, Mai Meng could bear the pain, but as it subsided, she wondered if she wouldn't scream, or if she would arouse suspicion. So she began to scream miserably. At this point, the 4 of them had a thought. Why not give up having children? After all, the baby was theirs, no matter whose it was. Giving birth was terrifying. Soon, 2 nurses came out. The one in front, holding one in each arm, said to them, Congratulations. Both the adults and the children are safe. This is the eldest sister, and this is the second sister. She held the 2 children out and showed them to them. The nurse behind her replied, This is the little brother. Why is there an extra one? The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Wasn't it twins? Why didn't the checkup show 3? On second thought, except for a checkup at 2 months old, since we've been staying in the dense forest, and Maimong kept saying everything was fine, we didn't go for a checkup. As for Maimong, He just asked about the baby's health and didn't ask how many there were. Because the doctor had mentioned twins at the beginning, everyone assumed they were twins. Unexpectedly, one of them was hidden. The nurse simply brought the baby out to show them, and then left. Maimon was lying in bed, pretending to be weak and resting. I didn't expect there would be 3 babies this time. It was quite a surprise. Each one was tiny, like a kitten, and their cries weren't as loud as little Mohan's. Maimon was quickly cleaned up, and Qin Yujing helped carry him, blanket and all, to another room. As for the children, the 2 backup nannies also came to help, each holding one and following behind. Because we had always assumed they were twins, we only bought 2 sets of supplies, including the crib. They had no choice but to bring out the bed that little Mohan had slept in at first. As for clothes, everyone could just share them. There were plenty of baby clothes. The child who had been buried alive arrived at the base camp, speechless with surprise. He had never imagined that within the dense forest, which so terrified everyone, there lay such a paradise. Looking at the neatly arranged, lush fields, he nearly cried with joy. If only his family were still here. He had been lucky since childhood. When he was 5 or 6, he'd been foraging with his parents. Taking him along always meant they harvest more food. Of course, it only made life a little better, not overnight. And that only made it easier for others to envy him. We were all in this together, so why should you live better than others, especially his uncles and aunts? The 3 families were neighbors, living together to look out for each other. But he never imagined they would reach out to a child. Chapter 220. At first, everyone just thought they were lucky, but gradually they realized it wasn't them who were lucky, but their son, Shen-Yi. Every time they took him out, they found more than usual. The whole family tacitly kept this a secret, which wasn't necessarily a good thing for the child. However, their family's situation gradually improved. Everyone gradually had enough to eat, and life became less difficult. They even had a small savings. The 3 families lived together, so they were more or less aware of the situation. But collecting is based on one's own ability, so they could only complain occasionally. Their family had just started to eat, so naturally they couldn't use their own money to subsidize others. Shen-Yi had 2 fathers, and while there were no major conflicts at home, there were constant minor ones. Behind closed doors, they argued, but behind closed doors, they were still as close as a family. Life was gradually getting better, but people are always greedy. Especially once, Shen-Yi picked up a newborn mouse, which died soon after. Fortunately, the little mouse was radioactive and edible. People are always greedy, especially after starting to eat meat. The family, hoping for a better life, slowly teetered on the brink of life and death. As daring as they were still just members of the slums, daring only to venture a little further than usual, hoping for a lucky encounter with some isolated, weak mutant beast. The farther they went, the fewer people there were, and the more they could collect. They all attributed this to Shen-Yi's good fortune. They had encountered mutant beasts before, and occasionally a mutant pheasant or a lone mutant rat. They had even been lucky enough to pick up an edible sparrow. What they picked up more often were bugs. Bugs are meat too, so they weren't picky. Life gradually improved, though there were exceptions. It's normal for children to get sick. When they were sick, they were confined to their homes, unable to go out with a foraging group, and their harvest would be smaller during that period. But with their savings, those days weren't so difficult. However, a few days ago, as autumn approached, the small animals frequently came out to forage for food. This period was also when Shen-Yi's family had the most harvests. People in other slums also had a higher harvest rate than usual, but they simply had an easier time. Unfortunately, Shen-Yi fell ill. Being ill, he couldn't go out to forage, so his father had to join the others. Then something happened. They encountered a herd of rabbits, and many were injured, including Shen-Yi's 2 fathers. The others in the group said that the eldest father had been attacked, and the second father had sacrificed himself to save others. Whatever the truth, Shen-Yi didn't know, he didn't see his father's bodies. Then, his mother had to take care of both his younger sister and her. She thought about the future without a man in the family, and her hopeless future. Not long after, his mother remarried, but the man only wanted his younger sister, not him. She had no choice but to keep him. She took almost all the family property, and told Shen-Yi to come to her if he needed help. She wouldn't ignore him. She also regularly sent him food. His mother explained that she took the money because he was too young to stay. Although he understood, he still found it hard to accept that he had suddenly become a lonely man. He was so traumatized that he couldn't even get out of bed, let alone find his father. He couldn't even take care of himself. The aunts and uncles next door made him porridge, and took turns bringing it to him. After 2 days of care, they let him live with them. Most importantly, they were worried about him being alone at home and wanted to send some people to live with him. Shenyi naturally disagreed. He was already 10 years old and could support himself. And he didn't want anyone else living in his home. If his uncles were willing to protect him, he would pay them protection money. The negotiations broke down. When Shenyi felt better, he got out of bed and cooked his own meals, without having to trouble others to bring him food. When he could go out again, he went with his uncles and his family to gather food. Winter was approaching, and he had to store more food. However, once he left, he never returned. The uncles and aunts stole his bracelet, beat him, and buried him in the woods. They'd been in and out of Shenyi's house these past 2 days, and had seen quite a few good things. As long as that brat was gone, the house and its belongings would be theirs. It was a shame, though, that woman had secretly remarried with her daughter. If they'd known, they'd definitely have a way of getting away with it. Shenyi withdrew his thoughts. Now it seemed there might be something else behind his father's death, but he was still young and couldn't do anything. To avenge himself, he had to become stronger. What he hadn't told anyone was that while he was buried alive, he accidentally activated his body-strengthening ability. That's how he survived being buried for so long. Once he recovered from his injuries, lifting 1,000 pounds shouldn't be a problem. The others' eyes widened at the spectacle. They had originally thought they were being brought to the deep mountains and forests to suffer, even leaving their last words, but they hadn't expected to find a paradise. Everyone forgot their fatigue and excitedly rushed towards the farmland. The plants were neatly arranged in rows, clearly cultivated. Lao Lin, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Can we actually farm in the wild? Does it hurt? It really is a dream. It doesn't hurt at all. It hurts. I pinch my hand. It's not a dream. Look, isn't that a radish? That's a cabbage. They stood happily at the edge of the field, pointing and commenting on the plants. However, people didn't dare approach the plants, fearing they would accidentally destroy their beauty. All right. There'll be plenty of time to look at it later. Follow me for now, and I'll show you where to stay. The Tyrannosaurus Rex team shouted to the newcomers. It was almost dark, and everyone's accommodations hadn't been arranged yet. The others reluctantly left the fields and followed the team. As for my Mang, her abilities had undergone a dramatic transformation. Having 3 children had boosted her abilities by at least 3 levels. Currently, her abilities were Spirit level 6, Purification level 6, Ice level 6, Wood level 6, Fire level 4, Earth level 6, and Lightning level 4. My Mang calculated that of the 3 children, 2 were Suqingha's, with both Wood and Earth abilities increasing by 5 levels. 1 was Xia Qingfeng's, with Ice level 4, and all the other abilities increasing by 3 levels. My Mang felt the abundant energy within her body, and there was no trace of postpartum weakness. If she were allowed out now, she could kill a cow with 1 punch. And her previous lie had been vindicated. A level 6 purification ability could concentrate half a tube of purification fluid daily. This purifying fluid could not only purify radiation from water, but also from the human body. However, this purifying fluid was ineffective against parasites in the water. A higher concentration of purification fluid, soaked for an hour or so, could also purify radiation from food or meat. In other words, they would have no shortage of food in the future. People were hungry because there were few edible meats and plants. With the purification fluid, anything could be eaten. If my Mang had done it herself, it wouldn't have been so complicated. She could simply activate her ability to purify the radiation from plants and animals, without having to soak for an hour or so. My Mang immediately asked Su Qinghe to bring several test tubes. This supernatural fluid couldn't be accumulated. If it wasn't released daily, it would become useless. Chapter 221. They had been walking for so long that the watering pond was empty. My Mang had just given birth and couldn't leave the house, so the purification solution came in handy. All they had to do was use a filter to remove the mutant eggs from the water. There was also good news. There was a river not far from the base camp. They could dig more reservoirs to expand their planting area, making it much easier to dig water. On the 3rd day after my Mang gave birth, the weather began to cool down. Everyone split up and began the busy harvesting season. There were plenty of wild vegetables, so my Mang didn't intend to waste her supernatural powers on them. Instead, she set her sights on meat. My Mang instructed Qin Yujing and the others to bring back whatever prey they hunted, as long as the meat was tasty, regardless of whether it contained high levels of radiation. Qin Yujing was excited at her words. Did this mean his wife had a way to remove the radiation? In winter, as long as there was enough meat, they could save a lot on staple foods. He was killing people like a drug addict. No one was told about this news. Everyone simply assumed the boss and his family were happy to have a new baby. This time, everyone no longer had to turn in their harvest to Maimong. Everything they collected would be theirs. As for the hunters, they could simply exchange it with the foragers. The meat of the highly radioactive mutants was meant to be disposed of anyway, so Maimong could harvest more than anyone else simply by picking up the meat that others didn't want. There were also various fruits, which were relatively rare because the mutants also liked the delicious ones. Besides the highly radioactive fruits, there were even fewer that humans could eat. Maimong told them to bring back any highly radioactive fruit they found. 5 kilograms of high radiation fruit could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of low radiation fruit. Upon hearing of this good news, countless fruits of all kinds were delivered to Maimong's home every day. The same was true for medicinal herbs, regardless of whether they were high or medium radiation. These points could be exchanged for medical treatment points. If you were sick in the future, you could use them for treatment or wait for finished medicinal herbs to be released and then redeem them for points. Even more gratifying was the upgrade of the protective shield, not only upgraded but also enhanced with defensive features. Only those marked by Maimang's spirit could enter, those not marked were blocked outside. Furthermore, the shield could withstand any external damage, including natural disasters. In other words, within the shield, there would be good weather every year. Of course, the weather would still follow the outside world's trends and could not self-regulate. And the shield's range had increased from 500 meters to 10,000 meters. Maimong thought her farming business could continue to expand. This current staff was insufficient. After this winter, she would recruit people from the safe zone. Her rewards this time were particularly generous. 600 cans of infant formula, 600 kilograms of children's rice cereal, 600 kilograms of children's biscuits, and 300 boxes of trace elements for infants, each box containing 20 pills, 1 pill per day. With 3 children, that tripled. Also, there were 3,000 pullets, 3,000 eggs, 300 kilograms of brown sugar, and 300 kilograms of rice wine. 3,000 kilograms of rice, 3,000 kilograms of flour, 3,000 kilograms of glutinous rice, 3,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and 3,000 kilograms of potatoes, 3,000 kilograms of vegetables, 3,000 kilograms of fruit, 3,000 kilograms of meat, and 300 kilograms of various medicines, 100 pups of various types, and 3,000 kilograms of various pup feeds, 100 kilograms of high-yield rice, 100 kilograms of high-yield corn, and 100 tubes of plant nutrient, 1 tube per acre of planting soil per year, 10 acres of nutrient soil for planting, 50 level 5 energy stones, 50 crystal cores, a 10,000 meter protective shield, and upgraded defense, upgradable. 2 bottles of advanced supernatural repair fluid, 2 bottles of healing potion, 1 large solar generator, and 1 mobile cabin, 1 off-road vehicle, 10 intelligent farm tool robots, 5 radiation converters, which can convert radiation into energy, and 100 energy storage tanks. Maimong looked at the radiation converter with curiosity, and took out its instructions to carefully read. The more she read, the more excited she became. The principle behind this radiation converter is similar to that of solar energy converters. It just absorbs radiation and converts it into energy. What's most abundant in the wild? Radiation. In addition to the large capacity energy storage tanks, there are also 100 rechargeable ones. Once fully charged, they can be taken out and used directly by connecting them to the generator, without the need for energy stones. So, could central heating be a possibility for future houses? After all, energy is available. Now, warm in winter and cool in summer is no longer a dream. She now lives in a house with electricity because she has a generator. However, her generator can't power the entire building, so the other floors don't have power yet. This winter, they'll have to use the con for heating, but next year, they'll save on wood. Maimong happily took out a radiation converter, and asked Qin Yujing to test it later to see if it could absorb radiation when placed inside a protective circle. There's also an intelligent agricultural robot. It's also a versatile agricultural tool. It can function like a real person or transform into various agricultural machines. It has its own energy box, allowing it to absorb energy while operating. Not only does it work 24/7, it's also waterproof. It's a real helper. Maimong released it, and the previously rewarded smart butler. It's harvest season now, so tomorrow they'll go with the team to collect. Maimong had forgotten about them before, but now it's just the right time to remember them. And then, there's the undercover agent sent by Old Man Xia. She's a servant in his household. Because of her good looks and cleverness, Old Man Xia entrusted her with an important task. Her mission is to understand the situation and geography here. Find a way to get this information back to him. After she succeeds, she'll be given a large sum of money, so she and her mother can live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Yes, her mother is being held hostage there. If she doesn't bring back any useful information, they're both doomed. But since arriving here, she's gained a new perspective on life. How could she bear to destroy this place? This is everyone's hope, her own hope too. On one hand, there's a good life, and on the other, there's her mother. She's torn. In the end, the robot didn't go out with the harvesters, because the crops upstairs and downstairs had already matured. Su Qing had led the team in the harvest. After harvesting downstairs, they had to plant lotus roots. Upstairs, because they didn't get rain, they planted other cold-resistant crops. As long as they could harvest during the rainy season, it was fine. The land upstairs would be used to raise seedlings, so they couldn't delay the next season's planting. The radiation converter could absorb radiation within the protective circle, but the absorption rate was very slow. Finally, Qin Yujing placed it at the salt field, which happened to be guarded regularly. In winter, they would be alone there, so there was no need to worry about anyone taking it. A robot could then be stationed there. If it came under attack, Maimon would be able to sense it remotely. All it would need to do was come over to replace the energy storage device. Thinking of the wonderful life ahead, any hardship would be worth it. Chapter 222. Look, this is Little Sanzi. Little Sanzi, this is your daddy. Since Xia Chengfeng hadn't fully recovered yet, his job was to accompany my Meng through her confinement and look after the children. Of course, with a few confinement nannies by his side, he didn't have to worry about the children. Xia Chengfeng's main job was to keep my Meng company. Little Sanzi was a boy, Xia Chengfeng's son. This son wasn't born from Xia Chengfeng's Chinese medicine, so he was in good health. He usually cried the loudest. The eldest and second child were girls, both Su Qinghe's children. This made Su Qinghe so proud that he almost didn't want to go out to work. Qin Yujing looked at them with a sour look. Now he was the only one without a biological child. He slowly picked up little Sanzi and whispered to her, "Dear baby, call me daddy. I'm the daddy. Remember that? Get out of the way." Su Qinghe gave him a swift kick. "Be careful, I'm holding the child. Besides, was I wrong? I'm the father." Qin Yujing said to little Mohan, "Isn't that right, little Mohan? Call me daddy." Little Mohan had no idea what Qin Yujing was talking about, but upon hearing his name, he looked at Qin Yujing and smiled. "Look, little Mohan agrees with me." Qin Yujing held the child for a moment before putting her down. A daughter is good, but she's too small. He felt like he could lift her with a single palm. He still felt comfortable holding little Mohan. She was chubby and could be held freely. But things still needed to be done. Except for coming back for dinner during the day, they were nowhere to be seen. Only Maimong, Xia Chengfeng, and a few nannies were there. And Grandma Wang, knowing the young people were busy, came over during the day to help out. Even though she didn't need to help much, she was happy to see her eldest grandson. Because she'd been eating and drinking well lately, her spirits had visibly improved. She was also in much better shape physically. She was also a member of the planting team, but she wasn't allowed to help during the harvest and planting phases. Both phases were too tiring. Everyone was making the final push. A busier month and a bigger harvest would make the next 3 months of winter more comfortable. They also learned about Mei Meng's big surprise, purification. In the past, it was a shame to see all that highly radioactive meat thrown away. Now, once it's cut and placed in front of Mei Meng, it becomes fresh, radiation-free meat. Because there's so much meat, Mei Meng stores half fresh and the other half dried. Before winter, they were preparing to reward everyone according to their contributions, so everyone could have a happy winter. Since these people were the first veterans to come along, they deserved a generous reward. Qin Yujing also delivered several carts of apples, basket after basket of juicy apples passing before my Meng before being sent back. Because my Meng said purifying them to be radiation-free was easy for her, Qin Yujing told the others to skip sorting between low radiation and medium radiation apples, and just pick them all together. Without the need for testing, everyone's efficiency increased significantly. Everyone was in high spirits. This wasn't just collecting, it was like being nature's transporters. How could they not know that collecting could be such a joyful activity? Mei Meng was also surprised. She hadn't expected the abundance of species in this area. Grapefruit, apple, pomegranate, grape, date, hawthorn. Mei Meng swallowed her saliva as she looked at the hawthorns, each as big as a small apple. They must be delicious when made into candied haws. What surprised her most was finding a strawberry tree. The tree was 2 meters tall, and each strawberry was only slightly smaller than a normal apple. Maimong was stunned. Are these really strawberries? Could they be hawthorns covered in strawberry skin? Maimong asked uncertainly, holding up a strawberry. This is the first time we've seen strawberries this big. Strawberries used to be only 2/3 this size. Qin Yujing said happily. That doesn't make sense. How could there be strawberries in this season? Maimong asked curiously. Aren't strawberries only grown during the rainy season? I don't know. Maybe it's because the temperature in the dense forest is lower. After all this time, we've only found one. It seems quite rare. Qin Yujing said he didn't know. Maimong took a bite of the strawberry. It had a sweet strawberry flavor, definitely a strawberry. Although the strawberry tree was over 2 meters tall, there weren't many berries left. Some had fallen, some had been gnawed by animals, and even fewer were intact. After having Maimong purify the strawberries, Qin Yujing left all the intact ones for her to enjoy slowly. He took the damaged ones, and went out to reward the others. It was just a bite from an animal, it just proved they were good. Just bite off the ones that had been eaten. These are all radiation-free strawberries. Do you want to eat them? Several baskets of strawberries were quickly snatched up, and those who didn't get any coveted stared eagerly at the strawberries in the mouths of others. Qin Yujing swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Forget it, she better not tell them that these strawberries haven't been washed yet. It's okay to eat them if they're dirty. Maimong thought of the strawberries she sold before, then looked at Xia Chengfeng beside her. You bought my miniature strawberries at full price back then. Didn't you lose money? Because he offered the highest price, the manager would have said they were small, but Maimong would have just assumed they were deliberately trying to find fault and lower the price. It's not a loss, after all. I'm eating them myself, so one more or one less bite doesn't matter, Xia Chengfeng said with a smile. Even then, he admired this girl who had been struggling to survive, her optimism in such a dangerous environment. Especially her relationship with Wang Haoran. After being rescued, they both cared about each other first. It was the first time he'd seen that happen. Besides, radioactive fruit was hard to find, and he wasn't short of the 1,000 star coins, so a little help wouldn't hurt. As it turned out, he hadn't lost out. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. The team also discovered a sugarcane forest, each stalk as thick as an arm. The tallest was nearly 4 meters long, while ordinary canes were over 2 meters. After purifying the sugarcane, Maimong offered a few stalks to everyone to satisfy their cravings, and collected the rest. Some of this sugarcane was saved for seed, and the rest could be made into sugar. With future expansion, everything would be available. Maimong had only been sitting for 2 weeks, when she started clamoring for a hair wash. Despite the system's blessing, she had actually recovered after a week of rest. Everyone thought Maimong had become even more beautiful after giving birth. Every smile and frown was captivating. The 4 men, unable to resist her sweet talk, acted coquettishly and adorably. The confinement nanny at home was merely employed and had no say, so Maimong enjoyed a relaxing bath as she wished. She washed herself thoroughly. She also discovered another bright spot, her ice-based ability, which allowed her to absorb moisture from the human body and transform it into ice. Chapter 223. For example, after washing her hair now, she doesn't even need a hairdryer. She can simply gather all the water droplets clinging to her hair into her palm, then transform them into water, and throw them away. Walking out clean and refreshed is simply wonderful. However, she can't extract water from her body unless she has a wand, in which case she can draw blood. But killing people doesn't require such effort. She now has a wealth of group attack skills. She can easily strangle a whole group of people. Xia Chengfeng was about to help her blow dry her hair, but upon seeing this, he put the hairdryer back. I'm curious how I do it. Go take a shower, and I'll help you dry your hair. Maimong looked at Xia Chengfeng with a smile. Xia Chengfeng has recovered well, and can now get out of bed and walk around, though his movements are still not very smooth, which doesn't affect his daily life. I believe he will be back to normal soon. Okay. Xia Chengfeng looked at Maimong tenderly, her words being hers. When Xia Chengfeng emerged from the shower, Maimong placed him on the madman, running her hands through his hair until it dried. Is it magical? Maimong asked with a smile. Very magical. Xia Chengfeng nodded, looking at the woman sitting on him, and couldn't help but kiss her. Because Xia Chengfeng had limited mobility, he simply stayed in Maimong's room, saving him the hassle of walking around every day. The others were a little unhappy, but considering how busy this month had been and Maimong's confinement meant they couldn't do anything, they acquiesced. When they left that morning, Maimong was still asleep, and they only saw him at lunch and in the evening. Xia Chengfeng channeled all his longing for her into a deep kiss, wrapping his arms around Mai Mang's slender waist. The two of them embraced tenderly, inseparable. Mai Mang's hands were fickle, stirring up flames everywhere, leaving Xia Chengfeng breathless. Despite this, he didn't let go of her lips, unwilling to let go for even a second. "Dear, you can't," Xia Chengfeng said to Mai Mang in a hoarse voice. Mai Mang's interest was piqued, and there was no reason to give up halfway. "Sure, I've recovered long ago." Mai Mang hadn't lied, but the others didn't know that. Xia Chengfeng stopped Mai Mang's movements and said firmly, "No, it'll take a month, or it'll hurt." Mai Mang grabbed his hands and lingered them on her body. "Look, I've recovered. My body is better than most people's, and I recover faster." Mai Mang pinned him down, preventing him from uttering a word of refusal. Mai Mang stripped them both naked in a flash. Even a fully recovered Xia Chengfeng wouldn't have been a match for him, let alone this one with limited mobility. Wait. Xia Chengfeng rolled over, pinning the man beneath him, whispering in Mai Mang's ear, "I'll do it." In the end, they didn't make it to the final step, fearing he might injure Mai Mang. Triplets, no joke. But he couldn't sit idly by when his wife needed him. Xia Chengfeng served Mai Mang to her satisfaction. After a life-or-death experience, he had become more open-minded and understood his own heart. As long as Mai Mang was happy, what wouldn't he do? Mai Mang huddled sheepishly in Xia Chengfeng's arms, her cheeks flushed, adding a touch of color to her charming features. Mai Mang had never imagined that the usually aloof Xia Chengfeng would do such a thing for her. Xia Chengfeng stroked Mai Mang's smooth hair and delicate skin. They were still naked, and holding her petite body tightly in his arms filled him with immense satisfaction. Having her was like owning the whole world. It was wonderful. Mai Mang's small hands roamed over Xia Chengfeng's body. He was still a little too thin, it felt like bones. His abdominal muscles weren't as well defined, but fortunately, they were still 8-packs. And that lean waist, only those who had tried it knew how strong it was. His long thighs were now taut, and those perky, elastic hips. All of this was hers. Mai Mang smiled secretly in Xia Chengfeng's arms, her hands groping him dishonestly. She felt comfortable, but Xia Chengfeng hadn't felt liberated. She wasn't such an ungrateful person. She still knew the basics of gratitude. As her rhythmic movements progressed, Xia Chengfeng's breathing became heavier, his hands lingering on Mai Mang's body. He sealed Mai Mang's lips once more, the lust in his eyes growing even stronger. The faster her movements, the more fiercely Xia Chengfeng kissed her, until Mai Mang stopped, and Xia Chengfeng slowly relaxed. The two smiled at each other, both in a state of disarray. Xia Chengfeng held her steady in his arms, and went into the bathroom to wash up. He was merely slow, not weak. The two slept in each other's arms, each soundly asleep. Mai Mang were like young people tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, secretly engaging in some unseen act behind the three of them. Xia Chengfeng, seeing that Mai Mang was less than a month old, insisted on not doing anything. Mai Mang knew he was doing it for her own good, and he couldn't explain the system to anyone else. The two of them could only endure this pain and happiness. Everything they should have done was done, and nothing they shouldn't have done was touched. The four children shared a room with the 3-month Nani at night. Since Wang Haoran had to leave the teen during the day, Mei Mong instructed that little Mohan also share the nanny's room. After all, it was only a month, and when winter came, they could live together if they wanted. Time slipped by quietly, and the warehouse, the cafeteria, and everyone's living quarters slowly filled up with supplies. As for the firewood, they only needed to store some in the room. When winter came, patrols would deliver it daily, so it wouldn't take up too much space. After all, there was already a lot of food piled up. Grandma Wang was torn between living with her grandson or with the young people. In the end, she decided to live with the young people. Living with her grandson meant she could occasionally see her great-grandson, but living with the young people was more interesting, listening to their stories of new things. The falling snow was like a signal, signaling that after a busy year, people could finally rest. Because the shield had added defensive features, Mai Mang and the others felt much more relaxed. However, Qin Yujing didn't tell the team members about this. They continued patrolling and guarding as usual, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. As soon as the 30 days were up, Mai Mang took advantage of Xia Chengfeng. Xia Chengfeng didn't refuse. After all, he had intended to do so, and had only previously been concerned about Mai Mang's health. Also keeping an eye on them were Su Qinghe and Qin Yujing. Su Qinghe frowned at the scene in the room, but eventually returned to his own room. Qin Yujing, on the other hand, was different. He had experience and joined in expertly. frightened Xia Chengfeng so much that he almost couldn't get up. But this was his first time with my Meng since his injury, and he couldn't bear to give up, so he acquiesced. Chapter 224. The three of them spent the night in a wild and joyful state, finally falling into a comfortable sleep. The next day, my Meng summoned the system. Something's wrong with me. Something's so wrong with me. Bye-bye, have you modified my body? System, isn't your body constantly being modified? My Meng, that's not what I meant. How could I not have known before that I was so? My Meng couldn't think of a suitable word to describe herself. Yesterday, when Qin Yujing entered the room, her first reaction wasn't shyness, but excitement. Everything that followed was even more infuriating to her. She wasn't like this before. Host, you must understand that everyone is a beast in human form. It's just that civilization suppresses everyone's true nature. And every time you give birth, you become stronger. Don't the strong enjoy doing whatever they want? So, every time you give birth, you indulge yourself a little more. Also, the system will make you more beautiful, and your body will become more sensitive. Don't you think you enjoy it more now? The system explained. What the system didn't mention was that childbirth is also addictive. It's like plastic surgery. No, plastic surgery has risks, but having a child is risk-free. Every child makes me stronger and more beautiful. How can I not be crazy? Looking at how much of my experience bar has been lost, I let out a long sigh of relief. What's wrong with this world? Why does having a child give me so much experience? Luckily, I'm smart, or I have to level up. After looking around, I saw nothing to worry about, so I fell back into sleep. As for Mei Meng's digestive system, did it mean that I would become more and more lustful in the future? No way, no way, I'm such a good young man. She glanced at the two people in the bed. She was sure no one else would mind if she didn't have children, but she felt she owed Qin Yujing something. Never mind, one more child, the last, and then she'd never have any more. She couldn't imagine what she'd become if she continued having children. For example, looking at the two naked handsome men beside her, she couldn't help but want to cuddle and hug them. She was definitely rabbit for skin. Sister my Meng, you're so enthusiastic so early in the morning. Looks like I didn't satisfy you yesterday. Qin Yujing's voice came from above. My Meng was nuzzling into his arms, but stopped, feigning sleep. Watching my Meng's adorable little gesture, Qin Yujing let out a hearty laugh. Feeling the vibrations of his chest, my Meng silently turned, preparing to move away from him. Qin Yujing reached out with a large hand, retrieving the fleeing man. He kissed my Meng's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Where are you going? Aren't you happy here?" Her skin, as white as jade, was irresistible. "Time to get up," my Meng whispered. "No rush. Nothing much to do anyway. Let's chat." With that, he sealed my Meng's lips. The door remained closed, and the confinement Nani wouldn't barge in. The three of them could sleep peacefully until noon. Under these circumstances, Xia Chengfeng couldn't pretend any longer. He opened his eyes and gently stroked my Meng, feeling her trembling. There had to be reciprocity, right? It wasn't until noon that the three of them got up, and Qin Yujing stealthily opened the door. Not only had he sneaked in yesterday, but he was also absent from work today. Although autumn was drawing to a close, and everyone could still work without him, he still felt a little guilty. As soon as he reached the hall, he was caught by Su Qinghe and Wang Haoren, who were returning home. Su Qinghe snorted, "Oh, you finally got up? Haha, isn't it cold? I'm enjoying the winter hibernation a little early," Qin Yujing said with a smile. Su Qinghe looked at him with disdain. He lied without thinking. "It's cold. Why don't you wear more clothes? What's the point of wearing shorts and short sleeves?" But Su Qinghe didn't say anything more. After all, my Meng had finished her confinement, and this situation would happen frequently. He decided to kidnap her after dinner. Because they were busy at noon, the celebration of my Meng's confinement would be held at evening. Although they ate well every day, the sense of ceremony was crucial. Wang Haoren didn't go to the team that afternoon. He planned to cook a delicious meal for my Meng himself. He was now a squad leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex team, leading them on hunting trips. There's no backdoor approach to this kind of thing. Wang Haoren earned this position as team leader through his own fists and kicks. In battle, Wang Haoren exuded a fierce, confident handsomeness, a side Mei Meng had never seen before. He remained as gentle even as he cooked for Mei Meng. Out for a stroll, Mei Meng spotted Wang Haoren in the kitchen and quietly walked up behind him, hugging him. "What are you cooking?" Mei Meng asked playfully. "What do you want?" Wang Haoren asked. "I love everything you cook," Mei Meng replied. Wang Haoren smiled. He felt that this was happiness. Mei Meng clung to him, seemingly sloppy as she cooked, but they both enjoyed it. Thanks to Mei Mang's help, dinner started a little later than usual. But no one minded. Eating is all about the atmosphere. So what if it's a little early or late? As long as people are happy, that's all that matters. To celebrate Sister Mei Mang's confinement and the three little ones' full month. Cheers! Qin Yujing raised her glass. Whatever you want to do. Just be yourself. We haven't eaten anything yet. Drinking on an empty stomach isn't good, Mei Mang said. This wine is pure grain wine, made by someone skilled in brewing on the team, for which she provided the grain. It's infinitely better than those chemically based alcoholic beverages. A glass of soju in the middle of winter warms you up completely. But because Mei Mang was breastfeeding, she drank warm water, while the others drank wine. The three little ones fell asleep, leaving little Imohan sitting at the table, babbling and eating. The atmosphere was lively and warm. After eating and drinking, Mei Mang was carried away by Su Qinghe. Sit down a while, and help digest. I haven't had enough fruit yet, Mei Mang said, holding a slice of apple. There was still a small plate of fruit left on the table. You've eaten too much. Leave some for the others. Su Qinghe mercilessly carried the man into the room. The other three sat there calmly, continuing to eat and teasing little Mohan. Chapter 225. Next time, don't bring me into the room in front of the child, you hear me? Mei Mang warned. He's still so young, what does he know? Su Qinghe said. Just because he doesn't understand now doesn't mean he won't understand in the future. We need to avoid risks from a young age, Mei Mang replied. She didn't want her child to mature too early. I'll do as you say. Su Qinghe leaned over and replied obediently. So good. Mei Mang climbed onto his neck and praised him. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. You're getting more and more beautiful, Su Qinghe said, caressing Mei Mang's face. That's good. I'm not afraid you'll get tired of looking at me. Mei Mang smiled. No, I never will. The two embraced and kissed. Su Qinghe carried Mei Mang to the door and locked it, having forgotten to do so earlier. Tonight, no one could disturb their world of two. Sure enough, Qin Yujing tried to repeat her trick that night, only to find the door locked. Little brat, you think I can't do anything just because the door is locked? Qin Yujing quietly walked towards where she usually kept her keys. Because no one usually locked their doors, the keys were kept in drawers. Qin Yujing looked around, but there were none, nowhere. What a mean-spirited person. What a treacherous person. So good are you, my brother? You don't even know how to share. Qin Yujing returned to her room in a huff. Listening to the noise outside, Su Qinghe worked even harder. Little brat, you still don't know what I'm doing. The next day, Qin Yujing looked at Su Qinghe with resentment, but Su Qinghe ignored his gaze and happily ate breakfast. Because there was a mother and child at home, the floor heating had been activated. They had stopped going out to collect things, and were giving the team a final debrief. The winter patrols had been arranged. The walls surrounding the manor had 4 lookout towers, each with a fire for warmth, ensuring no one would freeze. The person taking a shift simply drove downstairs, and then went up to take over. Daily patrols were also arranged nearby to nip any danger in the bud. That evening, Mei Mang took the initiative, and went to Wang Haoran's room. There were 4 of them, and only he hadn't gotten to eat meat. After entering, Mei Mang locked the door, as Su Qinghe had instructed. Hearing noises coming from the bathroom, Mei Mang chuckled and slipped in. Soon, the sounds of 2 people playing and laughing could be heard from the bathroom. Wang Haoran carefully bathed Mei Mang, and Mei Mang only had to stand and wait for others to serve him. Because the construction was rushed, only Mei Mang's room had a bathtub. No one else's room had one. Wang Haoran showered reverently, as if treating a precious treasure. Afterward, he carried her to a stool and prepared to blow-dry her hair. No need to bother. Mei Mang waved his hand, drying the water off his head and Wang Haoran's body. Wang Haoran paused for a moment, then smiled and laid her on the bed. You're getting better and better. He also had to work harder, not let everyone else down. Let me see if you've gotten better. Mei Mang wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs around his waist, and led her to the bed. Wang Haoran's kiss was gentle, lingering, and captivating. Mei Mang gradually lost herself in Wang Haoran's gentle embrace, unable to extricate herself. In the middle of the night, a loud noise woke everyone from their slumber. Mei Mang checked and discovered it was snowing. Patrolmen were knocking on each floor's door, making sure there was a response. They had the comm lit, and everyone's winter hibernation officially began. Because the fire had already been lit on the ground floor where Mei Mang and his family lived, the patrolmen avoided that spot. It would be bad to disturb the captain's sleep so late at night. The next day, Qin Yujing arranged for people to distribute supplies door to door. There were fruits, fresh meat, and dried meat. Each person got a large bag. As for vegetables, everyone had enough. These things were all purified by Maimong this month. After everyone got a bag, there was still plenty left. There was no way they could finish it all. The cheers from upstairs were deafening, and Maimong could hear them even from downstairs. Those foraging teams traded vegetables for meat, but the amount they could give was limited to begin with. With Maimang's donation, this winter would be a perfect one. As for the hunting team, they were voracious eaters to begin with, so no matter how much meat they had, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, during the hunt, there were far more highly radioactive mutants than edible ones. Especially, there were so many fruits, so scarce that everyone else was starving. They were a little reluctant to eat them, but they were all radioactive-free food. If they could get them to the safe zone, they could exchange them for so many goodies. But it was just a thought. The fruit couldn't be left alone. Meat was something they could consider, but they didn't know when they would be back in the safe zone again. After some thought, they decided to give it a miss. Perhaps everyone was thinking the same thing. If so much radioactive food suddenly leaked out, it would be terrible if it caused trouble here. I've never eaten so many good things in my life, so I might as well treat myself first. Lin Ziki, the spy, was even more certain of one thing. Following their current boss meant they have a good meal. She decided to confess to them in the spring. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong, so they probably wouldn't chase her away. If possible, if she could help rescue her mother, that would be even better. Having made her decision, Lin Ziki felt even happier and joined the discussion. It was impossible for anyone in a room to cook alone, so everyone contributed their own rations and cooked together. Since everyone had similar supplies, there weren't many arguments. Especially with Maimang's sponsorship, and with ample food, everyone got along even better. On Maimang's side, Su Qing had called the five of them into a small room for a family meeting. The main issue was Qin Yujing's frequent visits. His actions had put the other three at a disadvantage. So, Su Qing had suggested that since Maimang Meng was open to threesomes, they could go in pairs, 1 day each. Otherwise, each person would have a day, and it would take 4 days for each person to take turns. Living alone in an empty room was too hard. As for rest, they weren't animals. They would naturally give Maimong time to rest. So, the next question became how to group them. Su Qing has said he didn't want to be in the same group with Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing looked at him with disdain. Do you think I care? Their years of brotherhood were shattered. Finally, Qin Yujing approached Wang Haoran, the most talkative, and Su Qinghe was paired with Xia Chengfeng. The implementation began tonight, starting with Wang Haoran's group. Because Qin Yujing had said that, whether it was grouping from youngest to oldest or from oldest to youngest, they should go first. Su Qinghe, too lazy to argue with him over such a trivial matter, agreed. This way, he could be with Maimong every other day, which was better for everyone. Maimang's room was chosen as the location because it had a bathtub, making it more convenient. As for Maimong, she only had the right to observe, not to participate in the discussion. Especially, she had no right to refuse. Maimang began a life of daily meat and plenty to eat. The four people's reactions to Maimang were different, each secretly observing the other. So it could be this way, so it could be this way. A new world opened up for all four of them, and they learned a lot of strange and bizarre things. Maimong followed Bai Bai's advice, and made herself a transparent condom. Little Mohan was barely a year old, and the other three were only a month old. While she wouldn't have to take care of them, she didn't want to be stuck in a pregnancy trap. As for the others, they had no objections either. After all, if Maimang was pregnant, they would have to be vegetarian for a while. Chapter 226. Even if they didn't have to live in a vegetarian lifestyle, they still had to take care of Maimang's health. It wasn't like now, where they could do whatever they wanted. Hibernating was relaxing, but also boring. They played with the children during the day, and their wives at night. But the three little ones were still young, eating and sleeping all day. Only little Mohan could offer some relief. Little Mohan was learning to talk, and several people gathered around him, actively teaching him to call daddy. They were all betting on who little Mohan would call first. Maimong watched speechlessly as the people gathered around little Mohan, calling him daddy, daddy. Little Mohan just giggled at them. Congratulations to little Mohan on having 4 wonderful children. Can't we go out in the winter? I'm so bored, stuck at home. Maimang said pitifully. For a month now, she's either been eaten or on the verge of being eaten. Going to bed early and waking up late every day is exhausting. The snow outside is half a person's height, making it inconvenient to go anywhere. Qin Yujing said. Besides, it's all white everywhere. What's fun to do there? Are there no legends about the snow season? Or perhaps species or treasures unique to the snow season, like iceberg snow lotus? My Mang asked curiously. Speaking of legends about the snow season, there really aren't any. People either stay home or go on patrol. Those who go out return safely, it seems. I don't think anyone has ever heard of anyone going to the mountains in the middle of winter. Su Qinghe thought for a moment, then said, If that's the case, then we can go exploring. I know the way, so we won't go far. We'll just wander around here. We're the first people to spend the snowy season in the mountains, right? What if there's something good? If we don't find it, we're at a loss. My Mang said excitedly. When it comes to dangers in the wild, who could be more dangerous than her right now? I heard that the highest level for a psychic is no higher than level 3, and there are level 5 energy stones, which means there are level 5 mutant beasts. But almost no one has ever seen one. And level 6, wouldn't that be overwhelming for all species? Wow. Thinking about it, my Mang felt like she'd lost out. It was mainly because the upgrade was so sudden, that she didn't react. Seeing the others still hesitating, my Mang said coquettishly, Go ahead. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? The mutant beasts would avoid us. Besides, don't you want to explore the dense forest? Don't you want to learn about the magical treasures of the snowy season? That's not impossible, but how should we divide the group? Should we all go together? Or split into 2 groups? Shouldn't we leave someone behind to watch the house? Qin Yujing looked at my Mang and asked. My Mang may have forgotten that she's still a wet nurse. We definitely don't take the child out. How about bringing Grandma Wang over to help watch the house for us? As for the danger, as long as everyone stays out, there's no danger here. As for us, let's all go. I'm sure you won't agree to leave you home anyway. If possible, we can go back and forth on the same day. If we come across something good, we can stay overnight. My Mang offered her suggestion. After a few discussions, the group agreed it was feasible. I didn't go out before because it was a long way to the dense forest, and it was easy to get lost. Now, I'm just wandering around my house, so why not? Let's go! That day, Wang Haoran went up to invite Grandma Wang down and explain the situation. Grandma Wang was delighted to spend some time with her great-grandson and readily agreed. Then Wang Haoran began to work tirelessly, preparing all sorts of delicious food. Since we have the means, we can't let ourselves suffer, we have to eat delicious food when we're away. The others also helped out. Even if they couldn't cook, they could knead the dough. Chopping stuffing was a given. Washing and chopping vegetables was also possible. Steamed buns, stir-fries, all sorts of things. Maimon was stunned by what he saw. Why did they act like they were going to be away for 10 days or half a month? Hadn't we agreed to be back the same day? Also, why are you guys acting more excited than me? Of course they were excited. While staying home was comfortable, grown men prefer challenging themselves to difficult situations. Traveling with so many people presents few challenges, and what's even more exciting is the opportunity to explore the unknown. They will be the first to do so. Although, I must interrupt your good mood, my Mang said to the people inside, standing by the kitchen door. What are our means of transportation? The others looked at each other in confusion. This was a good question. I know about sleds and skis, Qin Yujing said. It's just that he's never used them. After all, when he went out before, he was within the safe zone, where he could drive, and someone would clear the snow. Even if he went outside the safe zone, he wouldn't go far, and could still drive. Well, do you have any? My Mang asked. Silence was the theme of the night. It's okay. If we don't have it, we can make our own. It's simple, no problem. Do you guys know how to do it? My Mang encouraged. Everyone remained silent. I'll ask the team. Someone can definitely make it. Qin Yujing broke the silence, picked up the bracelet, and started calling people. After a round, someone actually knew how to make it. As for the materials, the team had them. So, Qin Yujing brought the person down and told them to work overtime to make as many sleds as possible. Not only sleds, but also ski boots. Ordinary shoes sink into the snow. These ski boots won't work, but they'll allow you to walk more smoothly in the snow. So, Wang Haoran took charge of the food, while the others helped make the sleds and boots. They could set off as soon as they were finished. 3 days later, my Mang and the others began their trial run. After all, no one knew how to do it, so they had to learn on the spot. Several people, bundled up, each holding a sled, confidently headed out. The nearby snow had been cleared, so if they wanted to ski, they had to go outside. To save face, several refused to join their team members and walked a long way in their ski boots before starting to learn. They said they were just trying out the boots. The result was quite good. It was much easier to walk on the snow than wearing their own shoes, and you wouldn't get completely stuck in the snowdrifts. Looking at the vast expanse of white, everyone put on their glasses. The surroundings weren't open. Everyone was weaving through trees. As long as you grabbed a tree before you fell, you wouldn't fall, you'd just get a blizzard of snowfall. And if you lost control and fell into a tree, that would be even more hilarious. Luckily, everyone had good talent, and after a few falls, they all got the hang of it. While you couldn't ski too fast, you could still get around. Thanks to her cheating power, Maimong never fell. If she sensed something was amiss, she would transform into a humanoid figure to steady herself. Chapter 227. Everything was ready, and they were ready to set off. Before leaving, they left 2 sleds at base camp, letting the team members divide into groups and strive to have everyone learn the skill of skiing. In case they did find something valuable, there would be porters. They didn't bring any luggage with them. Each of the 5 of them set off with a backpack. As long as they brought the wheat-ons, they had everything they needed. The backpacks were filled with a few small, handy items. Of course, they also stuffed water, dry food, sleeping bags, and other emergency supplies. While they wouldn't be separated, there were no guarantees about accidents, so it was always better to be prepared. Each of them had a sled, and they happily paddled off into the distance. The team members looked at the handsome figures of the leaders with envy. They wanted to learn too, and go skiing. Bang! It's okay to fall. Just get up and continue. Pa! Pa! Everyone grew more courageous with each setback. Living in the dense forest, perhaps this would be their future mode of transportation. If they couldn't learn, wouldn't that be the same as not being able to walk? How could that be possible? Everyone's enthusiasm for learning was high. 2 sleds weren't enough to share, so they had to make a few more. This was what the boss had agreed to before they left. Maimong and the others randomly chose a direction and began to move forward. Every tree in the forest was covered in thick snow, as if wearing a white wedding dress, appearing both elegant and mysterious. Snowflakes accumulated on the branches, creating a scene of silvery white, a fairy tale-like scene. The entire world was blanketed in pure white snow, like a thick white velvet blanket, becoming quiet and pure. Each of them wrapped themselves tightly, wearing sunglasses, and moved expertly through the snow. Snowflakes continued to fall, like countless elves dancing in the air. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew, sending snowflakes tumbling from the branches, as if a light snowfall had begun, making one marvel at the wonder and beauty of nature. If this beauty were to fall upon one's own head, it wouldn't seem so wonderful. Qin Yujing shook her head, brushing off the snow, and was hit by a snowflake from a branch without noticing. Mai Meng smiled cheerfully. She wouldn't help with such a harmless matter. Mai Meng pulled out a robot, which transformed into a snowplow. With a few clicks, it cleared a clearing. They set out simple tables and chairs, took out the food, and prepared to eat. What a mistake! Within a minute, the hot food had gone cold in the wind. They exchanged glances, never expecting this. Forget it, let's just have the buns for lunch. We'll set up the tent tonight, and then have dinner. Maimong packed up the cold food and put it back into the space. He handed everyone a bun. Everyone ate one, so it wouldn't get cold. Oh, are we stupid? Qin Yujing slapped his forehead and mumbled. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He swallowed the bun in his mouth before continuing. The RV? We can take it out and eat lunch there, Qin Yujing said excitedly. The others glanced at each other. It was indeed possible. Maimong had secretly put the RV back into the space. Since it wasn't used regularly, it would be safer to keep it in the space. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We're almost full today, Mai Meng said, stuffing another bun into his mouth. They all ate several buns, and were almost stuffed. No one cared. A meal of buns was fine, and there were both vegetable and meat buns. After eating and drinking, everyone continued on their journey. I don't know if it was the wrong direction or what, but we didn't see anything along the way. There was nothing but snow on the ground and on the trees, not a single small animal in sight. That night, everyone found an open area to camp. Mai Meng simply took out the RV, lit the heating element, and happily ate a hot meal in the car. It turns out that going out in the snow season isn't as dangerous as we thought. At least, we didn't encounter any danger along the way, Qin Yujing said with a smile. Rumors spread like wildfire. They're really scary. Ha ha. Su Qing had chuckled sarcastically. No, what do you mean? Qin Yujing glared at him. Nothing, I just wanted to ask you, do you remember the way home? Su Qing asked. Qin Yujing fell silent. The snow had fallen so heavily that all traces of the way home had been wiped out, making it impossible to return the same way. And he didn't even know the way back. There were trees and snow everywhere, making it impossible to tell the direction. So, the greatest danger during the snowy season wasn't the mutant beasts, but the environment. Can you return after leaving? How long will it take? Will the food you brought be enough to sustain you until you get home safely? But with Maimong, these problems weren't a problem for them, which was why they felt the snowy season wasn't dangerous. Because the most dangerous issues had been resolved. Qin Yujing fell silent. Never mind, let's eat. My Mang couldn't help but laugh. Ever since Qin Yujing's visit, Su Qinghe had been making sarcastic remarks about her every now and then. Their supposed brotherhood was in jeopardy. Of course, my Mang was being selectively blind. This was not something she could get involved in. After a lively dinner, they argued again about sleeping arrangements. The RV had 2 beds, one on the upper floor and one on the lower floor, meaning one person could sleep with my Mang. Wang Haoran, I'm thinner, you can sleep with me. Qin Yujing, I can sleep on my side. Su Qinghe, I was with you yesterday, so it's our turn today. Xia Chengfeng, speaking of thin, I'm not fat. My Mang raised his hand weakly. Actually, I could sleep on the floor upstairs in the living room. No, the 4 of them said in unison. Finally, my Mang packed up the RV and set up the tent. It wouldn't be too cold with the heating bulbs on anyway. It was Su Qinghe's turn today, so they would serve as my Mang's left and right guards. As for the other 2, they would keep watch. How could they all sleep in the wild? My Mang sighed. She couldn't understand why they preferred sleeping on the floor over a good bed. Never mind. It was her man, so she just pamper him. What else could she do? She pulled the other 2 back and said she would just leave 2 robots to keep watch outside. The 5 of them drifted off to sleep, accompanied by the sound of the wind. The robot was, of course, just a facade. My Mang unleashed her spiritual power, taking in everything around her. Her spiritual power was now immense. She could still fall asleep even after unleashing it, sensing any unidentified intrusion. Outside the tent lay a blanket of snow, while inside, it felt like spring. The 5 of them slept soundly, huddled together, a scene of harmony and beauty. Chapter 228. In the darkness, a small, furry creature stealthily emerged from the snow. It glanced around, then leaped out, nimbly darting through the snow. It was so fast that only a trace of shadow remained. It was clad in snow white, and when motionless, it blended perfectly into its surroundings. They cleverly avoided prey in this way, and also used this advantage to hunt. However, because it wasn't near Maimong, no one noticed its presence. Maimong was quite quiet. Perhaps it was just the beginning of the snowy season, and everyone still had plenty of food, so no animals came out to forage. Except for the small creatures that loved to play in the snow. Early the next morning, the group packed up and continued on their journey. They decided to try their luck and venture into the inner part of the dense forest. As for how to distinguish the inner from the outer parts, the easiest way was to observe the trees. The trees in the inner part were 2 or 3 times larger than those in the outer part. They were taller and thicker. The next night, the trees surrounding their tent were much thicker than before. This place is between the inner and outer areas. The snowy season is so great. We haven't seen a single mutant beast in 2 days. The danger level has plummeted. It's really like a winter hike, my Mang said with a smile. The most elusive snakes have gone into hibernation, which means a lot less trouble. However, with a single effort, my Mang used his mental power to crush a spider. Why are there spiders in the middle of winter? They don't even have a single hair. Are they immune to the cold? Have you noticed? The snow gets thinner the further you go in. Xia Chengfeng said. It must be that the trees here are bigger and more dense, blocking the snow. Less snow is falling, so naturally there's less snow on the ground. Qin Yujing said uncertainly. Tonight wasn't quite as quiet. There were always some small animals trying to visit, but Maimong killed them and chased them away. After all, no small animals were allowed to disturb their rest within 10 meters of the tent. The next day, the group woke up early, had a hearty breakfast, and set out. As the snow thinned, the group packed up their sleds, put on their ski boots, and began walking. Look, there's grass! Maimong ran to the side, only to discover a clump of grass beneath the snow. These unpleasant weeds were stubbornly growing beneath the blizzard. In a world shrouded in snow, a touch of green suddenly appeared. It felt particularly warm and surprising, like a glimpse of hope and vitality. Keep looking inside. The group continued walking. After a morning's walk, there was no trace of snow underfoot. They gazed at the lush green forest, speechless with amazement. Just now it had been the quiet, still winter, but here it had transformed into the bustling heat of summer. It wasn't the temperature, but the environment. There was no sign of winter here at all. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed everywhere, and the grass grew lushly. Looking up, the trees were very tall, perhaps over 10 meters high, and there was no trace of snow at all. They changed into their own shoes and took off their thick cotton jackets. The temperature here should be above zero, not below. Isn't this amazing? Is this the depths of the dense forest? Wouldn't that be more suitable for living? Qin Yujing exclaimed in amazement. Are you sure? Su Qinghe looked at the thick tree trunks, the endless treetops. We can live in a tree house. Qin Yujing retorted weakly. Forget about that. It would be a lot of trouble to uproot these trees. The lush branches and leaves above were already woven together, intertwined with the other branches. Who could tell which branches belonged to which tree? Let's eat first. We're hungry. We'll continue our journey after we're full, Qin Yujing suggested. Okay. It wasn't that cold here. My Mang took out a large brazier and placed it under the table. That way, the food wouldn't get cold as quickly, and they could also warm themselves by the fire. In the dead of winter, hot pot is the most comfortable thing, but it can be a little troublesome when you're out and about. So, Maimong chose to eat boiled pork slices, a non-spicy mixed vegetable and meat stew, and a bowl of bright red maochuang stir-fried pork belly. Maimang's mouth watered at the sight. Despite the cold weather, they ate with relish. The aroma of the food slowly wafted out, attracting many small animals. Little squirrels hid in the trees, peeking at the people below. No one had ever set foot here, so they weren't afraid of people. They were more curious, perhaps thinking they discovered a new species. Maimong didn't sense any ill will and ignored them. They leave after watching enough. After eating and drinking, the group sat there to rest for a while. Maimong gave everyone a piece of fruit. Fruit was essential after a meal. The animals hadn't reacted to the meal just now, but now, seeing them eating the fruit, they jumped around in the trees excitedly. Until the group set out again, not a single small animal dared to come out to beg for food. This place is truly magical. If there weren't any dangerous species, wouldn't it be great to bring the kids here to play in the future? Wang Haoren said. The flowers and grass looked much the same as before the apocalypse, even smaller than they were during the rainy season. And unlike in summer, when they seemed almost taller than a person. It was like a paradise. However, imagination is rosy. Although the snakes hibernated, many poisonous insects and ants still roamed. A single careless move could lead to a bite. And those mutant beasts, if they attract smaller ones, naturally attract larger ones too. Just because they hadn't encountered them didn't mean they wouldn't. What's more, they would soon encounter them. At night, while sleeping, my Mang heard a roar. Not only did my Mang hear it, but everyone else heard it too. Their comfortable lives these days had almost made them forget that they were in a world filled with mutant beasts. Seeing my Mang didn't move, the others didn't get up either. A big bear was fighting. A dog, my Mang said uncertainly. Fighting with a dog. Are all dogs this brave now? Although it had grown in size, the big bear had grown in size too. I have to say, this dog was truly brave. It used its agility to leap around the big bear, causing the big bear to roar in anger. Compared to the dog, the big bear's movements seemed much clumsier. But its strength was not to be underestimated. A single slap or scratch from it would have drawn blood from the dog. Judging from the scars on the dog's body, it was probably no match for it. Maimong didn't want to rashly help either side. They were all natives, he was the newcomer. How could you know what their conflict was, and who was right and who was wrong? Chapter 229. Besides, if wolves eat sheep, are they wrong? Some animals eat meat, some eat vegetables. Humans, there's nothing they can't eat. So are humans wrong? There's no such thing as absolute right or wrong. Watching the two animals walk away, Maimong and the others drifted off to sleep. Perhaps due to the intimidating presence of the giant bear, the forest was unusually quiet tonight. Even the cries of small animals were mute. Maimong and the others planned to continue their journey inside for another day to see if they could find any food. Regardless of whether they found anything or not, the five of them were ready to return home. This was the first time they'd been out for so long, and if they didn't return, they were afraid their families would worry. They had originally planned to return in one day, but they discovered nothing but snow all around, with no other scenery at all. Aside from some wild vegetables, Maimong and the others hadn't spotted any fruit trees. But everywhere they looked, the environment was magical, with no trace of snow. At noon, while they were eating, the little squirrels that had watched them eat the previous day returned. Some of them stayed in the trees, others hid in the grass, only their little heads peeking out, looking incredibly adorable. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Maimong couldn't resist and brought out some nuts to tease them. At the sight of the nuts, their eyes lit up, and the whole squirrel became even more excited. They jumped around, but didn't dare approach. They perfectly demonstrated their desire to eat, yet their fear of approaching to take them. Maimong wasn't impatient. He placed the nuts by the table, waiting for the little squirrels to fall into his trap, letting them experience the wickedness of human nature. Finally, one little squirrel gave in, and slowly made its way towards Maimong. It stopped and started, glancing at Maimong, only to find she didn't react. Then it tentatively picked up the nuts from the table, and Maimong said nothing. Maimong screamed inwardly, "This little squirrel is so cute." Suddenly, she grabbed the squirrel that was taking the nuts. Chi-chi. A series of shrill cries echoed around them. They all thought Maimong had crushed the squirrel to death. The squirrel lay motionless in Maimong's hands, even its tail drooping. All the squirrels glared at Maimong fiercely, as if seeking revenge for the squirrel. Ha ha ha. Maimong didn't know how she could discern their emotions from those little eyes. But her mental power could sense the emotions conveyed by the little animals. As for communicating with each other, well, that wasn't enough. Maimong opened her hand. This little creature was truly playful, actually cooperating with her. Chirp. The little squirrel saw Maimong's hand open and happily stood up, chirping at him non-stop. It seemed to be begging for praise. Maimong patted its head and praised, "Great." The little squirrel was about the size of a cat, covered in fur. He petted it, feeling incredibly comfortable. Maimong took out a handful of melon seeds and placed them on the table as a reward. The little squirrel chirped happily at the people around it. Unable to carry off the seeds, it prepared to call its friends over to share the treat. 4 of the little squirrels couldn't resist the temptation and ran over. They ate while looking at Maimong. Maimong reached out to them, and they quickly hid behind the little squirrel. Hiding behind was no use. Maimong petted them anyway. Maimong petted this one, then that one, having a blast. Seeing they were enjoying their meal, Maimong took out another handful of pine nuts for them to eat. "Let's go! We'll leave the table here," Maimong said to the others after they had enough fun. The others had already packed up their things and were ready to go. They strolled around a bit more before heading back. The 5 of them packed up and set off. Before leaving, Maimong left some fruit for them. The little squirrel that had been there at first saw Maimong leaving and quickly jumped onto her shoulder. "I'm going home. I might not be back. Do you want to come with me?" Maimong nodded the little squirrel's head. "Chirp," the little squirrel responded. Then it chirped several more times toward the woods. Receiving a response, it happily jumped on Maimong's shoulder. "Chirp, chirp." The little squirrel seemed very excited. Finally, Maimong caught the little squirrel in a bag and draped it diagonally across his shoulders. It certainly wouldn't have been stable standing on his shoulder like that. "You're so naughty. From now on, your name will be Shoopy." And just like that, after one trip, Maimong brought back a little squirrel. They didn't find anything delicious, so they prepared to return home. Next time, they say hello to their families and explore further. They chose a different route on their way back. Perhaps they discover something new. Chi-chi. When they stopped to rest that night, Shoopy called to Maimong. Then he turned and looked in one direction. "Why are you taking me?" Maimong asked curiously. The others stayed behind to set up camp, and Su-ching-ha followed Maimong. They weren't sure if Maimong could move on his own. Twisting left and right, Maimong arrived at a large tree. "Chirp!" Xiaopai jumped off Maimong's shoulders and walked toward the cave entrance. Maimong had already spotted a dying puppy inside. It was truly tiny, seemingly newly born, and looked 2 or 3 times larger than Xiaopai. How did he know it was a puppy? Because it looked so much like the dog that had fought the bear that night. Could it grow that big? Thinking of that golden glowing dog, Maimong felt a little tempted. How about raising it? Taking a majestic golden retriever with you when you go out sounds like a good idea. Xiaopai struggled mightily, but couldn't even move the puppy lying in the tree hole. Just as he was about to go out to call for help from his owner, he noticed the puppy stir. A mysterious force lifted the puppy up and slowly made its way toward the cave entrance. Xiaopai followed happily, bounding out. Maimong took out an old piece of clothing, wrapped the puppy in it, and took it and Xiaopai back to camp. "Is it still alive?" Su-ching-ha asked. "Yeah, but I don't know if it can survive. Let's give it a try. If we can save it, maybe we can use it to pull the cart next year, and we won't have to work so hard sledding," Maimong said happily. Su-ching-ha looked at the puppy in his hands. It was so small, and he didn't know how big it would grow. Back in the tent, Maimong worried again. What to feed it? She took out some puppy food and held it to the puppy's mouth, but it didn't respond. Won't eat? Or couldn't eat? Or was it starved to death? How about soaking it in water and seeing if it can swallow it? Qin Yujing suggested. If it can swallow, then there's still hope. If it can't even eat, then just leave it here and don't bring it back to base camp. So, Wang Haoran took a small amount of the feed and soaked it to see if it would work. He had the most experience here. After all, he'd taken care of little Mohan when he was little. Chapter 230. Luckily, the puppy was able to swallow the soaked food. Wang Haoran had no idea how long it had been hungry, or if it could digest it. He didn't dare feed it too much at once, so he only gave it a small bowl before stopping. After finishing his meal, the puppy lay there motionless. If it weren't for the heaving of its chest, it would have been hard to tell it was still alive. Throughout the night, Wang Haoran woke up several times, just as he had done with little Mohan. He fed it a bowl of porridge every 2 hours. He also gave it some water, worried it might be thirsty. The next day, the puppy dazedly opened its eyes. It saw an unfamiliar environment, but it was warm. The environment was warm, the clothes wrapped around it were warm, and beside it, there was something smaller than itself. It remembered that its mother had gone out to find food and hadn't returned. It was starving, and then it lost consciousness. After a while, it fell back into a deep sleep. The puppy didn't wake up again until Mai Meng and the others had all gotten up. Wang Haoran had just finished making some porridge and was about to give it to the puppy when he saw it open its eyes. Just right, now you're awake, eat it yourself. Wang Haoran placed the bowl in front of the puppy. It was now its own bowl. The puppy remembered the smell. It had smelled it several times in its dreams. Wang Haoran watched the puppy slowly lap up its food and left it alone. The mutant beast has such strong vitality. It's not dying even after all this. Qin Yujing sighed. From now on, it'll be Xiao Jin, Mai Meng said, pointing at the golden-haired Xiao Jin. Mai Meng took a bag, put Xiao Jin in it, and handed it to Qin Yujing to carry. He and Wang Haoran had slightly higher body temperatures. If the puppy was carried by the other two, Mai Meng was afraid the puppy, who had just recovered, would freeze to death. Out of the inner reaches of the dense forest, the snow gradually thickened again. Xiao Pai no longer poked his head out to feel the biting wind. Ugh, it was too cold. Xiao Pai was happiest at mealtimes, because Mai Meng would give him lots of delicious food. Even better than anything he could find on his own. And many things he had never tasted before. Xiao Jin gradually recovered under Wang Haoran's careful care. He was a little shy though, and loved nothing more than clinging to Wang Haoran. After 3 days of traveling, they returned to base camp. Before returning, they stopped at the salt pan to replace the battery in their radiation absorber. Before they even got close, they heard the sounds of activity. At first, everyone stumbled and struggled to learn to ski, but once they mastered, they began to refine and improve their skills. Finally, since staying home during the snowy season was boring anyway, everyone, fearless of the cold, ventured out to play. Various skiing competitions and freestyle skiing were on the horizon. For the first time, everyone realized that snow season could be so fun. A group of people gathered together, their lively atmosphere dispelling the bitter cold. They even reopened the large canteen. Everyone contributed ingredients, and those working in the kitchen didn't have to contribute because they had to work. Everyone played downstairs, and when they got tired, they had food to eat, making each day truly fulfilling. They didn't stray far, just playing nearby. Everything was white, getting lost wouldn't be fun. As soon as Mai Meng and his friends approached, they were spotted by the guards. The people playing were on the other side, so they weren't known for the time being. Mai Meng and his friends went straight back to their homes. It's still so comfortable at home. Mai Meng and the others began undressing as soon as they entered the room. It was winter outside, but the house was warm as spring. Xiao Pai and Xiao Jin were put down. Wang Haoran took them straight to the bathroom. It had been too cold outside to do it, but now that they were home, he definitely had to help them wash up. The two children, both adults and children, emerged smelling delicious. Xiao Jin's fur was even more fluffy after being washed, and he timidly followed Xiao Pai out. Xiao Pai, with his long tail swishing, looked incredibly proud of having a little brother. The others also went to shower. These days, showering was the most inconvenient thing about being out there. You could shower in the RV, but it wasn't as comfortable as at home. Little Mohan, seeing his parents return, happily threw himself on Wang Haoran. The little guy had grown so plump and was so handy. Now Grandma Wang couldn't hold him for long, but the little one was still learning to walk, and he didn't like being held. After a brief flirtation with Wang Haoran, he broke free, wanting to go down and play. He quickly crawled toward Xiao Jin, who, seeing him coming towards him, quickly ran away. When Maimong and the others emerged, they saw a man, a dog, and a squirrel engaged in a chase game in the house. One chased, the two animals ran. Just as the dog and squirrel were running happily, they were snatched up by two large hands. One in each hand. Qin Yujing caught them, and handed them to Xiao Mohan. Little Mohan, having caught what he had been chasing for so long, cried out in joy to Qin Yujing. "Call Daddy." Qin Yujing squatted down, and said to Xiao Mohan. "Ah." Little Mohan replied. He clutched a furry cub in each hand, looking around excitedly. Finally, he let go of Little Pai and embraced Little Jean with both arms. "Aoeo." Little Jean cried in a baby voice. "Ah." Little Mohan replied. "Aoeo." Little Jean. "Ah." The two cubs exchanged pleasantries, back and forth. Little Pai bounded onto Mei Meng's shoulders. This was his true financial master. Only with adults could there be delicious food. That evening, Sister Yin and the other two nannies began working in the kitchen. The child was left in the living room, where Maimong and the others looked after him. "I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have grown a lot bigger." Maimong looked left and right. Her cubs had grown even more handsome. One for each of the four of them was just right. Wang Haoran held Little Mohan, while Little Mohan held Little Jean in his arms. Su Qinghe held the eldest of the triplets, Qin Yujing held the second, and Xia Chunfeng held the third. Mai Meng held Xiao Pai. Boys are just different. He was the smallest when he was born, but now he's the strongest, Mai Meng said, looking at the third child in Xia Chunfeng's arms. Sister Yin said, "The eldest and second sisters drink 150 grams of alcohol per meal, and these 7 of them drink 180 grams, Xia Chunfeng said happily. "It's a joy to have my little ones eat well. Eat more and they grow faster, and when they grow up, they can better protect their family." The triplets started to feel sleepy after playing for a while. Each of them had their own crib. With Xiao Jin and Xiao Pai, Xiao Mohan no longer had much interest in his 4 dads. He chased after the 2 little ones all night. Eating by himself at night, he couldn't even use a spoon, and he had to feed Xiao Jin along with his food. It was obvious that Xiao Mohan really loved Xiao Jin. The group happily enjoyed dinner. Wang Haoran found an empty room and built 2 nests for Xiao Jin and Xiao Pai. This room would be the pet room from now on. Little Mohan had overexerted himself today, and even before he finished his milk powder, he started pecking at the food like a chicken. By the time he finished it, he was already fast asleep. Chapter 231. After a few days of resting at home, Maimong went to see their activities. Listening to everyone's cheerful laughter, Maimong felt deeply satisfied. Thinking back to the days when heavy snow could only keep him at home, specifically, in his room, in his bed. He never left the house unless absolutely necessary. When people are idle, they become anxious. Watching the dwindling food supply, the dwindling firewood supply, and themselves being idle. Every day is a torment for the poor, with no joy of rest at all. They would rather work year-round, busy, to show they have an income. Maimong and the others prepared to set off again, this time heading in a different direction. They asked Xiopi, who said he wanted to stay home and play with Xiao Mohan. As for Xiao Jin, they had no plans to take him out. As usual, the 5 of them traveled light and sped forward, ignoring the thick snow outside. The snow was too thick, and they wouldn't find anything. Their intended destination was the inner part of the dense forest. As expected, the snow thinned as they approached the inner area. Once inside, there was no trace of snow. Wildflowers were still in bloom, but this time, there were no adorable squirrels. With a clear goal in mind, they ignored the scenery outside and took out their SUVs, heading deep into the dense forest. Maimong was in charge of driving. The road was difficult to navigate, or rather, it didn't exist at all. Maimong felt like he was about to vomit from the wobbling ride. But no matter how slow, driving was still much faster than walking. After a day of driving, Maimong noticed an increasing number of wild vegetables around him. After a night's rest, they decided to explore the area and see if they could find anything new. Su Qinghe took out a radiation monitor and measured the area, discovering that the radiation levels deep within the dense forest were surprisingly lower than those outside. It was almost approaching habitable levels. Of course, it was only approaching, not yet habitable. Besides, the environment didn't look habitable. Since he was already there, Mai Meng dug up some wild vegetables. He only dug a little before stopping. If you ask why, it was simply because he couldn't help but want to dig. Not only were there wild vegetables, but he also discovered a small bamboo forest. Mai Meng immediately ran in, ready to dig for bamboo shoots. Sure enough, there were some, though not very large. My Mang tested them as he dug. He finally found one with medium radiation, and one with low radiation. The other dozen or so were all high radiation. The edible rate of bamboo shoots here is quite high, my Mang explained in surprise. The others also found medium radiation shoots, and Xia Chengfeng found two with low radiation. Compared to the high radiation levels outside, the edible rate was much higher. Maimon purified all the bamboo shoots to make them radioactive. I just tested them, just to see the radiation levels of the food in the dense forest. It seems the radiation levels are indeed much lower than outside. There are a few small animals here though. I wonder if they're hibernating, or if we haven't encountered any. Maimon didn't see a single pheasant, rabbit, wild boar or snake. And the big bear we saw earlier is gone too. Maybe it's further inland. So, people can't stand nagging. And animals too. They were still nagging about wild boars in the afternoon, and then they came to their tent that evening. 2 big wild boars with 5 little ones. They must be a family out for a walk and wandered over to Mai Mang's place. Mai Mang, awakened, wasn't angry. Pigs were bringing her meat, and so much of it all at once. What was there to be angry about? Mai Mang woke everyone up and came to life. She could kill the wild boars outright, but she couldn't just keep the people around her like greenhouse flowers. But with a previous experience in mind, Mai Mang first used her mental power to cast a protective circle around them. It was the kind that only allowed her to hit him, not him. Every attack from the wild boars would be absorbed by the protective circle, leaving those within harmless. Later, Mai Mang realized that this wasn't going to work. Over time, their vigilance would decrease. So, she improved the protective circle, blocking some of the most vulnerable areas. She would just watch from the side, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, there were only 2 large wild boars. The 4 of them shouldn't be too defeated, right? As it turned out, they weren't. 5 little wild boars, level 2. But they were defensive mutants. They weren't that easy to defeat. Moreover, newborn piglets are fearless, and united brothers can overcome any obstacle. The 5 young wild boars charged directly at Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing was outmatched. The last 2 fought the young wild boars, leaving them with only 1 each to deal with the 2 larger ones. Luckily, the wild boars were only level 3, and the other 2 could still fight. The outcome was decided from the start. Xia Chengfeng and Su Qinghe merely struggled a few more times. I'll trap one first, and you 2 can try 2 against 1. Mai Mang used his mental power to trap the boars. Let them try their hand at the sows. Su Qinghe and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they had been completely outmatched. Wang Haoran was fighting 2 against 1, and the battle was a bit tough. But he could manage it for now. Qin Yujing was fighting 3 against 1, but he could occasionally use his supernatural powers to disrupt the other side. Animals have an instinctive fear of fire. Qin Yujing drew a circle of fire, intending to trap the pig. This is a forest. Setting fires isn't appropriate, Mai Mang said quietly. Ah, I was so engrossed in the fight I forgot. What should I do? Should I put out the fire first? Qin Yujing said embarrassedly. He only knew how to set a fire, not how to put it back. Forget it. Do whatever you want. I'll help you watch the fire. Mai Mang pulled a chair aside and sat down, almost taking a handful of sunflower seeds to start cracking. In the end, the group managed to win by a narrow margin. Although they were a little bruised. Don't get complacent. There's still a big boss to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, the boar was released by Mai Mang. He had just been immobilized, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as his wife and child were beaten to death. His rage had reached its peak. Even if it was 4 against 1, they couldn't afford to be careless. After all, they were facing a furious wild boar, and the 4 of them had just been through a battle. Maimon wasn't worried at all. They had already protected what they needed to. If 4 people couldn't even defeat a wild boar, then she would have to help. Of course, she doted on her man. Thankfully, the 4 of them ultimately prevailed. Maimon unloaded the RV and sent the others inside to wash up, applying some medicine afterward. She, on the other hand, was responsible for handling the spoils. How about a rose-suckling pig for breakfast? In the end, Maimon gave up. Since it was still dark, they could get some more sleep. After a quick bite, they returned to their tents to sleep. This kind of battle is commonplace for them, so the idea of not being able to sleep is non-existent. Chapter 232. However, Mai Mang's fighting prowess once again blew their minds. This woman, who acted so cute and docile in front of them, could very well fight 4 of them alone. Looking at her nonchalant expression tonight, she didn't even take the wild boar seriously. And the 4 of them only achieved victory with my Mang's help. If it weren't for my Mang, they wouldn't have been able to hold their own. So, the result was that the four of them weren't enough to fight. Although a little depressed, I had already prepared myself mentally. So, it wasn't that bad. More than anything, I was happy. The stronger my Mang, the less likely she was to be bullied. As for bullying others, how could my Mang be such a person? The other party must have done something wrong. Qin Yujing was still shocked when he thought about how easily my Mang had extinguished the fire he had just set. The fire set by a superpowered person was different from ordinary fire. Not only was it difficult to extinguish, it was also easy to reignite. Since reaching level 3, he's not only become more proficient in his ability control, but has also learned several mass-sending techniques. The downside, however, is that he only knows how to set fires. This year in the dense forest, his abilities are somewhat useless. But doesn't my Mang also have fire abilities? His level is even higher than his, otherwise how could he control them so freely? Looking at my Mang sleeping soundly beside him, forget it. I'll ask him tomorrow after he wakes up. After a dreamless night, everyone woke up early the next day. Are you a multi-ability user? Qin Yujing asked my Mang curiously. Yes, didn't I tell you? My Mang said in mock surprise. Qin Yujing, damn, I'm fooled by her. It's just that my powers weren't activated when I was 10, but in the past few years, and they're unstable. Sometimes they're there, sometimes not, and only in recent years have they been stable. My Mang explained. Is your method for stabilizing your powers by replenishing your yin with yang? After all, it's only been these past 2 years. Qin Yujing rubbed his chin. Sister my Mang, you can't just say you don't want them anymore. We're contributing to your ability upgrade. Qin Yujing teased my Mang's face. Go away. My Mang waved his hand away and cursed with a smile. The group chatted and laughed as they continued their journey deeper into the dense forest. Although the dense forest didn't snow, the bounty wasn't as plentiful as one might imagine. They also found wild fruits and the footprints of many small animals. Looking at the few wild fruits, my Mang and his companions didn't pick any. They had plenty of food and drink, so they left them for the animals in need. They walked for a week, encountering many animals foraging for food. Some ran away at the sight of people, while those who challenged them were beaten to death. The largest harvest was of root vegetables. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, peanuts. These still showed signs of being torn apart, so Maimong and the others took half and kept the other half. Garlic and ginger were truly untouched. They lay perfectly intact in the fields. Once they discovered a large patch, for people were responsible for digging it out, while Maimong was in charge of bagging it. To be more precise, she sat there directing the bagging of branches. All they saw was branches sweeping around, picking up the ginger from the ground and filling their bags. Once it was full, my Mang placed it in the space. She made most of the cotton cloth she had obtained into bags, allowing her to carry all sorts of things into the space. After all, clothes could be bought in the safe zone. Your branches are so powerful, can you dig ginger directly out of the soil? During lunch, Qin Yujing asked curiously. The others also looked at my Mang curiously. Sure. My Mang nodded. Show me, Qin Yujing said. My Mang placed her palm on the ground, and soon the soil loosened, and branches, carrying pieces of ginger, emerged from the soil. My Mang possessed mental power, allowing her to see the distribution of the ginger underground. She then used her earth-based abilities to loosen the soil, and then her wood-based abilities to roll the ginger out. Then she had the scene of all the ginger emerging from the ground. Using wood-based abilities alone to sense the location of the ginger would also work, but it wouldn't be as fast. The 4 people watched in astonishment. The fruits of their morning's labor were harvested in the blink of an eye by my Mang. So why did we have to work so hard to dig it out? Qin Yujing lunged at my Mang. Ah, I'm going to fight you, you bully. My Mang was immediately tackled to the ground, and then Qin Yujing tickled her. Ha ha. I don't know. Ha ha. My Mang dodged left and right, avoiding Qin Yujing's vicious grasp. She hadn't expected to dig ginger so quickly. Su Qinghe had also tried, but couldn't pull out the ginger as easily as my Mang. Furthermore, he could only carry 5 or 6 pieces at a time. Carrying more would drain his energy quickly. Unlike my Mang, who could easily pull out dozens of pieces of ginger. His understanding of my Mang's abilities was once again refreshed. It seemed he had truly found a treasure. The best thing Qin Yujing had ever done in her life was bringing my Mang back to the villa. Alright. We just had a meal. Why are you making such a fuss? Su Qinghe rescued the man from Qin Yujing's clutches. With my Mang's arrival, the ginger patch was quickly cleared. Of course, my Mang had left many small ones, Perhaps they could harvest again next year. Mei Mong had roughly marked the harvest locations this year in a small notebook. And chili peppers. These pungent ingredients aren't eaten by animals. Mei Mong and his companions also found many rare medicinal herbs. The age and quality were all very good. Su Qinghe was the one who recognized most of these herbs. The forest encyclopedia given by the system was only to help my Mang avoid getting lost in the dense forest. Food and medicine still required my Mang's discerning eye. Su Qinghe had been working with various plants since childhood. The family also had various books on plants. Because he had a good memory, he could recognize almost every herb he saw. If my dad could come in and take a look around, he'd be so happy, Su Qinghe said with a smile. Although his father focused on farming, he also had some knowledge of medicine. Especially during the years when Su Qinghe was injured, he wished he could just switch to the pharmaceutical industry. The family also had a collection of many precious medicinal herbs. Su Qinghe looked at the ginseng in his hand, which was at least 200 years old. The family also had a treasured plant, less than 100 years old. When the time comes, pick out some herbs that Dad Su likes and send them to him. Does Dad Qin like herbs? If so, pick some too. My Mang said generously. Anyway, she would keep these herbs in the medical department. Besides therapeutic potions, traditional Chinese medicine also needed to develop gradually. After all, some injuries didn't need to be cured by taking therapeutic potions, but simply ignoring them wouldn't work. There are also ready-made pills with various functions. You can prepare some at home, so that you don't have to go to the medical room every time. Chapter 233. My dad doesn't like medicinal herbs. He loves delicious food, just like me. Just send him some goodies when the time comes. And my brother, don't be fooled by his quiet nature, that's just an act. He's a real foodie too. To be honest, my brother has always taken care of me, and even now, I still don't know what his favorite food is. Or maybe he's like Howren, eating everything. Anyway, I've never seen him dislike something. Aunt Lin cooks at home. Every time she asks him, he just says no. Of course, she always eats everything she cooks. So, he really doesn't know what his brother likes. Next, no matter what they find, as long as it's in the fields, no one else has to do it, which makes things much more efficient. After a round, the group headed home. Not only did they harvest a variety of grains, seasonings, and medicinal herbs, but they also caught all sorts of prey that came to them. Things are different now. Any edible species is radiation-free after being handled by Mei Mong. The crystal cores were confiscated, and the meat was left behind. The meat stored in Mei Mang's space, based on this year's harvest alone, could feed the entire base camp for years. This included not only what had been captured in the past few days, but also the various highly radioactive mutant beasts the team had handed in during the autumn. After leaving the inner area, the men had to don their padded jackets again and begin their skiing journey home. They stayed in the snow for a day. Tonight, Mei Mong discovered a new and unusual species. It was so fast that even Mei Mang's mental power struggled to capture it. Of course, Mei Mong wasn't trying to capture the creature, but rather to capture its presence without being detected. See what it is. It moved so quickly that my Mang could only see a few afterimages bouncing back and forth. It was snow white and small. She had to look at it more closely. Soon, my Mang seized her opportunity. It dove into a snowdrift and stopped. Mei Mong finally saw its appearance. It must be a completely snow-white fox. Why wasn't she sure? Because my Mang had never seen a fox, let alone a white one. She only seen it on TV. Also, based on the many animals she's seen, they'd be 2 or 3 times larger than before the apocalypse, yet this fox didn't look that big. Perhaps, it was about the same size as pre-apocalyptic foxes. Of course, this was just a guess. My Mang only knew that adult pre-apocalyptic foxes weighed about 10 kilograms, so she had no idea of their exact size. Or perhaps, this wasn't a fox, but a small, fox-like animal that had grown larger. The little white fox looked around, shifting its position occasionally lowering its head to eat a few mouthfuls of snowflakes. Mei Mong wondered if it was hungry. So hungry that it could only eat snow to satisfy its hunger. In a moment of compassion, she got up and set up a table outside the tent. What's wrong? Another mutant beast? When my Mang got up, the others woke up. No, you guys stay asleep. Don't get up. I'll go put something out and be back. Mei Mong stopped them from getting up. She put on her thickest cotton jacket and went out. The little white fox froze even more when she heard the noise. Her ears perked up, listening to the sounds around her. Mei Mong set the table and placed various fruits and vegetables on it, along with a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a piece of raw and cooked meat. After quickly putting it away, my Mang slid back into her sleeping bag. What happened? The others, still awake, waited for my Mang to return before quietly asking her. I found a cute little creature, but it was so hungry it could only eat snow, so I left it a midnight snack, my Mang said with a grin. My Mang then watched the little creature's movements. But after waiting and waiting, the little creature didn't even raise its head. It squatted there motionless, truly blending in with its surroundings. If my Mang hadn't used her mental powers to see it, the naked I would have been completely blinded by the tiny creature hidden in the snow. Its little snout twitched as it moved in the direction my Mang had placed the fruit. About 50 meters from the fruit, the little white fox turned and scurried away like an arrow. Maimong thought the other party was being incredibly vigilant. After waiting for a long time with no sign of the little white fox, Maimong gave up and went to sleep. The little fox, on its part, smelled something unanimal and took off running. So many delicious smells mixed together. It must be bait for the enemy. No tree could produce so much fruit at once. The little white fox, believing it had seen through everything, proudly nibbled another mouthful of snow. The next day, Maimong noticed the food still on the table, and the little white fox hadn't returned. She didn't mind. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision to feed it. Maimong didn't clear the table of food, but instead added more fruits and vegetables. The heavy snow was making life difficult for everyone, and since a white fox was nearby, she felt obliged to help in any way she could. The other person was the legendary white fox. Maybe he could transform into a beautiful woman, or maybe it could be a white fox repaying a favor. In any case, my Mang had already imagined every TV drama imaginable. Of course, she was just amusing herself, not holding out any hope. The 5 of them returned to base camp, preparing to set out again, because the new year was approaching. Before, they didn't even have the concept of celebrating the new year, because there was nothing special to celebrate. Now it was different. There was food, drink, and many people. The new year was even more lively. From New Year's Eve to the first 3 days of the new year, my Mang provided the food, and everyone ate, drank, and had fun. The feeling of eating your own food was different from eating someone else's. If my Mang treated them one more day, they could save a little more food. Next year, it wouldn't be a time for communal meals. Everything would have to be purchased with star coins. After Qin Yujing's house was built, she installed a signal receiver on the roof. As long as it was nearby, the bracelet would still work properly. Otherwise, daily life would be too inconvenient, especially when he needed help. On New Year's Eve, little Mohan gave everyone a big gift. He had always walked unsteadily, but on that day, he finally let go of his own hands and took his first steps. He fell after only a few steps, but he was officially walking. Notably, he didn't cry after the fall, he just froze, as if he hadn't expected to fall. Then he got up, kept walking, kept falling, and kept walking. With his own efforts, he finally learned to walk by the afternoon. He scurried over to Maimong and asked for a hug. Everyone in the house was busy, except for his mother, who sat idle on the sofa. "Mom, Mom!" Little Mohan called to Maimong's feet. Maimong, delighted, picked up little Mohan and said, "Baby, what did you just say?" "Say it again." Chapter 234. "Mom, Mom." Little Mohan obediently watched Maimong call out again. "Hey, baby, that's great." Maimong happily kissed little Mohan on the cheek. He carried him to the kitchen to show off. "Listen, little Mohan can talk now." Maimong stood at the doorway and said to little Mohan, "Baby, call Mom." "Mom, Mom." Little Mohan called out obediently. The others were furious. They had been coaxing little Mohan to call Daddy for so long, only to find he called Mommy first. So, everyone lost their focus on cooking and gathered around little Mohan, calling him Daddy. Little Mohan just laughed, as if to say, "What a bunch of silly sons." Of course, the above is Maimang's personal opinion, not little Mohan's. Talking is like opening up the Ren and Du meridians. That night, Mohan held little Jean in his arms, and suddenly he called out Dad. At first, everyone thought it was an illusion, until he held Xiao Jean and called him Daddy again. Qin Yujing, being closest, took the lead, picked up Xiao Mohan and said, "Little Tuanzi, call Daddy." "Daddy." This time, Xiao Mohan responded cooperatively. "Ha ha, little Tuanzi is the first one to call me." "Ha ha." Qin Yujing laughed wildly. Suqing'e rolled his eyes at him, picked up Xiao Mohan, and said, "At best, it counts as second." Qin Yujing looked at Xiao Jin and said, "Xiao Jin isn't a human, so it doesn't count." "Then you don't count either." After that, he turned to Xiao Mohan and said, "Call Daddy." "Daddy!" Little Mohan shouted happily. "So good." Suqing'e smiled, patting Xiao Mohan's head. Tonight, little Mohan fulfilled everyone's wish, calling them dad several times in a row. At one point, no matter how much they coaxed him, little Mohan refused to speak. You've made me dizzy, my Mang scoffed mercilessly. The child had no idea what mom and dad meant. To him, it was just a sound. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to hold Xiao Jin and call him dad instead of the others. Time flew by. With the daily bustle of people coming and going, this winter wasn't boring at all. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and the rainy season was less than a month away. Should we go to the safe zone ahead of time to see who wants to follow us? Life is most difficult at the beginning of the rainy season. If we take people away, we should be able to save many people, my Meng asked them. Because she had lived in the slums before, while there had been no casualties in the East District, the other districts hadn't experienced a year without casualties. Is the road easy to walk on in the snow? If not, we can leave later. Su Qinghe asked my Meng. We can even walk to the inner area, let alone the dense forest. It's a piece of cake, my Meng said confidently. Okay, we'll leave for the safe zone in 2 weeks. We'll then count the number of people leaving the slums. As for housing, those buildings can be used as a first stop. We'll assign another group to quickly build the houses. The family suites will be next. The exteriors are all the same, but the interior layout needs some changes. 3 buildings were built last year and are still empty, not yet divided into rooms. When people arrive, we'll all sleep together on the shared bunk beds. Meals and everything else will be the same anyway. By then, every floor will be working together, and there's no need to worry about anyone making a move. Everything is planned, and we'll start construction as soon as the rainy season arrives. The ground is frozen solid right now. Starting construction would be too strenuous. That's not right. Aren't those little bastards out skiing all day? Aren't they just idle? In the past, they couldn't leave the house without working in the winter, but now everyone's out every day. So what are we waiting for? In just a few months, we can build 2 buildings. Qin Yujing slapped his forehead and said, because winter is always a time of rest, they hadn't thought about this for a while. Now that they remembered, their good times were over. Construction began, and the team split into 2 groups. One team renovated the existing houses, mainly 3 and 4 bedroom units, giving priority to families with elderly people and children. The outer frames of the houses above ground were quickly built, while the other team began constructing the reservoirs and underground works. There's a lot to do anyway. The first floor of each building is a private room, ready for patrol officers. With Qin Yujing's command, everyone's hibernation officially ended. Maimong and the others didn't need to help with building the house. They recently noticed a phenomenon. Mutant beasts were appearing one after another. The common trait was that they were emaciated. It seemed that those mutant beasts, low on food, were starting to emerge. A few of them smiled at each other, and they all had a common idea: go for a stroll. Maybe they could attract some hungry mutant beasts. Just in another month, they have more people, so when it came to food, the more the better. There was a concern about recruiting during the rainy season, the luggage issue. The rainy season is when everyone's food, firewood, and other supplies are almost completely used up. This means less stuff to carry during the move. Otherwise, they have to leave behind so much stuff, all accumulated bit by bit. They might even be reluctant to move. That's a story for later. Now, Maimong and the others are ready to go again, acting as bait. Xiao Pai, assuming Maimong and the others are heading back home, whined and begged to follow. Maimong figured, having abducted the child, it was time to report back. If Xiao Pai didn't want to come back with her, she'd be sending him home. However, Maimong didn't rush to Xiao Pai's house right away. Instead, she wandered around the area for a few days. Before, there weren't even any mutant beasts to be seen, but now, many frozen to death were hidden in the snow. Although they were all skinny, their size meant they could win by sheer numbers. Most importantly, there was no need to lift a finger, just free food. How wonderful! Maimong had a great time collecting food. And the prey that came to him, though skinny, were still fighting hard. They all came one by one, giving them a chance to practice. Especially Wang Haoran, without any special powers, needed to hone his skills. The others wandered around for a week before heading back to Shupi's house. After sending Shupi home, they prepared to return to base camp. They also had to prepare to go back to the safe zone to recruit people. Shupi's family members, seeing him return, came running from all directions in joy. The dense forest was still full of life. Maimong felt that, despite the lack of food, the environment in this area was still quite good. Well, the environment in the dense forest is pretty good. Maimong and the others stayed overnight at Xiaopi's place. Maimong brought out a lot of food for the little squirrels. Chapter 235. With Xiaopai mediating, the other squirrels soon joined Maimong and the others in play. They were mainly small squirrels. The older ones were more reserved, quietly watching the children play. That evening, Xiaopai returned home with his family. Before going to bed, he chirped for a long time to Maimong, though no one knew what he was saying. The next morning, Maimong and the other four had eaten and drunk their fill, and were ready to leave for home. As they set off, Xiaopai chirped at Maimong. It seemed as if he was questioning Maimong for not waiting for him. "Xiaopai, aren't you staying here? You might not be back so soon this time." Maimong asked Xiaopai. Xiaopai, chirp chirp. Maimong, "Okay, you don't understand me, and I don't understand you, so let's go." Maimong stroked Xiaopai's head and said with a smile. Before leaving, Maimong left behind a lot of nuts and vegetables, perhaps as payment for Xiaopi's sale. He waved goodbye, leaving no trace. That evening, Maimong ran into that little creature again, the same one from before. I wonder if it ate any of the food from last time. Tonight, Maimong repeated his old tricks, preparing a table full of delicious food for it. It was still as alert as before, but the difference was that after finding something, it didn't immediately run away. Instead, it sniffed around. Then it snatched up the food from the table and ran off. It was so fast that it disappeared in a moment. After running back and forth several times, it had completely cleared the table of food. Maimong marveled. I hadn't expected this fox to be so responsible for its family. Maimong ignored it, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. All night long, the little white fox had been hopping around in her territory. It would come and go. Maimong noticed it was the little white fox, but ignored it and continued to sleep. Since her things had been moved, Maimong thought about taking the table back. It was useless there anyway. Then she looked and was stunned. On the table lay many plants, as crystal clear as ice. Yes, plants. Some of their roots were still clinging to the soil. Suqinghe, come out and take a look. Maimong called out to Suqinghe. What's wrong? Suqinghe hurried over. He was also stunned by the things on the table. It was the first time he had encountered such a transparent plant. Could it be that the snow isn't just snow, but also plants? Maimong used his mental power to cover the surroundings, combined with his wood-based abilities to sense them. He discovered that there were no plants around. Let's pack up first. We'll look around again once we're out of this area. Look at all the plants here. Maybe they've all been dug up, Suqinghe said. Maimong nodded. It made sense. She found a bag and carefully packed all the plants inside. When we get back to the safe zone, I'll take some to Father Su for research, Maimong said. Well, he'll be thrilled to discover another new species, Suqinghe said happily. He wanted to do some research, but the equipment here was too rudimentary. He decided to leave it to his father first. If it was confirmed to be a product of the dense forest, he had plenty of opportunities to research it later. Before leaving, Maimong once again left a table full of things as a token of his gratitude. She observed yesterday that the little white fox took away fruits and vegetables first, and meat last. So, could the little white fox be a herbivore, or perhaps an omnivore, but preferring vegetarians? I don't know, but it's best to leave some fruits and vegetables. Because Maimong and the others had already left, she didn't see the little white fox's delight at seeing so much food. It stared in the direction Maimong had left for a long time before starting to move things. During lunch, Maimong once again used her spirit and wood element to sense the surroundings, and she actually found life. Try it, maybe you can too, Maimong said, looking at Suqinghe. As for helping them upgrade their superpowers, Maimong hadn't considered it. Level 3 was already quite powerful, and reaching level 4 was a whopping number of crystal cores. Besides, Maimong claimed she knew all their superpowers, and with level 6 already under her belt, it didn't seem to matter whether they reached level 4 or not. Also, crystal cores were a non-renewable resource. Speaking of crystal cores, Maimong thought of the level 5 energy stone. What's the use of a level 5 energy stone? Why haven't you mentioned it? Maimong asked Qin Yujing curiously. Qin Yujing looked at Maimong and said, actually, all the legends about level 5 energy stones are immature. Level 5 energy stones are rare to begin with, and everyone risks their lives to obtain them. Why would you give them to me for experiments? As for buying them with supplies or star coins, the lab doesn't have that kind of funding. Even if we get results, so what? We only get one a year, and now we just keep them as mascots. Maimong and the other two listened intently. This was something they had never known before. What's that immature rumor? Maimong asked curiously. I heard that the level 5 energy stone can change the radiation level in the soil, not all at once, but gradually. But it's okay in the safe zone, where the radiation level in the air is already low. Out in the wild, surrounded by radiation, the effect is much more subtle. Let me tell you a secret. The low radiation level in the safe zone is actually man-made. We're on the same planet, so where are the low radiation areas? They're just maintained by the energy stone. I see. Maimong nodded. At this moment, Su Qinghe also approached. He shook his head at Maimong. I can't feel it. Maybe it's too far away. Try standing here. Maimong pulled Su Qinghe to another spot and said. The others stopped chatting and looked intently at Su Qinghe standing there. After a long moment, Su Qinghe smiled. He walked straight ahead, then carefully cleared the snow. The others followed him, watching him carefully dig. Then, a sparkling little grass appeared before everyone's eyes. From head to toe, even down to the roots, it was crystal clear, a truly beautiful sight. This is the most beautiful little grass. Take it home and try to plant it. My Mang said with a smile, standing nearby. It's not that dramatic. Put it with the others. Even so, Su Qinghe carefully dug up the grass and handed it to my Mang. I never thought there would be plants in the snow pile. Who would have thought? Even if we found it, we wouldn't have noticed it unless we looked carefully. My Mang sighed. The others didn't plan to continue digging for grass. After all, they didn't know what to do with it yet. Soon, they returned to base camp. Everyone was moving very quickly. A residential building had already been partitioned. Chapter 236. Most of the houses in the inner perimeter have 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, because they will be used to house the people inside. New buildings are now being built starting from the perimeter, along the perimeter wall, and working their way inward. The houses on the perimeter are semi-energy efficient. Initially, when there are fewer people, Maimong can provide them with energy. But as the group grows, each person will be responsible for fueling their own house. After all, in the dense forest, how could there be less firewood to collect than outside? The trees cleared from the protected perimeter this time, once dried in the summer, will last for several years. Of course, the number of people will increase in the future, so comparisons are impossible. In the evening, they discussed the number of people who would return. This time, the main purpose was to bring people back, so they didn't need to send too many people. Just a few capable people would be enough, and the rest would stay here to work. Outside, Lin Ziki lingered, standing outside Maimong and the others. She wanted to follow the group back to the safe zone, but she didn't know how to ask. She was even more afraid that they wouldn't bring her back after taking her there. My Mang watched her wander around in circles, at least dozens of times. She wasn't dizzy, but my Mang was practically dizzy watching her. So she pretended to go out and ran into Lin Ziki at the door. She brought her in. My Mang knew this woman was the old man from the Xia family's backroom, but she had been there for so long, and he hadn't seen her do anything out of the ordinary. Sorry to bother you so late. Lin Ziki stood a little uncomfortably to the side. Don't be nervous. Sit down. Who are you looking for? My Mang smiled, inviting her to sit down and offering her a glass of water. Thank you. Lin Ziki didn't sit down. She gripped the glass nervously. After all, she had come to confess her evil ways, though she hadn't yet done anything bad. Actually, I was sent by the Xia family to spy on you. Lin Ziki lowered her head and whispered. Oh, and what else? Did they ask you to do anything bad in secret? Qin Yujing asked. Yes, he said. Since there are so many poisonous creatures in the dense forest, he told me to pick something poisonous and have everyone eat it by mistake. Ideally, it would be a complete annihilation. Of course, I've been here all this time and haven't done anything bad. I think this place is great. I love life here, so I came to confess to you. Lin Ziki quickly expressed her loyalty. Okay, we got it. You can leave now. As for the situation you mentioned, I'll investigate further. If you haven't done anything to harm anyone, you can stay here. As for the past, I'll let it go. Qin Yujing nodded at her, signaling her to leave. I came here this time to ask for a favor. Lin Ziki didn't leave, but continued from where she was. We're going to the safe zone this time, and I want to go back with the team. He told me that if I can't get the food, I should memorize the address and route, and learn everything about the situation here. Then I'll find a time to return with the team and report back to him. Of course, I wasn't going back to report to him. But my mother still works for him. I came here to ask you to help rescue her. Of course, if you can't, I'll go back this time. I'll make up some lies to get by. I just hope the team members won't think I'm a traitor when they find out I went to the Xia family. I won't tell anyone about what's going on here, I'll tell you what I can, and I won't tell you what I can't. Then I'll find a chance to escape with my mother, and I hope you guys will continue to take us in." Lin Ziki finished her thoughts in one breath, then quietly waited for Mei Mong and the others' response. "Okay, we understand. You go back first. You should come with us back to the safe zone this time. I'll tell you the details later." Qin Yujing nodded, indicating understanding, and began to send them away. Lin Ziki walked out obediently. Even when she got back to the dormitory, she was still a little in disbelief. Had the bosses agreed so easily? "What's wrong? You look so stupid." Her roommate nudged her and asked. "It's okay. I wanted to go back to the safe zone to look for my mother." The boss and the others agreed. "So I was so happy I was beside myself," Lin Ziki said with a smile. "Aren't you alone?" Her roommate asked curiously. "Yes, I encountered a mutant beast in the wild and got separated from my mother. The situation was so dire at the time, I thought everyone might be lost. I was so discouraged that I followed the team. The more I thought about it, the more I thought it was wrong. If I could be saved, maybe my mother could too. So I decided to go back to the safe zone and look for her. It just so happens that I'm going to the slums to recruit people this time, so I'll ask around." Lin Ziki made up an excuse. The fewer people who know about her former employer, the better. "Yeah, come on, you'll definitely find Auntie this time and reunite with your family." Her roommates cheered her on. "Yeah, thank you. I hope so," Lin Ziki said happily. "Life here is truly wonderful. Everyone lives in harmony, and there's no intrigue at all. Meat, a food I used to only eat once a year, is now available almost daily here. Every once in a while, the boss and the others would reward her with some radiation-free food. Fruits, staple foods, meat, everything she couldn't even dream of eating before. She's tried it here. In all her time here, she hasn't even had to drink a single nutrient solution. Being healthy means the food she eats is nutritious enough. So, is this life now a normal life? She'd been at the Xia family for so long, and it felt like the food there wasn't as good as her own. This time, Qin Yujing only brought 20 people with her, including Qin Yujing and the other 5, and the 4 children. The 3 nannies were there for the children. The elders haven't seen the child yet, so we need to bring him over to see them. As for Grandma Wang, she said she wanted to stay at the base camp. A group of over 30 people set off. They only had 5 large trucks, specifically for transporting people and supplies. 2 trucks were currently loaded with radiation-free fruits, vegetables, and various meats, ready to be used as a gift to the elders. Both the Qin and Su families had dedicated fresh-keeping and freezer rooms. These kept the food fresh to the maximum extent possible, so even with 2 large truckloads of food shipped over, there was no worry of it spoiling. Besides, after the food was divided among the families and given away by close relatives, there would only be so much left. People these days have big appetites. If they were to eat to their heart's content, they wouldn't be able to eat for long. Chapter 237. Upon learning that their son and grandson were returning, the Qin and Su families happily gathered at Qin Yujing's villa. They had the villa meticulously cleaned inside and out. Although the villa was usually cleaned by someone, the arrival of the guests still required a fresh start. That night, they simply found a room to stay in. Since they were arriving the next day, they could save the trip. It was winter, and there wasn't much to do in the safe zone. The next day, upon returning to the villa, Mai Meng and the others were greeted warmly. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, Mr. Qin, and Aunt Lin all approached them. Mai Meng was flattered. They greeted them warmly, pushing past the Mai Mengs and others in front of them, and heading straight for their eldest grandson. They kept saying, "You've all worked so hard. Go get some rest. We'll take care of the child." There was just enough for each of the 4 adults. Father Su hesitated for a moment, and then only little Mohan was left. Father Su happily picked up little Mohan and asked, "Little Tuanzi, do you miss Grandpa?" "Grandpa." Little Mohan cried out happily, and Father Su burst into laughter. "Ha ha, did you see that? Little Tuanzi called me Grandpa." Father Su boasted. "Little Tuanzi, call me Grandpa," Father Su said to little Mohan. Little Mohan also gave him face, and called him Grandpa. "Ha ha ha. Good, good, Grandpa's darling grandson." Father Su laughed heartily. "Old Su, it's my turn, it's my turn. I'll give you my little granddaughter a hug. Little Tuanzi hasn't seen me in so long, he must miss me." The one in Qin's father's arms was the eldest. He showed the eldest to Su's father, signaling him to swap. Humph. Reluctantly, Su exchanged the child with Qin's father. If he hadn't really wanted to hold the little girl, he would have held her for a while longer. Father Su looked at the eldest in his arms, and the more he looked, the more he saw the resemblance to Su Qinghe. He held the eldest to Su's mother, gesturing with his eyes. Look, how much this child resembles Xiaoqing when she was little. Mother Su proudly showed the second child in her arms to Su's father. Look, this child looks just like Xiaoqing. She noticed immediately. Father Su took a look and thought, it seems, they do look a lot like Xiaoqing. But the one he was holding also looked alike. So, the two of them ran back to Aunt Lin's to see the third child. Father Su and Mother Su exchanged glances. Oh, these three look like Xiaoqing. Could they all be his? The two of them exchanged a delighted glance, their words speaking volumes. Their son was so capable, so 3 kids wouldn't be a problem. The couple happily embraced each other. Of course, they didn't neglect little Mohan, after all, he was their eldest grandson. When they saw the 2 large carts of supplies, they were stunned. So much, and all of it radioactive, it was astonishing. Qin Yujing even dropped a bombshell. She could help them make all the food in their house radioactive. They then learned that their daughter-in-law was not only fertile, but also possessed a rare purification ability. It wasn't rare, after all, they had never seen one before. They were stunned. This marriage, after all, was beyond their reach. Seeing so much food, the two of them immediately ordered Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe to take people to put it away, afraid it would spoil if left out too late. They both knew where their granary was anyway. They took Maimong for a tour of their own granary, familiarizing themselves with the route and improving the radiation levels of their food. Maimong then realized that even wealthy families had to eat frozen meat. In the winter, greenhouse farming consumes more energy stones. Although we still grow crops, much of the food is prepared in the fall. Especially meat. Since we don't go out in the winter, we definitely have to prepare it in advance, Su Qinghe explained. Maimong nodded. That made sense. Then, seeing that the rice supply was running low, she left a lot. No one knew what she had in her car anyway. There's no need to leave so much. With the rainy season coming and the temperature gradually rising, the Research Institute will start increasing their plantings. They get their quota every year, so they won't starve, Su Qinghe said with a smile. I know, but all I have left now is radiation-free. The Research Institute should only have a limited supply of radiation-free food. When the time comes, tell Father Qin and Father Su. Put the radioactive food aside, and I'll help him purify it when I get here. Eating more radiation-free food is good for your health. Maimong thought, after all, purifying the radiation would be a piece of cake for her. She also has her purification solution. She could give them some. Drinking a drop of it, in water daily, will cleanse the radiation in her body, and gradually restore her health. After all these years of consuming radioactive food, even the air is radioactive. Everyone has some residual radiation in their body, it's just a matter of how much. Maimong and his companions went around, clearing the contents of the car and the radiation from the warehouse. Although the radiation was cleared, the warehouses of both families were nearly full. Qin Yujing even went to her brother and asked him to send a notice to all the wristband holders in the slums. They said they needed help for a field operation, and the requirement was to bring all their families along. Food and lodging provided. Those interested could register at the various registration points starting tomorrow. Regardless of whether they were selected or not, those who registered would receive 2 kilograms of frozen meat. Elderly and children would be given priority. Registration dates: tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. The elderly and children are the most vulnerable to death. In the dense forest, even if heavy physical labor wasn't possible, there were always some odd jobs available. Whatever she did, it was better than waiting to die in the ghetto. Maimong admitted she was a bit of a saint, but she felt she had the power now. So what was wrong with offering a little help? Is it normal to watch the whole world perish before her eyes? Maimong felt she didn't care about saintliness or not. She could just do whatever she wanted. After all, she had the capital now, didn't she? Qin Yujing had no idea the huge uproar this notice would cause. Many people had no idea what it said. All they saw was the message. Register and receive 2 pounds of meat. That's meat. Such a good thing. That day, everyone bundled up and went out to check. To see where the registration office was? To see if it was real. But no one saw anything. Not even a registration office, and apart from the refugees themselves, there wasn't a single person. Could the person who sent the message have been bored? Teasing them? Everyone went home somewhat disappointed. 2 pounds of meat? You know, how could they give it away for free? The authorities aren't fools. 2 pounds per family, how much meat would that add up to? Some attentive people, noticing the start date was tomorrow, didn't rush out rashly, but quietly waited for tomorrow to arrive. Chapter 238. Qin Yujing told his brother about going to the villa for dinner that evening and left. Next, he had to arrange for a stall in the slums. Who would be the recruiter? Finally, they were divided into 4 groups, each with 10 people. One group was responsible for each area, located in the east, south, west, and north, to prevent others from claiming double portions. Some people registered information, while others compared documents to prevent people from impersonating landlords. Qin Yujing had someone obtain a rental list. Only the landlord could register for their entire family. Another person was in charge of distributing the meat. The rest stood by as thugs. There was so much meat, and if more people weren't there, what if someone rushed to grab it? After giving his instructions, he left it alone. He went back to enjoy his family time. However, he had worried too much. Neither the father nor the son had anything to do with him, and Mei Mong and the others were left to their own devices. Qin Yujing returned and joined the sofa crowd, watching the 4 elderly people play around Little Mohan. The other 3 had gone to sleep. She couldn't even find a spot next to Mei Mong, so she had to sit on her own sofa. Have you arranged everything? Su Qinghe asked. Well, 3 days for registration, 1 day for packing, and then we'll leave for the jungle in 4 days, Qin Yujing said. You're in such a rush this time? It's going to be very busy. Do you want to leave the kids here? We can help take care of them. Mother Su looked at the others and asked. No need. The 3 little ones are still breastfeeding and can't leave without their mother. Besides, their father can't leave them either, Qin Yujing said from the side. Mom, do you want to come with us to the jungle for a while? You don't have much to do here anyway. We can just hire an aunt to cook for Dad. Su Qinghe said to Su's mother. Yes, Aunt Lin, you can come too. And Su will be there for you. As for you, Dad, and my brother, you can keep Uncle Su company. Qin Yujing also said from the side. You are truly filial. The 2 fathers rolled their eyes at each other. The 2 mothers were a little tempted. Yes, they didn't have much to do in the safe zone anyway, so it wouldn't be bad to go see where the children lived. No rush, no rush. Think about it. We're still here for 4 days. Just bring 2 changes of clothes. There's everything in the dense forest. Qin Yujing said. Once this group arrives in the dense forest, the supermarket will open. Once the houses are built, other factories will gradually be added. Dad Qin previously donated a compressed biscuit production line and a clothing production line. We are basically self-sufficient in food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It's just that there were fewer people last year, so we didn't use anything. Last year, the surrounding vines were all overgrown and harvested in the fall. I had originally thought I could spend the winter rubbing them slowly. Who knew they wouldn't be boring at all? They're still piled up in the warehouse, untouched. Once the garment line starts, we can just throw them into the machines. It saves time and effort. We just need someone to watch them. In the evening, everyone had a lively meal together, and afterward, they all stayed together in Qin Yujing's villa. Su Wenwen didn't come this time because she was pregnant and her pregnancy wasn't looking good. She vomited everything she ate. Mei Mong made an appointment to visit her the next day and bring her some radiation-free food. As for the fact that Mei Mong could purify food, she hadn't planned to tell anyone yet. After all, this was too outrageous. To prevent further complications, it was best to keep it a secret for now. In the early morning hours, several snowplows were dispatched from the safe zone, clearing the snow from the slum roads. 2 long tables were set up in the open area, along with boxes and boxes of meat. Each piece was already cut, weighing 2 pounds, no more no less. As for the type of meat, its fattiness, and its leanness, it all depended on luck. As for Lin Ziki, she was a bit possessed right now. Boss Qin told her that when she arrived at the Xia family, she didn't need to say anything, but to ask to see her mother first. After seeing her mother, she could simply take her away. Lin Ziki? Boss Qin, are you really not joking? Looking at Qin Yujing's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Lin Ziki went to the Xia family with trepidation, and the Xia family's master immediately asked her to report what had happened in the dense forest. Lin Ziki insisted that she would only speak after seeing her mother. The Xia family master had no choice but to summon Lin Ziki's mother. After confirming her mother's safety, Lin Ziki stole a glance at the Xia family master. Then, she let her mother out gracefully. Boss Qin had said to be generous and natural, not act like thieves. Finally, she did make it out. It went smoothly, without any obstacles. She happily hugged her mother. Boss Qin was amazing. From now on, she would stick closely with the Tyrannosaurus Rex team and never leave. Lin Ziki brought her mother back to the team and explained what had happened, urging her not to spill the beans. Mother Lin nodded, understanding. It was a pity to leave her luggage behind. Fortunately, she was used to keeping valuables with her. Otherwise, it's heartbreaking just thinking about it. Lenziki's issues have been resolved, and there's also Shenyi's. This time, he's also on the list for this trip. Despite his small size, he's incredibly strong and cute, though he tends to keep a straight face. He's a popular presence at the base camp. This time, he volunteered to go to the West District because his enemies are there, his good uncles, his great-grandfathers, and he's back for revenge. A few people waited for the snow to be cleared and prepared to set up their tools. Then, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the slums. Wow, it startled them. They thought they were out to rob people. They quickly formed a line, awaiting the order to divide the meat. Looking at the endless line, the members of Team Tyrannosaurus couldn't say the words "it hasn't started yet." Never mind. Let's just think of it as starting work early. Looking at the shivering crowd ahead, the team members used their wristbands to call the other team members. The team brought out some braziers and placed them along the road. The flames burned, bringing a touch of warmth. Many people unconsciously slid closer to the braziers. It was warmer than a brazier at home. Well, in the slums, people just needed the heat to warm themselves. The braziers provided by the Tyrannosaurus Rex team burned charcoal. Since it was an open-air venue, they wouldn't be any use if the fires weren't kept strong. As a result, those who had registered didn't want to leave. After putting the meat home, they came out again and squatted by the braziers, feeling incredibly comfortable. Some even held their children in their arms. Their children nestled in their father's arms behind them, the warm flames in front of them, a perfect comfort. What are you doing? Go home after registering. Don't linger outside. The Tyrannosaurus Rex team members shouted, observing the growing crowd. Chapter 239. Well, we'll just warm ourselves by the fire from a distance and not do anything else. Look, it's such a waste to leave the fire pit empty. We can stand here and block the wind. A man in the slum spoke timidly. It was the man holding the child in his arms. Back off, everyone, back off, 1 meter away from the fire pit. The team members, seeing their genuine pity, agreed. Anyone who causes trouble will have the meat distributed today confiscated, and you'll be evicted from your homes. If you think you can survive in this icy cold with no money or food, then try causing trouble. We're cooperating with the safe zone this time, and have the authority to take direct action. Serious offenders will be executed on the spot. The members of the Tyrannosaurus Rex team threatened the crowd. Those who had been pushing and shoving each other stopped their petty movements and stood or squatted quietly by the fire. Some of the later-comers had an idea and brought a stool with them on their way out. He could share a seat with the person in front, but only if he also moved to the front. The person in front, tired from standing for so long, agreed. For a moment, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. 2 members of the team paced back and forth between the 2 rows of braziers. It wasn't out of kindness, but Captain Sheen had said that if they could make things easier, they should, since we were all destined to live in the jungle. If we sent a bunch of sickly people over there, it would be a huge delay. The people who had been on the sidelines saw that the people in front actually received the meat after registering, and they immediately ran out of their homes and joined the back of the line. Soon, the people around the fire began to get restless because someone was stewing the meat. I don't know which damn place this was from, but the faint aroma wafted out, and everyone's stomachs were rumbling. After queuing from dusk till dawn, the team members were getting hungry. They had originally planned to have breakfast before returning to work, but who knew they wouldn't even have breakfast? Don't get out in line, those of you at the back. We'll be done once you register, and the rest of you can come back this afternoon. The sun will come out soon, and your queues will be for nothing. Someone stood at the back and stopped the group from queuing any further. Radiation levels are indeed lower in winter, but it's still not advisable to be in the sun during the afternoon. Okay, even though there's no sun, the radiation levels are still there. When they heard they were going to call it a day, the crowd suddenly panicked. They hadn't received their meat yet. Quiet, quiet. Didn't I tell you to continue this afternoon? We only have 3 days to register. Why rush? When you have some free time, go home and pack your things. Don't pack anything too broken, just take some valuables. And don't skimp on the firewood at home these few days, you won't be able to take it all with you. Eat what you need to eat, use what you need. The team members shouted at the people in the slum as they patrolled. They had limited vehicles, and they didn't want all the junk taking up space. What if we don't register? You know, if we don't register, we won't be taken away. If we're not taken away, and the firewood is gone, what will they do for the entire rainy season? Don't worry, if you don't register, our team will compensate you with the corresponding firewood. As for the rest, I didn't ask you to throw it away, so it's none of our business. The team members only agreed to compensate for the firewood. Don't try to get anything else out of them. Otherwise, they'll realize their current easygoing attitude was just an illusion. It wasn't until noon that the Tyrannosaurus Rex team took away all the braziers, and everyone reluctantly returned home. Though everyone's stomachs rumbled with hunger, no one left. Hunger had become the norm, and it was this hard-earned warmth that they clung to. Back home, the diligent woman had already prepared porridge, adding some newly arrived meat scraps. It was certainly hard to give up the meat. Just being able to enjoy a porridge with some shredded meat was a truly blissful experience. The remaining meat would be saved for later. It wouldn't spoil in the cold weather. At noon, they counted the number of people who had signed up that morning and found over 10,000 people, young and old. They only had 5 vehicles, each with at most 30 or 40 people. A round trip would only take a few hundred people. And there wasn't enough housing in the dense forest. They immediately reported the situation and asked what to do next. Qin Yujing took one look and decided to send the young and strong men over first. Before anything else, they built the outer frame of the house. As long as there was a shelter, once the heating was turned on, they could just spread out their mats and sleep. It would be much warmer than in the slums. And they wouldn't even need beds. They could just use large bunk beds on the floor. A row of hundreds could sleep. 2 or 3 rows on a floor. Hundreds of people would be enough. That afternoon, a small team went to the homes of those people. They told them to take only valuables and leave everything else behind, not even clothes, as they would be provided. If you're worried about your belongings being stolen, pack them up and store them at the warehouse. The warehouse was temporarily rented by the Tyrannosaurus Rex team. To accommodate more people and less luggage, they set up a luggage storage service. After everyone had their belongings stored, the team members took them to an empty room and began cleaning up. Maimong didn't want to bring a bunch of germs back into the jungle. First, hair. Those who shave their heads will receive an extra hat soon, while those who didn't shave their heads can go to the side and get a bottle of shampoo. Be sure to wash your hair thoroughly. The furry hats warmed everyone's senses, and they all headed for the barber without hesitation. Before, they couldn't afford to go to the barber shop, so they just did it themselves. Now, not only were they getting a free haircut, but they also received a free hat. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Soon, each of their heads was covered in shiny, braised egg-shaped hair. After their haircuts, they went straight to the showers, tossing all their dirty clothes in the trash. They hadn't been washed or changed in months, and the smell was indescribable, even in winter. There was shower gel in the bathroom, and they excitedly lathered themselves up and washed thoroughly. They had to wash thoroughly, the captain said, because they'd be checking soon. There were 5 seats in a row, and the second row could only enter after the first row had finished showering. After showering, they could go straight to the back, where there was an exit. Of course, they all had to go through a body scanner before entering. Those who didn't shower thoroughly were sent back to shower again. By the time everyone was done, it was already evening. Looking at the refreshed group, they nodded with satisfaction. This was all a step-by-step transformation, and it seemed quite a sense of accomplishment. From scruffy old men to energetic young men, who wouldn't be confused, not to mention, some of them looked quite good after showering. Chapter 240. After everyone here had packed up, Maimon was ready. Her RV led the way, bringing along a large amount of solidifying agent and other building materials. The supplies they had brought previously had been mostly used up. With so many people this time, and the need for large-scale construction, a lot more was needed. The factory, which had been resting, immediately resumed operations, producing materials specifically for Qin Yujing and the others. Of course, they were paid. Star coins were provided, and food was provided. Qin Yujing borrowed 5 large trucks from his brother. Since there was no luggage, each truck held 40 to 50 people. And so, 400 or 500 people set out overnight. Maimong, Qin Yujing, and Su Qinghe led the way, while the others stayed at the villa. This time, they had to travel quickly, so there was no need to travel so many people. With Maimang's guidance, they traveled through the night, and returned to the dense forest in less than 2 days. 2 buildings had already been built on the outskirts, but this time, the upper floors were not reserved for plantations. All used for living. Once the energy cells were installed, the entire building instantly became warm. The construction schedule was tight, so there weren't even any beds, let alone furniture. Everyone had a cool mat and a thin quilt, and if they felt cold, they could cover themselves with their own cotton-padded jackets. The jackets were new, too. Maimong each received one, and they were much warmer than the ones they'd worn for who knows how many years. The group waited in the dense forest, feeling dizzy. How did we suddenly end up in such a different place? For the first time, I realized how good-looking I was. It was also so warm here. Not only was it warm, but there were also free whole grain dumplings. The whole grain dumplings the team distributed were much tastier than the ones they eaten before. A big one, each of them gets 2. They hadn't done anything, yet they were given new clothes, good food, and a new house to live in. This made them all a little nervous. Could this really be their last good days? They heard that people used to have a good meal before dying. They already been eating for 2 days. Now that they reached their destination, would their suffering begin? They spent the night feeling anxious, and were woken up early the next morning to get ready for work. When they learned their job was building houses, they breathed a sigh of relief. Working, no worries, and with food and lodging provided. A great job. So, after eating 4 black dumplings early in the morning, they started working. For the first time, they learned there was even breakfast. There was even hot water available, free for them to drink. Especially when they saw the lunch, they felt like they weren't here to work, but to enjoy themselves. The whole grain steamed bread was enough to fill them up, and each person also received a bowl of vegetables with meat. After a night's rest, Maimong and the others set off back to the safe zone. There were more people waiting to be picked up. This time, Maimong and the others loaded all the hemp vines onto the truck, preparing to take them back to the safe zone to make clothes. They would then give them to those preparing to enter the jungle. The clothes they wore had lasted all winter, and it was truly unbearable to look at. Maimong wanted everyone to enter the jungle cleanly. The clothes they gave away were all made of the cheapest coarse cloth, so the cost was not high. The initial investment was calculated. Equivalently, they hired these people, providing only 3 meals and 2 sets of clothes per person, 1 set of cotton-padded jacket, in exchange for their labor. It's such a steal. Of course, that's Maimang's calculation. For the people in the slums, it's snowy season now. In the past, they could only count the days at home. Eating a single meal of black porridge a day kept them alive, and the house was freezing cold, leaving them without the energy to work. But now, with just a little effort, they can eat and drink well, and sleep comfortably at night. It's simply wonderful. Both sides felt they had gotten a great deal. 2 days later, Maimong and the others returned to the safe zone. The snow was already showing signs of melting, and the temperature was dropping. This situation would continue all day, and then the rainy season would officially begin. So, Maimong planned to take those families with elderly and children first. The humid weather and food shortages were a devastating blow to these people. Once they reached the dense forest, the men could join the construction team, and the women could do what they could. If all else failed, staying home and taking care of the children could save these people's lives. Of course, Maimang would only do this kind deed once. Once the houses were built and each family had their own room, it would no longer be her responsibility. How they lived their lives from then on depended on their own choices. She would also arrange for vehicles to take those who didn't want to stay back to the safe zone. Those with elderly and children had much more luggage. They had gathered a few days in advance. As women, they couldn't bear to throw away their clothes, even though they were tattered, especially since the children needed a lot of laundry. They boldly asked the team members if they could take their dirty clothes to the bathroom to wash them. In this weather, even if you wash them, is there a place to hang them out to dry? The team members reminded them of the most important issue. Yes, if it's damp, it'll get moldy. In the end, the team members stepped in and helped them rent a laundry in the slums. Now wasn't the time to wash quilts, so the laundry was almost completely empty. Using the laundry was much cheaper than doing it on their own. Whoever wanted to do laundry could form a group and split the bill. While everyone felt bad, it was still a better deal than buying everything new. They began to regret signing up. They didn't even know what they were going to do, and they were going to spend so many star coins. But the names had already been registered and couldn't be changed. Mainly, they were reluctant to give up what they had gotten. Also, the other party said they would be given housing and work. And when the hot season came, they could come back if they wanted. The offer was incredibly tempting. Finding food during the rainy season was already difficult, but now they had a job with free food and shelter, and the ability to support their families. Even though they knew the dangers were imminent, they had to give it a try. Besides, this was an official announcement. They couldn't possibly want so many of them to die, right? At worst, the work would be a little harder and more tiring. No matter how hard or tiring it was, as long as they got something to eat, it was a good job. Some even thought that even if they died, the whole family would die together. They waited for the announcement with the same trepidation. As soon as Maimong and the others arrived, they would set off. 400 or 500 people per trip was too few, so this time, Qin Yujing rented all the available vehicles from the base, and also hired several vehicles from the hunting teams. They could provide the energy themselves. They only needed 2 drivers per vehicle. The reward was radioactive-free food. The hunting teams were all tempted. They had nothing else to do anyway, and radioactive-free food was a rare commodity. Besides, young Master Qin was being generous this time, offering an irresistible price. So, 100 vehicles set out in a mighty procession. With just a few more trips, they cleared the slums. Only a few families remained who refused to leave. Chapter 241. For example, Shen Yi's uncle and his uncle's families. He had deliberately waited at the West District Registration Office, waiting for them to fall into his trap. When he saw his uncle using his father's bracelet to impersonate the landlord, he took action. Didn't he say he didn't even have time to save people after being attacked by a mutant beast? Then why is my father's bracelet with you? Shen Yi snatched his father's bracelet and demanded, "How could you steal something?" Uncle Shen Yi didn't hear what was being said. He was completely absorbed in the joy of those 2 pounds of meat. Looking up, he saw his deceased nephew. Ah! Ghost! Ghost! Uncle Shen Yi backed away in fear, only stopping when he bumped into someone behind him. He saw a young man in front of him, holding his bracelet, looking at him gloomily. The young man was taller, stronger, and more energetic than he remembered. But he was still instantly recognizable. My dear nephew, I'm so glad you're not dead. You don't know how much we've been sighing and lamenting these days. Your aunt has been in tears, blaming herself for not taking good care of you. Now that we know you're alive, it's so wonderful." Once Uncle Shen Yi realized the man wasn't a ghost, his attitude immediately changed, and he greeted him warmly. Looking at the hypocritical man before him, Shen Yi recalled the fierce look in his eyes as he pushed him into the pit. The disdainful tone, and the feeling of shovel after shovel of dirt pressing down on him. He would never forget these things. Is this man treating him like a fool? Or does he think he's lost his memory after being buried once? Well, in that case, my dear uncle, let's go home and reminisce. Shen Yi walked over, grabbed his shirt, and pulled it down. There was no way. Shen Yi, only 10 years old, was too short, barely reaching Uncle Shen Yi's shoulders. No, I'm not going back. I still need to register. I haven't gotten my meat yet. Uncle Shen Yi struggled desperately, but it was useless. The rules clearly state that only the owner of the house can come here to register and claim the meat. If you want meat, let my dad come. As long as my dad comes, I'll give you as many pieces as you want. In the end, Uncle Shen Yi was dragged away. He had also informed the team members that his uncle's name was marked as an extra one, and that he wouldn't be allowed to register. Shen Yi returned to the home where he had lived for 10 years. But in just a few months, the home he knew had changed beyond recognition. All their belongings had been disposed of, and now scattered everywhere were his uncle's family's belongings. The firewood and food in the house were gone. Aside from the furniture, nothing else looked familiar to Shen Yi. Xiaoyi, judging by your attire, you joined the Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting team, right? Shen Yi's uncle stood before Shen Yi with a fawning expression. His nephew was truly remarkable now. Not only did he wear the same clothes as those people, he also seemed to have some influence. Had he become a small-time steward in just a few months? To be honest, I had already found out that the Tyrannosaurus Rex team would be passing through that place that day, so I cruelly left you there. We knew the captain of the Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting team was a kind-hearted person, and would never have the heart to leave you alone in the wild. You said, if it weren't for us, how could you have joined the T-Rex team and have the life you have now? We're family. Now that you're rich, you can't forget your roots. We don't want much, just a few extra pieces of meat you give away for free. It's all free anyway, so no one would know if you gave a few extra pieces, right? You've been in the team for so long. Tell me about your current living conditions. If the conditions are good, take us with you. You're alone and still young, so you're bound to be bullied. Taking us with you would be different. Look at your 2 cousins. They'll be able to help you out when they marry into good families. Everyone will know you have a big family behind you, so anyone who wants to bully you will have to think carefully. Shen Yi looked seriously at the uncle who was talking nonsense with a serious face. Is it true that he was still young and couldn't see through the true colors of adults? The family members he had thought were quite kind before, after his family suffered, revealed their sharp claws one by one. It was even possible that their family's suffering was caused by them. Now, after he exposed his true colors, he could still lie without batting an eyelid and even ask for favors from him. He was just young, not stupid. What about finding out that the other party would pass by? What about just leaving him in the dense forest? Was the thick dirt on him a disguise? I just want to know, are my two fathers still alive? Shenyi suddenly didn't want to be involved with them anymore. It's boring, really boring. I'm not lying. Your father and the others were attacked by mutant beasts. The mutant beasts arrived so suddenly that no one even had time to rescue them. We found this bracelet later, when we went to collect your father's body. There was nothing left, only this bracelet in the bushes. After saying this, Uncle Shen-yi pretended to wipe away the non-existent tears from his eyes. What about my second father's bracelet? Shen-yi asked. I don't know. I haven't seen it. We just stumbled upon it. Nephew, you haven't told us yet. Is your current place good? Can you take us along to enjoy life? And that meat, look. Uncle Shen-yi looked at Shen-yi with a broad smile. My life now is good, quite good indeed. Every day I eat rice, braised pork, white flour buns, and rijiamo, Chinese rijiamo. I don't boil vegetables anymore. The oil in the vegetables can be poured out and used to stir-fry dishes for you for another year. Look, haven't I grown a lot taller now? If it weren't for the good food, how could I have grown so fast? Shen-yi looked at his uncle and said, Okay, that's good. Then look, can we go? Uncle Shen-yi looked at him flatteringly. I came here specifically for you. I knew you grown up with me, so you must have some hardship. You wouldn't be so cruel to me. You don't have to register. Family members don't go. Just eat and drink for the next few days, and wait for my notification. I'll notify you when the main group leaves in a few days. With that, Shen-yi took his father's bracelet and left. Uncle Shen-yi wanted to stop the person leaving. The bracelet still had plenty of star coins. Remembering that he would have to rely on him to get through the dense forest, he let go of his hand. There was still time, and he could get it back. Children are children. They're easy to fool. Uncle Shen-yi happily picked up his bracelet and went out to buy something. His nephew said, It's time to eat and drink. Once we reach the dense forest, there will be even better things to come. Chapter 242. In the afternoon, Uncle Shen-yi was walking home, cursing because he hadn't received any meat. The other party was a powerful hunting team, and when they said they wouldn't give him any, he didn't dare say anything, only hurling some dirty words behind his back. After returning home, he saw the stewed meat, and thought his brother had successfully signed up. After hearing the reason, he happily began to eat and drink. From now on, he wouldn't have to leave early, and come back late to enjoy a delicious meal. The rest of the family also became attentive to the two brothers. After all, they were their nephews. The two brothers had been treated like VIPs for the past few days, and their wives had been staying in their rooms. This kind of pampered life was truly wonderful. He now only waited for his eldest nephew to arrive soon. When the time came, they would only take the wives away. As for the other men, well, they would definitely go back to where they came from. By the time they reached the dense forest, they wouldn't need anyone to support their wives anymore. If they weren't driven away, wouldn't they be forced to bring more people along to feed them? If they ate more, wouldn't they have less to eat? The eldest nephew's food was definitely reserved for the two brothers to enjoy. As they waited, the number of people in the slums gradually dwindled, and their anxiety grew. But they couldn't contact Shen-yi. Finally, when they heard everyone had left, they were stunned. Why didn't anyone come to inform them? Could they have been tricked? The two families scolded Shen-yi at home for 4 days and 4 nights, especially the two brothers. Because of this incident, they had been acting like tyrants at home for several days. If he really couldn't go, not only would the other men disapprove, but even their wives would have objected. Shen-yi's uncle and his uncle cursed Shen-yi with the most obscene language. If he hadn't come to their house on the 5th day, they might have continued to curse. What's the rush? The ones leaving first are either families with elderly and children, or those going to do hard labor. The team members' families will definitely be left last. Get ready. Meet here tomorrow, and I'll come find you. Don't pack up the old dirty stuff. Take everything that's newer and in good condition. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. A team member will come to help me tomorrow. Shen-yi finished his instructions and left. I heard that the people going this time didn't take anything with them, and if they needed anything, they could go to the team to get it. I'm not sure if that's true. What do you think he means? Is he really going to take us on a journey of luxury? I don't believe it. Shen-yi's aunt asked uncertainly. Shen-yi's aunt wasn't a pushover either. When his uncle married her, she already had 3 other men. She didn't want to go out and work, and stayed home every day waiting to be served. One of Shen-yi's so-called cousins was born to this aunt. He was already several years old when she married Shen-yi's uncle. If you think about it carefully, it has nothing to do with him. Shen-yi said his last words after turning around, as if he were talking to himself, but also as if he were giving them some advice. Finally, after discussing it, they decided to destroy all the nicer things in the house. At least they had to look tattered, so they wouldn't have to bring anything with them. Didn't the eldest nephew say that if they needed anything, they could go and get it themselves? For those who like to take advantage of small things, not getting one is a loss. In fact, due to their dark thoughts, the two brothers felt that even if they threw away the broken things, they didn't want to leave them to other men. They exchanged a glance and smashed everything in the house, tearing up their clothes and throwing them away. Oh my God! These clothes are perfect. Why tear them up? Clothes are free. Aunt and the eldest aunt both looked at the clothes on the floor with a look of heartache. They had sewn all of them, stitch by stitch. Didn't you hear what your eldest nephew said? We can always ask for new things if we need anything. What if someone sees how much luggage we have and doesn't let us get new things? The two brothers decided to keep it a secret from their wives as well. After all, it was their men they were abandoning. So what if they started to make a scene? Why don't you just pretend to do it? You can hide it and come back to get it next time. Wash it, and it'll be good to wear again. Those who don't make clothes don't know the hard work involved. How easy is it to make clothes by hand, stitch by stitch? The stitches have to be fine and precise, so the clothes don't fall apart. Especially with thicker fabrics, a single piece of clothing could take 10 days, or even half a month to make. Didn't you hear what my nephew said? Team members will be coming with them. They might just be here to monitor their families. If they're found, won't they have to take away the old clothes and wear them? You're just being stubborn. The old must go before the new can come. Just listen to me. And so, rip, 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 all night long, the sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Late in the night, the two brothers, carrying 2 large bags, headed for the garbage dump. Though the others felt distressed, they thought of the better days ahead and said nothing. The group worked until midnight, too excited to sleep. When Shin-Yi and his men arrived, they all gathered at his former home, waiting. Shin-Yi almost laughed at their stupidity. They chose this place because they were afraid he'd forgotten his past hatred, right? Or did they really think he was a child, easily fooled? Everyone's here, right? Is that all you have? Shin-Yi glanced at the bags on each of their backs. Nephew, you know what I mean? Our family is poor, so we don't have much. Those things have been used for years, and they'd just be a pile of rubbish. I won't bring them along, making a fool of myself. Uncle Shin-Yi stepped forward and said with a smile. All right, but I'm sorry to tell you, there aren't many seats left in the car. You might not all be able to leave. Shin-Yi sat on a stool, looking at them with regret. Uncle Shin-Yi said anxiously, Nephew, what's there to think about? We're your uncles, your dearest uncles. We'll definitely take us. As for them, just wait for the next trip. It's a quick trip anyway, so it'll just be a few extra days. No problem. The other men were furious. Everyone knew the slums had been cleared out, and who knew how long it would take for them to wait here? Besides, our house was bare, with nothing to offer. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to live here? Nephew, let's squeeze in. You see, we're so thin, we won't take up much space. We can sit 2 to a table, or even on top of the luggage. The others quickly offered suggestions. It's not my nephew who decides the limit on the number of people allowed in. Don't make it difficult for him. Don't worry, we're all family. We'll go over and clean up the house, and you can move in right away when you get there. Before Shin-Yi could even speak, Uncle Shin-Yi spoke first. He looked like he had Shin-Yi's best interests at heart. You're all my family. In today's society, blood ties aren't that important anymore. The main thing is, you've all been so kind to me. This makes it really difficult for me. Shin-Yi said with an embarrassed look on his face. Chapter 243. Benefits for the team members' families have been announced. From now on, while in the jungle, relatives will receive a certain amount of radiation-free fruit and meat every month. Make your decision quickly, the vehicle will be dispatched soon. Shin-Yi, since you're so undecided, why don't you give me your quota? I'll give you half of the supplies I receive in the future. You don't know? I always ask my family to list the good things they've done for me. If anyone treats me badly, just keep them, and take them with you to enjoy the good life. You definitely can't take your enemies with you. Don't waste any more time, go pick up my family, they've packed their belongings. Even though they treated me badly, they're family, and I can forgive them for the sake of benefits. The team members hurriedly pulled Shin-Yi out. Hey, we don't even have enough quotas for our own people. How can we give it to outsiders? Shin-Yi's uncle quickly grabbed Shin-Yi, preventing him from leaving. Relatives? What's the point of relatives when it comes to profit? I'm his teammate, and I can take care of Shin-Yi during missions. Besides, I was the one who took care of Shen-Yi when he was sick. Can you guys be as good to him as I am? The team member said unyieldingly. How long have you known Shen-Yi? I even held him when he was little. Yes. I even helped look after him. I even changed his diapers. I even gave him black dumplings. When he was sick, I brought him 3 meals a day. Several people quickly listed the good things they had done for Shen-Yi. Relatives are just like that, nothing more than that. Shen-Yi, don't accuse your brother of sowing discord. I think your so-called uncle isn't as good as those uncles. You look calculating. If you bring those uncles, who aren't related by blood, back to the jungle, they'll still remember your kindness. The team members pulled Shen-Yi aside and whispered to him. Yes. We will definitely remember your kindness, unlike your uncles. They'll just take it for granted and might even ask you for this and that, causing you trouble. Those people were just worried about not being able to do anything good for Shen-Yi, and when they heard someone speaking up for them, they quickly chimed in. Bullshit! If we uncles don't treat him well, how can we expect you, a fake uncle, to treat him well? Don't try to be nice here. You know, it was you who pushed Shen-Yi's father into the mutant beasts. The moment these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Even Uncle Shen-Yi, realizing he said the wrong thing, fell silent. So you pushed my father. Then you're excluded. I won't pursue the past, but you can't take anyone who treated me badly away, Shen-Yi said calmly, not even meaning to pursue the matter. Shen-Yi, have you picked up your people? Whether you have or not, come back quickly. The car is about to leave. At this moment, a voice message emanated from Shen-Yi's bracelet. Shen-Yi, let's go! You have too many people here, we can't handle them all. The team members also pulled him away. Don't go. I'm telling you, they're not good people. They were the ones who came up with the idea to kill your father. They did it themselves. Your father had already escaped, but he ripped off your father's bracelet and pushed him back. Bullshit! You were the one who retreated at the last moment. You said we came up with the idea? How could we have done it if you didn't agree? It's not like you helped them back then. That's right, and you, a bastard, even had the guts to assault your own nephew. To seize the house and food, you buried your own nephew alive. And you, shameless creature, why do you think your mother is so eager to remarry? It's because your good uncle harasses her daily. He says your eldest brother is gone, and as a younger brother, I have to take good care of my sister-in-law. He even didn't spare your sister, taking advantage of no one around to grope her. I was the one who groped her? How innocent are you? You took advantage of no one around to grope her, but you weren't as brave as me. The others, with the mentality that if they didn't suffer, no one else would suffer, they told everything they knew. Watching the group of people fighting, Shen-Yi clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He had a happy family, destroyed by these two families. Now, it's all gone. Let's go! Team member Shen-Yi whispered to Shen-Yi. Having family members like this is truly awful. Yeah. Shen-Yi nodded. Then the team members all walked to the door and closed it. As the view went dark, the others finally realized what was happening. Shen-Yi, since none of you are good people, I naturally can't take you away. If you don't want to leave, then don't. We don't want to go either. Get out of here. Why are you staying at my house? Shen-Yi's uncle also noticed something was amiss and immediately sent them away. Your house? Your house, huh? My great-grandfather owns this house. You haven't forgotten, have you? So, this is my house. As for the burglars, I have the right to deal with them until we catch them in the act. Shen-Yi chuckled. He had already wasted too much time, now he needed to make a quick decision. If they returned too late, the car might actually have left. Shen-Yi rushed forward and crippled each of their hands and legs. Anyone who had participated in the persecution of his family was barred from escaping. 12 people from both families were crippled overnight. Except the 2 women and the little cousin. He would not let them die, he would let them all linger. My dear auntie, if you dare to remarry, your fate will be theirs the next time we meet. Shen-Yi then led his men forward and emptied everyone's star coins. Not only would they not be able to afford medical treatment, but their future lives would be difficult. After all, the slums were empty, they could choose any place to live. As long as they had food to eat, they could survive. He still wasn't cruel enough. Open the door and leave. A glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, the light that guided him forward. Shen-Yi smiled with relief. This was a way of avenging his father. Where's your mother? The team member asked quietly. We'll talk about it next time. Let's get ready to leave, Shen-Yi said. Since his family were all wolves, how could his mother have the heart to leave him alone? He still felt a little uneasy. But his mother had married into the safe zone, and didn't join the team this time. For slums, over 30,000 people were practically cleared out in just 2 weeks. The safe zone's higher-ups would definitely want to stop it, but how could they stop something they both agreed to? And with Chin's father mediating, half the team still agreed. After all, so much material donation still had to be allocated to the slums every year. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate these burdens? The safe zone would definitely develop even better in the future. Now that everyone was gone, there was no point in arguing. Besides, the rainy season was approaching, and I had to be busy traveling again. There was no time to dwell on these trivial matters. Chapter 244. On the last trip, even with the children, Aunt Lin and Sue's mother were abducted by Maimong and the others. Father Su suddenly went from being surrounded by children and grandchildren to being a lonely family. So, he had no choice but to focus his energy on the plants Su Qinghe had given him. He began his tireless research. This was a completely new species, and any results he found could become a bargaining chip. Since others couldn't enter the dense forest, let those who could enter explore it. If they discovered a new plant today, they might discover a new animal tomorrow. And there were all the resources they needed. Just think of it as an additional safe zone. Since their own safe zone couldn't accommodate so many people, why not give some away? The 4 slums combined had less than 40,000 people. Their safe zone, however, had a population of nearly 1 million. They weren't afraid of hiring so many people this time. Because the fields were planted with lotus roots, they were just beginning to sprout with the arrival of the rainy season. If you didn't look closely, you mistake them for wild vegetables or weeds. Everyone was busy building houses. Everyone saw that a place without even a roof over its head was no good at all. Not to mention other daily necessities, which would all have to be sourced from the safe zone. If the safe zone stopped supplying them, this so-called dense forest safe zone would collapse in a matter of minutes. After going back and talking to their boss, everyone became less concerned. And my Mang and the others had witnessed the rise of a towering structure. Okay, not that exaggerated, but house after house was certainly being built at a visible speed, except for infants, who needed to be cared for by their mothers. All other children, who could run and jump, were all managed in a centralized location. Some people were assigned to look after the children, and of course, there would be guards standing by. The rest of the group went to cook. Feeding 40,000 people was no joke. Although the food was simple, making the black dumplings took time and effort. Building the houses was entirely left to the people in the slums. The hunting team was only responsible for leading and overseeing. As for the others, they would definitely go out hunting. The women went to gather. For so many people, the total daily food consumption was staggering. When Sue's mother and the others went upstairs to see the thriving plants, they were astonished. And Maimong and the others were also amazed by their daily diet. They stayed home to play with their grandchildren and explore the delicious food, so happy that they didn't want to return to the safe zone. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Dozens of houses formed a circle, standing within the wall. The wall had been widened and reinforced, now serving as a city wall. The city walls are over 10 meters high, allowing pedestrians to walk underneath and above, and there are watchtowers on all sides. This doubles the defensive power. In the future, the area inside the city walls will be called the inner perimeter, and the area outside the walls will be called the outer perimeter. Not everyone can live in the inner perimeter, but the outer perimeter is actually within the protective perimeter of Maimong, so safety is a given. A large expanse of wasteland has been reclaimed outside the city walls, ready for crop cultivation once the hot season arrives. As for the outer perimeter, while buildings will be built later, they will only be 3 stories high, primarily for the underground shopping mall. The underground structure will also have 3 floors, but what will be used inside has yet to be determined. The framework of the dense forest safe zone is basically complete, waiting to be gradually expanded. Maimong didn't order the removal of all the trees on the outskirts. Some of the giant plants could still be preserved. Otherwise, the elderly and women in the safe zone wouldn't be able to gossip under the trees. That's a wonderful thing, isn't it? Everyone was assigned housing according to population. Those who didn't want to stay could register with their team members and return with them when the team returned to the safe zone. For now, no one was leaving. A new house, new clothes, good food, and a comfortable place to live. Only a fool would leave. As long as Maimong and the others had work to do, they would have enough food and clothing. After the housing was built, the next step would be to build various processing plants, schools, hospitals, and other essentials. The first floor of each building was the guard team's territory, and each building also had a supermarket. It was fully stocked, and all the items currently came from the safe zone. Once their processing plant was established, they would be able to produce their own products. Xin Yujing also discovered a magical place, the salt field. Because of the radiation absorbers placed there, the radiation levels in the surrounding area were much lower. Previously, there was only high radiation, but now many salt blocks with medium radiation have appeared. This suggests that the radiation absorber can absorb the surrounding radiation. Slowly, the vegetation in that area will return to normal. For the purpose of experimentation, Maimong placed a radiation absorber on each side of the dense forest safe zone. If it truly works, it would mean that they can artificially eliminate the surrounding radiation levels. Su Qinghe also began to get busy. Upstairs, they will begin raising dry rice seedlings. Once the dry lotus roots are harvested and the soil is turned, they can immediately plant the rice. That saves a month. So during the summer, we can plant 2 crops of rice or wheat. As for vegetables, they're everywhere. There's no need to test for radiation levels. The harvested vegetables could be piled up into a small mountain. Because everyone eats radiation-free food, their bodies are much stronger. Because, for Maimong, there's little difference between purifying to 0 radiation and purifying to moderate radiation. So why make everyone suffer? Even the whole grain dumplings we eat are radiation-free. Can't we just let everyone eat something better? Everything is proceeding smoothly. Each area has a bathroom, and for a few star coins, you can take a bath. This is a clear requirement of the base. Maimong doesn't want to smell like salted fish every time he goes out. The only requirement is no waste. In addition to the well, the team members discovered a river nearby. Even in summer, there's no need to worry about running out of water for bathing. They can draw water from the river for bathing and use it for irrigation, eliminating any waste. With the arrival of summer and the planting of all the rice, the group prepared to return to the safe zone. They would bring back the wild vegetables harvested during the rainy season and exchange them for supplies. They would also recruit some technical personnel. Every industry needed professional leadership. These people from the slums would only be used as laborers. To thrive, they needed the power of knowledge. Mother Su and her husband expressed some concern for the men at home and wanted to return to see them. After living in the jungle for over 3 months, they had become much younger and more energetic. They saw each other every day, but it wasn't obvious. When they returned to the safe zone, they were clearly inferior to the other women around them. For a while, they were so frightened that they didn't dare go out, because all the women begged them to take them to live in the jungle. They had no say in the matter. They refused, but they refused to listen, so they had no choice but to hide at home. Chapter 245. As usual, my Mang led the way through the winding jungle. Following my Mang's lead, the others finally emerged from the dense forest. Some had previously planned to follow the main group into the jungle. They slowly advanced, following the wheel tracks. A miraculous thing happened. Before long, those tracks vanished without a trace. Some even drew routes and followed them the next day. They still got lost in the dense forest. They all knew it was probably a trick of the forest. But what good was knowing? They couldn't see through it. After the people in the safe zone lost the people from the slums, they realized that the most worthless wild vegetables they had eaten before were all picked from the slums. This year, no one was picking for them, making even a single vegetable a hassle. Some people in the safe zone saw a business opportunity and left the safe zone to pick vegetables in the dense forest. Scarcity makes things valuable, so the price of wild vegetables naturally soared, allowing the civilians to profit a bit. Even though they lived in the safe zone, their living expenses were still high. The higher-ups then realized that the wool was coming from the sheep. The annual grants they allocated to the slums had actually been earned back long ago. Take wild vegetables, for example. A pound of wild vegetables that used to cost 2-star coins now costs 4 or 5-star coins. Some delicious wild vegetables were even more expensive. Even so, everyone was still scrambling to get them. After all, not everyone had access to vegetables grown in the safe zone. And leafy vegetables were essential to life. At the time, they simply thought that if they hadn't bought the wild vegetables from these untouchables, they might not even have a place to live. The vegetables Maimong and his team brought in this time greatly alleviated the pressure on the higher-ups in the safe zone. Especially, these were all radioactive vegetables. If the wealthy shared them, they would last them for a long time. Without the wealthy competing with the commoners for vegetables, the price of vegetables dropped significantly. Some people saw Maimong and his team procure so many radioactive vegetables. They began to feel jealous. We always known that the jungle was rich in resources, but we had never known it was this abundant. Radioactive vegetables were everywhere. If that were the case, how could Maimong be the sole source of power? Someone had to get in and take a piece of the action. If open means didn't work, they would try covertly. They secretly followed Maimong into the jungle. Seeing how easily they came and went, they presumably knew that the dangers in the jungle had been largely eliminated. At least, the route back and forth had been cleared. If Maimong knew what they were thinking, he would have one thing to say to them. How naive. The Tyrannosaurus Rex team members were deterred by the intimidating power of Maimong's mental power, preventing the mutant beast from approaching. Mainly, Maimong feared overkilling and potentially impacting the ecological balance. They couldn't consume all the mutant beasts the team members hunted each year. By driving away the mutant beasts on their path, they could advance more quickly. They didn't have to waste time killing them. Therefore, most of those who tried to enter the jungle to grab a piece of the action ended up losing both their lives and their troops. Some were even completely wiped out. This made them realize once again that the jungle was still the same jungle. Maimong and his team were able to enter because they were powerful, not because the jungle had weakened. Since they couldn't get in, they tried to bargain down the price. Don't your safe zones rely on our supplies to survive? If we lower the price, we'll exchange them for supplies. Otherwise, we won't sell them to you. This matter left Qin Yujing, who possessed a cheating tool, completely unfazed. Since you won't sell me finished products, I'll buy your production line. Building a factory yourself is fine, right? If we can't buy new machines, there will always be broken ones in the warehouse. Broken machines just take up space. So why not just sell them at a low price and get a batch of fresh, radiation-free food in exchange? The others were speechless at this shrewd move. After all, the value of that pile of junk wasn't worth the supplies they were getting. In short, the safe zone probably got the better deal. But who knows if it's broken or not? Everything has been taken away, and there's no place to inspect it. As for wanting to block the city gates, what a joke. They all belong to Brother Qin Yujing. So why would you want to control his people? Are you trying to stir up factional strife? Not only that, Maimong also had someone secretly sell a batch of vegetable staples to the civilians. With proper food, they bought much less nutrient solution. In the past, the expired nutrient solution was disposed of in the slums. Now that the slums have been moved, all the expired nutrient solution has been discarded. In this way, the Xia family lost a huge amount of money. Adding to Maimong's outrageous actions, nutrient solution sales have dropped significantly again. Speaking of the old man of the Xia family, Maimong used a mental attack on him last time because of Lin Ziqi's incident. Because it was his first time, Maimong didn't know the severity of the attack, so he could only use a rough estimate. The guess is that the old man of the Xia family is now somewhat slow in both thinking and behavior. He understood everything she told him, and could make decisions, though he was a bit slow. She couldn't provide better guidance regarding family crises. Maimong was astonished. Had she fooled him? He seemed to have given up on hunting down Maimong and the others, living in a daze every day. He didn't even know his nutrient solution company had been taken over by his sons. Maimong didn't have security doors, like the slums, but everyone was under her surveillance. Anyone who did something bad was driven out of the jungle and sent back to the slums. Not only the individual, but the entire family. She made an example of several others. Security in the jungle wasn't impenetrable, but there were hardly any thefts. Especially when everyone saw the plump rice grains. Could they actually grow it here? Would anyone still want to return to their old slums? After 3 months in the jungle, everyone's health had improved. Their faces have rosy hues, and the children have grown taller, no longer looking sickly. Not only that, Maimong has also built a playground for the children, one of those free ones. Moms can bring their babies into play when they have time. Everyone chats and talks together, making life more enjoyable. When the children are older, they can go to school. Schools now teach more than just literacy, they teach a variety of life skills. You can learn more about herbs or any profession you're interested in. Adults can learn the same thing whenever they have free time. This is a privilege not even available in the safe zone. Many of them were so surprised that they cried. They never thought they could live such a good life in their lifetime. Maimong also discovered that everyone's fertility has increased. In just 6 months, several women became pregnant. This brought both joy and worry to everyone. Chapter 246. The joy was that the family was about to have another member, but the worry was that one more person would bring more pressure. Not only was there one less person to work, but there was also one more mouth to feed. The pressures were quite intense. Maimong immediately introduced new rules. Pregnant women could come and receive a monthly nutritional supplement. After the child was born, they could also come and receive a birth subsidy. This brought a huge sigh of relief to everyone. With the base helping them raise their children, their pressure was much less. Harvest season soon arrived in the dense forest, and everyone's cheers of joy were even louder than Maimong's. Because every harvest season, they all went to help, and could get a meal of fine grains from Maimong. The adults had rice, steamed buns, and stewed meat. The children were given different complementary foods according to their age. Everyone got enough to eat sparingly, so they could easily have 2 meals. They couldn't leave the food out for too long, as it would spoil. Although they didn't eat black dumplings every meal here, they mostly ate whole grains. They cherished days like these, when they could eat fine grains for free. With strength in numbers, the crops in the dense forest were quickly harvested and stored. Everyone finally ate the rice, stewed meat, and white flour buns they had longed for. After planting the second crop, Maimong and the others packed up and returned to the safe zone. This time, they weren't going to exchange anything. They were simply going to show their father some warmth. After all, the new harvest deserved to be tasted by all of them. Su Wenwen was now 7 months pregnant. Since she became pregnant, Maimong had switched all her food to non-radiation sources. Naturally, it wasn't her who stepped in, so it was Su's father who did. They took away all the low and medium radiation grain from Su Wenwen's warehouse, and replaced it with a variety of radiation-free foods for her to eat. Maimong also gave her a glass of diluted purification fluid to help her recuperate. So there shouldn't be any problems with the birth. As soon as they returned to the safe zone, Su Qinghe was whisked away by Su's father, not even having time to see his beloved grandson, which shows how tense the situation was. It's okay, let's have some fun. That's just how old Su is. That expression just now didn't look bad. Maybe there's been a breakthrough in their research, and they're asking Xiaoqing to go check it out with them, Su's mother said to Maimong. Yeah, Maimong replied. On Su Qinghe's side, Su's father had indeed made a breakthrough. The previous research hadn't yielded any results, so he asked Maimong to give him more. Finally, after his tireless research, he discovered an unknown element in plants. Look, this is the human genome, riddled with holes. Father Su showed it to Su Qinghe. He had only known that human genes could be damaged, but he hadn't imagined it could be so severe. After all, he was a farmer, not a scientist. But he had a friend who was a scientist, and he suggested that if one direction wasn't working, they should try another. So the two of them collaborated, and actually made some progress. Old Su, is your son here? Outside the door, a white-haired old man walked in. His robust gait contrasted sharply with his head of white hair. However, his hair had only grown gray at a young age. He had been graying since his 40s, and now he was only in his 50s. Come on. I was just about to demonstrate it to him. Father Su responded. Then you demonstrate? I'll watch. The old man stood to Father Su's other side, quietly observing his operation. This is the unknown element from the ice grass we extracted. Father Su dropped a drop onto the damaged genes, and like a drop of water in a frying pan, everything began to boil. After a few minutes, the boiling slowly subsided, and the damaged cells, as if they had eaten a full meal, became plump, no longer showing their previous broken appearance. See? Isn't it amazing? This element can repair damaged genes in the human body. With this ice grass, I believe our human race will be able to return to its former glory. What is the foundation of a country? People-centeredness. But what about the current population? The annual birth rate is only half the death rate. If this continues, humanity will sooner or later perish, let alone development. The appearance of this ice grass is humanity's savior. However, the specific effects of this ice grass and how to consume it are still largely unknown. Do you have any stock left? If so, I'd like to find a group of volunteers to conduct experiments. We'll see which areas of recovery are most significantly affected by the ice grass. Also, we need to research whether it can be eaten raw, cooked, or extracted. Father Su looked at Su Qinghe expectantly. This concerns the future of humanity. We can't afford to neglect it. There's a little bit, but it's not much, as we stumbled upon it. Su Qinghe nodded. Okay, then, when is convenient? Su's father asked. Your eldest grandson is still waiting for you at home. Aren't you going to hug him? Su Qinghe asked. His father had looked much more haggard recently. He must have been completely immersed in his research. Su's father was a little torn. Are these 2 days of work enough? Just take a break, Su Qinghe said. National justice and the survival of mankind all came second. The health of your family came first. Old Su, just go back and rest for a few days. You look exhausted these days. Your son's kindness must not be wasted, the white-haired old man said with a smile. As a research enthusiast, he naturally didn't want to rest, but since the other party clearly didn't want to give it away, he might as well buy one from him. Su's father was also a research enthusiast, but he had previously focused on farming. Seeing his son's resolute attitude, he had no choice but to agree. Old Sue, don't forget to take me with you on this historic moment. The white-haired old man grabbed Sue's father and said pitifully, Okay, we've been friends for so many years, how could I not know you? I'll definitely call you when the time comes. I'll even need to borrow your lab, said Father Sue with a smile. Now that he had put his research aside, Father Sue happily went home to hug his grandson. Little Mohan not only called him Grandpa, but also spoke simple, childish words, which was truly endearing. And those three chubby little ones, now 10 months old, have been acting up lately, always enjoying crawling around. Their favorite thing is to stand up and grab things from the table. Now every corner of the house is padded, and things on the table are arranged together, just in case they're accidentally grabbed. But with so many people taking care of them, it didn't seem tiring. Maymon wasn't tired at all. She found she didn't have the patience to take care of children. It was okay to tease them occasionally, but it would get annoying if she did. It wasn't that she didn't love them, Maymon knew she did, but she wasn't suited to taking care of children. Chapter 247. After a week, Maymon and the others were ready to go back. When asked if Mother Sue was going, she declined. With her around, Father Sue would still miss home, and there would be a warm meal to eat when he returned. If she left, he might have moved his bed to the lab. Before leaving, Su Qinghe handed all the remaining ice grass to Father Sue. It's all here. Take your time. Also, we don't know if this thing appears every year or randomly, so even if you have any results, keep them to yourself. We'll try again next snow season to see if we can find it. Su Qinghe instructed. Okay, keep it secret, and don't tell anyone. Father Sue readily agreed. Just as everyone was about to get into the car, Qin Yujing's brother arrived. He looked at them solemnly. Brother, don't be scary. Just tell me what you have to say. Qin Yujing looked at his brother and said, I might need your help with something. Let's go back inside. Qin Yujing's brother looked at Su Qinghe and the others. The group returned to the villa. Mother Sue and a few nannies took the children to play outside, while the rest of the group sat on the sofa. Do you remember the illusion in the West District? Qin Yujing's brother looked at everyone and spoke slowly. We can't control what's inside the dense forest, because it's strictly forbidden to enter. But outside the dense forest, right at the exit, we also sealed it off with a notice stating that there's an illusion inside, and asked everyone to stay away. But just a few days ago, the seal broke. At first, we thought it was blown away by the wind or something, so we didn't pay much attention and just resealed it, and that was it. But the next day, the seal broke again. This wasn't a coincidence. Yesterday, we sent a small suicide squad in. Until now, there's been no news. The suicide squad leader is the most powerful member of their team. They didn't dare send more people in. They thought, the most powerful people in the base are my brother's team. He hesitated all night, but finally came today. If it's not stopped, it could endanger the entire safe zone. Furthermore, the longer we wait, the more powerful that thing will become, making it even more difficult to deal with it later. Are you crazy? No one else can handle it, and you let your brother take the risk? Is this even worth trying? Once you go in, there's no turning back. When Qin's father heard about this, he roared at his eldest son. He didn't care about safe zones. As long as his children were safe, that was all. At worst, they could just stay east and stay out of the west. The wilderness is vast, and the population is so small, just looking around would be enough to feed them. Dad, I didn't tell my brothers and the others to go in. I just wanted to take a look. If we're not sure, forget it. Qin Yujing's brother lowered his head. Perhaps he shouldn't have come this trip after all. What can you tell from just looking outside? Do you think I'm stupid, or am I? Why can't you see your brother doing well? Qin's father roared. Dad, you're going too far. My brother has always been good to me. He's just discussing something. Why are you so angry? Qin Yujing spoke up immediately. Forget it. Just pretend I never came. Go back. Qin Yujing's brother stood up and walked out. You shouldn't have come this time, Qin's father said. He could understand his eldest son's actions, but he disagreed. Why risk his son's life to save others? Even if the solution was possible, he wouldn't agree. Wait. My Mang stopped Qin Yujing's brother. How about we go and take a look? We can check at the entrance. It's daytime now, so it shouldn't be active until night. Brother Qin looked at my Mang and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I took it for granted. There's no way to explore without taking risks. Let's go and take a look. If you're not sure, I'll pretend I don't know about it. I value my life very much and won't force myself. My Mang stood up. Then let's go together. The others all stood up. Let's go and take a look together, my Mang said with a smile. The few people said hello to Sue's mother and the others and left, including Sue's father and Chin's father. The atmosphere in the car was a little heavy, and no one spoke. Didn't you tell your family about your ability levels? My Mang broke the silence, looking at Qin Yujing and the others. Huh? What's there to say? I've always been the strongest anyway. Qin Yujing paused, then said. Father Qin, Father Su, their abilities have now reached level 3. Together, they can easily defeat a level 4 mutant beast. And Wang Haoran, his current combat power is top-notch. He can easily defeat even a level 3 mutant beast, let alone a level 2 one. As for me, I'm stronger than all 4 of them combined. So, you don't have to worry too much. We're just going to check it out. If we can solve it, we'll do it. If not, even we can't. Then we should send out a notice as soon as possible, telling everyone to stay away from here. Looking at the stunned looks on Father Su's and Father Qin's faces, my Mang smiled. As for Brother Qin, he was driving, his expression invisible. Father Qin and Father Su didn't say whether they believed it or not. Anyway, if possible, it was best to stay out of the way. As she approached the entrance, my Mang sensed a faint spiritual fluctuation. She examined the broken seal, and walked back until she was almost near the slums. Then my Mang spoke, it can extend here, so your seal is actually useless. Everyone looked at my Mang in surprise. Has this thing developed so quickly? Or perhaps, it's been hiding its strength. Of course, it's also possible that it's always been this powerful, but no one has noticed. My Mang sensed the roots again. She remembered the time she was chased and beaten. This time, it was time for revenge, a grudge. She kept moving forward until she found the enemy's roots. Strangely, the roots and the spiritual vibrations had a different range. Could it be because they traveled faster through the air? My Mang kept moving in, trying to find the source. The monster's range was so vast that it was impossible to detect it for a moment. But why did my Mang only sense the fluctuations of level 4 energy at the roots? It's only level 4. Could it be that powerful? My Mang was a little skeptical. What are you doing? Su Qing'e grabbed my Mang's hand. Seeing her keep moving forward startled him. It's okay. I'll try to find the source. It seems the enemy is hiding quite deeply. My Mang looked at the crowd and raised an eyebrow. Want to take a risk? Regardless of whether the opponent was level 4 or 5, she was level 6. Furthermore, she possessed several level 6 abilities, including a fire ability that could suppress trees. Strong individuals cannot grow in a greenhouse. Chapter 248. Upon hearing the decision of my Mang and the others, Qin's father and Su's father disagreed. Qin Yujing's brother asked, How confident are you? My Mang thought for a moment and said, Well, let me be modest, 60% to 70%. Everyone, you're so modest. Qin Yujing, so are we just going in like this? Silly or not? We definitely need to go back and prepare. Come on, everyone get in the car. I'll tell you my plan. My Mang's plan was to bring more energy weapons and energy stones. That way, even if they couldn't kill the enemy, they have no problem escaping unscathed. Hearing this, the two fathers felt a little relieved. While eliminating the enemy was important, their children's lives were more important. As for the energy weapons, my Mang and the others didn't have to come up with them themselves. Qin Yujing's brother took them to the weapons depot and let them choose. As for the two fathers, they went back first. They had no business here anymore. Wow, brother! I begged you for ages, but you wouldn't let me in. Now you're so generous. Qin Yujing unceremoniously took many level 3 energy stones, and even 2 level 4 ones. Regardless of whether he could use them or not, once they were in his hands, they were his. You only have one chance, so seize it. Qin Yujing's brother gave his younger brother a look. Qin Yujing understood immediately and began sweeping, focusing on large weapons. He didn't want anything less lethal. They're so heavy. They're too cumbersome. My Mang, observing Qin Yujing carrying the heavy weapons, warned him. What do you know? These are the ultimate weapons. They're kept in the car for safety. Qin Yujing said. Never mind him. Let's choose the guns we'll take into the illusion. Su Qing'e pulled my Mang away, leaving Qin Yujing to search for them on her own. This is it. My Mang picked the model she was most comfortable with. After all, she practiced with it for a long time. Now, as she touched it, the feeling slowly returned. Pick a few more as backup, in case one jams, Su Qing'e said. In the end, each of them had 10 guns hanging from their backs, their energy stones bulging. My Mang, the jam rate for these guns is a bit high? Are they defective? Qin Yujing was even more exaggerated. In the end, his brother had to lend him a car to get everything back. Hurry, put all these big guns away. Don't let anyone see them. From now on, these will be our secret weapons, Qin Yujing said to my Mang. If my Mang still didn't know what was going on, she'd be a bit foolish. So this is what they call reward. I never thought that even the seemingly serious and reserved brother Qin would give his younger brother a leg up. Why is father Qin so strict with brother Qin? I don't think he treats you that way. My Mang asked her question. Just now, she almost got scared. It was the first time she heard father Qin speak so harshly. My brother is the eldest son in the family. At that time, we thought he would be our only child, so naturally, he carried all our hopes. My father set very high standards for him, and of course, my brother is truly excellent and has always performed well. My mother wasn't in good condition when she was pregnant with me, but she still insisted on giving birth to me. So my health wasn't that good when I was little. Maybe my mom felt she owed me something, so every time my dad tried to be harsh with me, she stopped him. Plus, since I already had an older brother, she gave me a free rein. Later, my mom passed away, and Aunt Lin came into the family. As you know, being a stepmother is inherently difficult, so she must have been incredibly tolerant of me. With his youngest son incompetent, he had no choice but to teach his eldest son well, otherwise, there would be no one to carry on his legacy. Gradually my brother and I took completely different paths. Perhaps Father Qin also knew that his youngest son, with his reckless behavior, would suffer greatly in the future without a strong backing to protect him. As for the eldest son, he felt somewhat indebted, but someone had to shoulder the burden of the family. Brother Qin is quite pitiful, having to shoulder the burden of supporting the family from a young age, my Mang said. We're here to help him, aren't we? If we can successfully resolve this problem, he should be able to rise significantly. From now on, we can act even more lawless in the safe zone. Qin Yujing laughed heartily. The others returned and donned their combat uniforms. It had been ages since they had such a serious battle, and my Mang felt a little excited. Are all strong people belligerent? When my Mang and the others arrived at the illusionary realm, Qin's brother had already gathered his men and lined up outside. Even Father Qin and Father Su were there. What are you doing? My Mang looked at the fully armed men, wondering if he was going in with them. Let's go in together. If we have to fight our way out, you'll have someone to help you. Qin Yujing's brother said. No, there are too many of us, and I have to devote my energy to protecting you. Just a few of us can go. My Mang quickly declined. Then they'll stay here, and I'll go in too, Qin Yujing's brother said. No need. You stay here for logistics. If I need your help later, I'll fire a shot into the sky. Then you just attack indiscriminately within the illusion. Remember, no one should go inside. My Mang assigned them a task. Under the others' worried gazes, my Mang and the others headed towards the illusion. Remember, we'll pretend to be bewitched and follow our instincts. That way, we won't have to look for them, my Mang warned. What if we're truly bewitched? Qin Yujing asked. Then, there was a slap on the head. Can you say something nice? Su Qinghe said. Don't worry, I'm here. Qin Yujing was right this time. They would indeed be bewitched. Otherwise, how would she know which way to go? She just waked them up once they reached the center of the illusion. But for now, don't tell them about this. It's like waking up in the blink of an eye. The five of them walked hand in hand inside. This state wasn't conducive to fighting. But since they didn't need to fight right now, it didn't matter. Soon, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped them, and the four of them gradually lost their focus. My Mang stood in the middle, imitating their movements and following their lead. My Mang felt this was a mistake. Wouldn't it be nighttime by the time they reached the center of the illusion? If she had known, she would have come back at night. But once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. No matter what lies ahead, she had no choice but to keep going. Otherwise, if it discovered them, they could easily escape, easily attracting its attention. If they tried to get in so easily next time, they'd be in trouble. Chapter 249. As the sky darkened, the people outside the illusion began to grow nervous. My Mang had just described everything about the illusion so lightly, giving them the illusion that it was truly that terrible. Now that he thought about it, it was too reckless. How could they just let them in like that? At least they had to gather their forces and come up with a foolproof plan. It was too late to say anything now. They could only wait anxiously outside. Ever since they entered the illusion, all communication had been lost, and it was impossible to locate them. Wait until daybreak. If they still haven't sent any news, I'll bomb this entire forest. This was their final decision. However, doing so carried too many risks, too high a cost, and too many uncontrollable factors. But now that his brother was inside, he had to level this area, no matter the cost. The people outside waited anxiously, and Maimong was also walking anxiously. Why couldn't they hurry? How long would they reach if they walked so slowly? It was dark, and they were still walking. But Maimong had already seen their destination, a piranha plant. And these mental fluctuations were coming from the small white flowers surrounding the piranha plant. The small white flowers were hallucinogenic, while the piranha plant was responsible for hunting, and then the piranha plant would feed some nutrients to the small white flowers. The two complemented each other. So plants can form cliques? If they separated, their lethality would be the same as that of ordinary high-level plants. Or perhaps even less. After all, the small white flowers had no lethality, and a single shot from the piranha plant would likely destroy it. So, all she had to do was eradicate the piranha plant. After all, the white flower's mental hallucinations had no effect on it. Maimong, having figured everything out, woke the other four. She had already seen their destination. They would naturally wake up. At first, Qin Yujing and the others didn't notice anything amiss. They had been walking all along. It wasn't until they saw the illusions around them, and the scattered bones on the ground that they realized they had been tricked again. If Maimong could speak at this moment, she would have told them that this mental attack was pervasive. Maimong led the others, slightly quickening their pace toward the piranha plant. As they got closer to the piranha plant, the bones on the ground grew thicker, and every step was a crackling sound. The bones beneath were so weathered that they would break them instantly if stepped on. The others had already agreed. Upon sighting their target, they would immediately deploy their energy weapons. So, as they approached the piranha plant, Maimong gave them a signal, then they all drew their pistols and fired at the plant. The expected scene of the flower being crushed to pieces did not occur. At that moment, countless roots rose from the ground, blocking the piranha plant. At the same time, the piranha plant immediately attacked Maimong and the others. The roots in the central area were not as thin as the ones they had used to break through the siege last time. Each one was as thick as an adult's thigh. Even the energy weapons could only defend against them, not repel them. They could not reach the center of the flower for a while. Furthermore, as the roots continued to approach, the pressure on them intensified. Fire attack, Maimong said, and several men sheathed their guns and drew their flamethrowers from their waists. As expected, the trees were still afraid of fire. At the flash of flame, they retreated several steps. However, this was only a temporary solution, as the ignited roots would roll back and the flames would disappear. The other roots, without flames, continued to advance. Hold on, I'll deal with the main body, Maimong said. Be careful, the others said. There was nothing they could do. They weren't as powerful as Maimong and couldn't lead the charge for her, but they could still protect the rear. Maimong discovered that energy weapons and flamethrowers didn't do much damage to it. So, let's try a supernatural attack. Maimong raised a stream of flame in his hand and threw it directly at the roots of the piranha plant. The roots it touched had no chance of extinguishing. They were reduced to ash in seconds. But the piranha plant's defenses were truly impressive. Its roots, spread out in all directions, not only provided protection, but could also branch out to attack Maimong. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the earth shook. Followed by this, a continuous barrage of artillery fire rang out. It turned out that Qin Yujing's brother had been keeping an eye on the movements inside, and the quiet night had drawn the echo of gunfire and ammunition. They suspected a fight might have taken place inside. They couldn't go in to help, but Maimong had previously told them that the roots were everywhere underneath. So, they could fire at the ground, which would at least cause some damage. Because of the external interference, the piranha plant did pause for a moment. Maimong seized this moment, breaking through its defenses and clawing at its base. Who knew this piranha plant would be so unsportsmanlike and spit at her? Maimong dodged sideways, only to hear the saliva sizzle as it hit the ground. Ouch! It's corrosive. Maimong unleashed a fire that penetrated the tree roots, completely incinerating the piranha plant. The roots paused for a second, then attacked even more frantically. It wasn't dead? Maimong was stunned for a second, then looked down and saw it was the flower of flowers. 2 meters underground, another curled-up piranha plant held 2 level 4 energy stones in its mouth. Twin flowers? Maimong didn't care what it was. He used his earth power to split the soil, then quickly enveloped the entire piranha plant with ice, and used his mental power to sever the connection between it and the other roots. Originally, he considered burning it with fire, but then he thought he could give it to Father Su for research. The little white flowers were much simpler to deal with. They simply uprooted them, put them in a bag, and sent them all to Father Su. Removing the level 3 energy stones from their roots would diminish the effectiveness of the little white flowers. As the little white flowers were removed, the spiritual fluctuations in the air gradually subsided. Soon, they were able to contact the people outside. "Brother, it's done." "Ha ha ha. Wait, I'll bring the spoils out for you to see." Qin Yujing called her brother, and said happily. Hearing their confirmed news, Father Qin and the others finally put their minds at ease. This night had been truly agonizing. "Wait, I'll drive to pick you up," Brother Qin said with a smile. Fortunately, they were all safe. Soon, Brother Qin drove the car into the illusion according to the location. Without the illusion, he was just an ordinary forest, a forest with lush vegetation. Father Qin and Father Su were also in the car. They were worried and wanted to see with their own eyes to make sure they were all safe. Chapter 250. "Brother, look, are these your team members?" Qin Yujing asked, pointing at the men on the ground. "Yes, they're all members of the Suicide Squad." "Are there only these 5? The Suicide Squad had 10 men in total." "Yes, only these 5 are left alive. As for the others, nothing was left." Brother Qin had another car arrive to take these 5 back to the safe zone for treatment. He also brought some people over to collect the bones, cremate them, and find a burial site. "Father Su, look. The spoils." Feeling the solemn atmosphere in the car, my Mang showed Father Su the bag of ice. "Is this what created the illusion?" Father Su asked curiously. "No, this is a piranha plant. It has a single flower on the ground, and this one is growing in the ground. It's got 2 level 4 energy stones wrapped in its mouth. I thought they were rare, so I left them here to see if you wanted them." Maimong explained to Su's father. 2 level 4 energy stones inside? Su's father exclaimed in shock. He raised the ice cube in his hand, looking at the insignificant object before him. Level 4, 2 of them at once. The lethality is no less than that of a level 5 mutant beast. Not to mention the aid of the hallucinogenic grass, but judging by his wife's ability, she certainly handled it with ease. It seems his wife is being too modest about her abilities. And this bag contains small white flowers. They're the ones who created the illusion. I've taken all the energy stones from their roots. I can take them back without worrying about their hallucinogenic properties being too strong. But let's not open it yet. When we get home, put it in an airtight box. Protect yourself when handling it. As for what kind of protection, that's up to you to research. Maybe we can even develop a medicine specifically for this little white flower. She casually packed it in a bag, because she had enveloped the entire bag with her mental power. No one knows how hallucinogenic this thing is right now, but at least it should be enough to mesmerize everyone in the car. The surprise came too quickly. 2 new and unusual species. Su's father fondled him, looking like he had a lot of work ahead of him. Dad, I'll have Mom supervise you if you don't eat or sleep regularly because of your research. Next time, I won't leave any goodies for you. He simply burned it. Su Qing has said to his father. Father Su, all right, got it. This awful thing, who knows who it is, but he used to be even more reckless in his research than he was, always having to drag people away. Why can't he understand his desire to solve the mystery now? By the way, big brother, we better clean up the roots in this soil. This piranha plant has such a dense root system, there's no telling if it'll reproduce. I'll draw a circle for you later, and the roots are all underground within the circle. Forget it, why don't we just drive around now? My Mang said to Qin Yujing's brother. Okay. It was almost dawn, so he had someone post a task, digging up roots for a fee, giving the people in the safe zone some odd jobs. Every few blocks, Qin Yujing's brother got out of the car to mark the path. You wouldn't know until you see it, the roots of this piranha plant are truly dazzling. By the time they finished their circuit, it was already afternoon. The drive took over 10 hours, which shows just how widespread the piranha plant's reach was. They didn't stop, and Qin Yujing's brother drove straight back to the villa. They all went to shower first. After the battle, they were all filthy. Lying in bed that night, my Mang asked Qin Yujing, does Big Brother have a special ability? Yes, his special ability is physical enhancement. When he uses it, his body is like an invisible shield. But it's a bit low level, so it can only protect against damage from ordinary bullets and less powerful energy blades. It's not even as effective as a protective suit, Qin Yujing said. Oh! My Mang nodded. Why, do you want to upgrade my brother's special ability? Qin Yujing asked. It's not impossible. I still have some crystal cores. You only use 2 to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. 4 should be enough for your brother, right? My Mang asked uncertainly. Aren't you saving them? Qin Yujing was naturally willing to let her brother upgrade his powers, but didn't my Meng say she was saving these crystal cores for life? My powers have grown stronger now, so I don't see many opportunities to use them. They're for you as a backup. Take out 4, and there'll be enough left. My Meng's current energy pool can be shared. Unless she encounters an exceptionally powerful opponent, she hasn't encountered one that would require her to use her entire energy pool. Even that piranha plant only required using up 2.5 of her energy pool. Brother Howren, don't worry about not having superpowers. Look, there are more and more people without them these days. Maybe in the future, we'll all be ordinary people. My Meng comforted Wang Howren. After all, he was the only one in the family without superpowers. I don't mind. I'll stay by your side from now on, and you'll protect me. Wang Howren had long since resigned himself to the matter. You're really calculating. It's wishful thinking. Just stay by my side, and I'll be able to protect you too. Qin Yujing retorted. But you're not as powerful as my Meng. Wang Howren replied. Even though I'm not, it's enough to protect you. Qin Yujing said proudly. Forget it, forget it. The night is short. Let's do something serious. Qin Yujing pulled the quilt over him, and the sound of 3 people laughing and giggling could be heard. Soon, the sound faded, replaced by another. A dreamless night passed, and soon dawn came. My Meng and the other 2, without exception, slept late again. But it didn't matter anyway, so it might as well be later. Auntie Lin smiled inwardly. The 3 little ones were already so old, it was time for them to have more children. They were all so beautiful, it would be a shame not to have more. As for whether the children were Qin Yujing's biological children, the couple really didn't know. After all, Maimong had lived in the villa for so long, and they were too embarrassed to ask when they had been together. Whether they were biological children or not, they were both equally adorable and endearing. After 2 days of rest, Maimong and the others were about to return to the dense forest. While they knew things would be in perfect order without them, they still missed home. Yes, that was their home. As long as they were back in the dense forest, they felt that happy feeling of returning home. Finish up your work, and I'll take you there this winter. I tell you, it's a lot of fun, Qin Yujing said to Auntie Lin and the others. Chapter 251. Yeah, there's nothing to do in the winter safety zone anyway. Our building is empty, so you can live wherever you want. The people upstairs had all moved to other buildings. Even Grandma Wang had chosen a house she liked and moved in. There were many older women like her there, and it was nice to chat with them when she had free time. She'd come back to visit when she missed her grandchildren. She no longer had to worry about making a living. She could eat well, drink well, and feel happy every day. And after taking care of her with wheat sorghum, she looked more than 20 years younger. Because the patrol team would often visit Grandma Wang, they would pay close attention to her movements during their patrols. So, everyone knew this old lady had a special background, and no one dared to think anything bad about her just because she lived alone. Because she occasionally shared her wild fruits, the children loved her and called her Grandma Wang every time they saw her. She had picked those wild fruits with the foraging team, and they weren't as delicious as the ones Maimong and the others had brought her. But for the children of the slums back then, anything edible was delicious. Grandma Wang understood the principle of gratitude and resentment, so she only shared her harvest once in a while, otherwise sharing what she had picked with the others who had gone with her. She wasn't short of food right now, but occasionally getting out and about made her feel more comfortable. Maimong and the others naturally followed Grandma Wang's wishes. Whenever Grandma Wang went out, Qin Yujing would instruct the team to take good care of her. There was always a generous reward upon their return, so those people had no objection to accompanying Grandma Wang on her foraging trips. Houses are still being built, one after another, ready to be used for farming or living. Let's rebuild a villa, my Meng suggested to the others. Look, the building we live in was the first one built, and it's the most basic. Apart from the first floor, the rest of the house only has a Kong. When Mom and Dad come, we can't have them living upstairs. The first floor wouldn't be big enough. Besides, one will definitely come, and we don't know if her husband's will. And there are children, so we need a nanny's room. So, after much thought, we've decided to rebuild a small villa. Prepare a room for each of them, so they don't have to live apart when they arrive. That's great. I'll have someone draw up the blueprints for a 3-story villa, with an outdoor pool. If it were anywhere else, suggesting an outdoor pool would be met with laughter. After all, the radiation levels are so high that even wearing clothes wouldn't be enough to withstand it, let alone stripping off. But here, there's no such concern, because there's only intense sunlight, no radiation. Swimming under the scorching sun enjoying a few bites of iced watermelon. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Qin Yujing began to daydream. Maimong shook his head at the thought of that terrifying scene, refusing to even think about it. I'm afraid of getting a tan. You can go swimming in the sun. I can go in the evening. Maimong quickly declined. You're so fair. Why are you afraid of getting a tan? Qin Yujing pinched Maimang's cheek. It felt so good, so white, so tender, and so bouncy. Just because I'm fair doesn't mean I'm not afraid of getting a tan. Maimang slapped his hand away and stepped away. Okay, let's get back to business. As for the garden, there's no need for it. After all, just open the windows and you'll see greenery all outside. We can build a large courtyard where Mo Han and the others can play with Xiao Jin and Xiao Pai. Everyone chatted as their villa gradually took shape. Qin Yujing was a man of action. Once they found a location, they began construction. This time, the excavation would be deeper, requiring not only a large underground water reservoir, but also a basement. It was time for his various equipment to be put back into service. And when little Mo Han and the others were older, I could teach them how to shoot, which would also require space. An underground garage would also be necessary, otherwise it would be inconvenient to go out on rainy days. Qin Yujing busied himself with building the house, striving to complete it as soon as possible and move in. Xia Chengfeng and Wang Haoran were responsible for leading the team on patrols, eliminating potential dangers. Su Qinghe was in charge of monitoring the growth of all the plants. The dense forest was now covered in extensive plantings. Except for some areas planned for housing, all the open space within the walled area was planted with crops. The people from the safe zone also had work to do daily. After all, watering so much land required manual labor. There weren't many automatic irrigation systems, and Su Qinghe had placed them all upstairs. He would use the land upstairs for research on new varieties, and except for a few assistants, no one else was allowed to access it. Factory operations had also begun to resume, and the hospital needed cleaners, as did the garment factory, which needed skilled workers. The school also needed cleaners. These were unskilled tasks, easy for anyone to do. Even a young mother with a child on her back could do some cleaning. Everything was proceeding smoothly. But several people in the house looked grim. Have you noticed? Something's wrong with this summer. Su Qinghe spoke first. I've noticed. The weather's too hot. Instead of getting cooler, it's actually getting hotter. Qin Yujing echoed. Typically, summer lasts about 5 months, but in the last month, the temperature dropped slightly. This year, however, the temperature not only didn't drop, but actually rose. Xia Chengfeng and Wang Haoran exchanged a glance. They were already hot from running outside every day. Sometimes, they were in the shade, so they didn't feel the change in weather much. Let's observe for a few more days. If this continues, I'd like to return to the safe zone. There are so many talented people in the safe zone, maybe they'll learn something. After all, their foundation was still insufficient. But take it slow. They've already done a good job in the newly developed safe zone. The temperature showed no sign of dropping over the next few days. Su Qinghe looked at Maimong. He had to bother her with another trip. This time, they didn't bring anyone else along. The two of them sped off in the SUV. With Maimong leading the way, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. Thank you for your hard work. Su Qinghe touched Maimang's little hand. He must have been exhausted after driving all day. Fortunately, I'm in great shape now. This distance is a piece of cake. Maimong smiled, nestling in Su Qinghe's arms. If they weren't in a hurry, Maimong could guide the driver. No matter how they drove, Maimong could always find their way back. It just took a little longer. Chapter 252. Soon, the two arrived at the safe zone and headed straight for Father Qin. Father Qin was relatively more knowledgeable about this sort of thing. Father Qin had just returned home from a meeting, and the house was sweltering. The scorching heat had him irritable. Maimang and the others noticed it, too. Although the temperature in the dense forest was hot, perhaps because there were so many trees around, it wasn't as sweltering as outside. Once they emerged from the dense forest, they felt more directly what summer was like. Father Qin. Father Qin. The two walked straight in. Why are you here? Is it because of the weather? This is so abnormal. Father Qin wiped the sweat from his forehead. In this weather, even standing still would make you sweat profusely. The daytime high was approaching 60 degrees Celsius. No one dared go out during lunchtime, fearing they would get roasted. Even in the morning and evening, the lowest temperature was only around 30 degrees Celsius, making it almost unbearable. Maimang placed whole blocks of ice around the house, and soon the temperature dropped. Comfortable, truly wonderfully comfortable. Father Qin laughed happily. My daughter is so sweet, so caring. He was no longer surprised by my Mang's various abilities. Even if they told him one day that my Mang possessed all sorts of abilities, he would simply nod and praise his daughter. This daughter had given him so many surprises that he couldn't contain his amazement. There were also ice machines in the base, and every larger family had its own ice room. But so what? With the weather being so hot, an ice room would need more energy stones to operate. Even if the ice machine ran around the clock, it couldn't supply so many people. The main problem was that the ice melted too quickly. After a while, the large ice cubes turned into ice water, which then slowly turned to warm water. Even if we added the ice room's output, it still wouldn't be enough. So, when there was ice, we could enjoy it for a while, but the rest of the time, we just had to endure it. Where's Aunt Lin? My Mang asked curiously. She couldn't stand the heat at home, so she joined a bunch of other wealthy ladies to go to the ice room, Chin's father said. An ice room, like an air-conditioned room, used to not require a large group. But this year, there were so many people, all powerful and influential, that it would be a shame to offend anyone. So, they had to increase the number of people in each room to ensure everyone had access to the air conditioning. Everyone ate together, enjoyed the air conditioning, and felt so comfortable that they didn't even want to go home. By the way, you came because of the weather, right? Chin's father felt completely relaxed, and then he remembered his business. Well, the higher-ups at the base have been discussing this for a long time, with a short meeting every day and a large meeting every 2 days. I just came out of the meeting room. We've looked through the archives and consulted various books, but haven't found any similar incidents before. However, 100 years ago, there was a major disaster somewhat similar to this one. That was a prolonged snowy season. The snowy season, without warning, extended for 2 months, then suddenly turned into summer. That year, the snowy season froze countless people to death, and the sudden change took countless more lives. So, this incident has been carefully documented. Now, we need to make preparations and store more firewood. They were more vigilant at night, because everyone felt a repeat of what happened 100 years ago. From hot season to snowy season all of a sudden. Fortunately, this time it was hot season first, then snowy season. If it had been like 100 years ago, who knows how many more people would have died. The three of them chatted for a long time before Chin's father said in surprise, Xiaomai, why hasn't your ice cube melted in so long? Don't worry, Dad Chin, it won't take more than 2 or 3 days. This is ice made by a level 6 psychic. How can it be the same as ordinary ice? So amazing. Was it hard for you to make this ice? Chin's father asked with a smile. At this point, he wasn't a superior, just an ordinary old man. It's not hard. I'll save some for you. My Mang said politely. Hey, my daughter is so thoughtful. Unlike those 2 brats, they only serve to annoy me. Father Chin enthusiastically took my Mang to his ice cream parlor. My Mang almost filled it up, though he wondered how long this summer would last. Enough, 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 too much, too much. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to sit down and rest? Father Chin hurriedly asked from the side. No, it's nothing. My Mang smiled and replied. Father Chin didn't look like she was lying. Father Chin gave her a thumbs up. Great. Father Chin, let's go see Father Su. We'll see you later. After leaving the room, my Mang said to Father Chin. Okay, invite Mr. and Mrs. Su to dinner tonight. I'll have them ready now. Chin's father said. Okay, I'll tell Mr. and Mrs. Su. Mei Mong got in the car and drove to the Su family's freezer. Before going home, they had to fill up the Su family's freezer as well. They couldn't favor one over the other. The 2 of them headed straight for the Agricultural Science Institute. Mrs. Su must have gone to the ice room, so Mr. Su must have stayed at the institute to cherish his plants. Sure enough, Mrs. Su said she was with Aunt Lin, and she'd be going back with her shortly. Just have them pick up Mr. Su and bring him over. Arriving at the Agricultural Science Institute, it was alright, as the plant room was temperature controlled. While not exactly cool, it was much more comfortable than the scorching heat outside. Why are you here? Mr. Su looked at the newcomers in surprise. They had arrived so hastily this time that neither of them had greeted anyone. A surprise for you, isn't it? Su Qinghe replied. It's quite a surprise. Mr. Su stepped forward, took Su Qinghe's hand, and led him inside. It's just right that you're here. I have something to tell you. Xiaomai, come in too. The 3 of them sat in the office. Father Su spoke mysteriously. We ate all that ice grass last time. It can't be boiled. Once heated, it turns into a puddle of water and has no other benefits. You can eat it raw or drink the purified juice. Although the purified version is more effective, it's too wasteful, so in the end, we just ate it raw. At first, I gave each of them 1 leaf daily. The next day, the cells in their bodies began to slowly change, but the changes were not noticeable. It was noticeable. So, I divided the experiment into batches. One group continued taking 1 leaf a day, another 2, and yet another 3. The first group continued to see slow changes, but everything was moving in the right direction. The second group saw faster progress, their complexions visibly rosy, and their cells were repairing themselves. As for the third group, the first 2 days were fine, but on the third day, one woman, who was in a relatively weak state, couldn't handle the rapid changes in her body and died. Father Su said, somewhat sadly, but in research, there are always sacrifices. Chapter 253. However, the third group didn't dare continue and are now resting. Although they've stopped taking the medicine for a month, their bodies are still recovering on their own for the first half of the month, but recovery has slowed considerably since then. They're probably almost reaching their limit, and need to continue taking the medicine for improvement. The first and second groups are also currently in an observation period. We plan to undergo a full body checkup after a while, when the body's recovery has stopped, to see if there are any changes. Based on the information we have so far, ice grass is a very good thing. As for any potential side effects, that's something that won't be discovered in a short time. By the way, are you two coming alone? Where's my eldest grandson? Father Su asked. We were in a hurry this time, so we didn't bring the child, Su Qinghe replied. That's right. In this awful weather, it's unbearable. By the way, is it this hot there? Father Su asked with concern. It's hot over there too, but not as much as here. Plus, we keep some ice at home every day, so it's bearable. It's so uncomfortable here. Do you and Mom want to go to the jungle early? Su Qinghe asked. No, I'm fine here. Your mom has somewhere to go during the day. We can just put some ice in at night and make do. That's enough. Father Su waved his hand. He couldn't bear to part with his plants. Okay, Maymong, just put a lot of ice in the freezer. Don't be reluctant to use it. Keep a couple at home during the day so Mom doesn't have to go out so often, and you can get a good night's sleep. Su Qinghe said. Don't worry about whether you have enough ice back there. We all have our share in the safe zone. Hey, it's your sister. She gave birth prematurely due to a fever a while ago, and is now in confinement. We sent half of the ice to her. Your mother went to see her several times, and she didn't look very well. It was all because of the weather, and the child was also sick. Your mother cried secretly many times, worried that this hard-earned child would. When you have time, go see her and comfort her. Father Su sighed. He only has one son and one daughter. Both are now married and have children. His son is fine, and his daughter was also doing well, but now she hasn't had such a good time. Then let's go see her first. When we come back, we'll pick you up to have dinner at Father Qin's house. Mom's gone already. Su Qinghe said. Go, go, said Su's father. Su Qinghe grabbed my Mang and drove to Su Wenwen's place. One of Su Wenwen's 4 men was a government official, not a high-ranking official, but with Su's father's help, they had been able to buy a villa in the central area. The villa's security guard recognized Su Qinghe and let him in. As soon as Su Qinghe pulled up to the door, his brother-in-law came out to greet him. Brother, sister-in-law, you're here. The person greeted. My Mang recognized the man Su Wenwen had taken home for dinner the first time, Mu Siling. He looked a bit serious, unsmiling. Well, Siling, how's Wenwen? Su Qinghe asked. She can't eat much a day, and the child is the same. She only drinks a little bit of formula every day. Mu Siling's serious face was filled with deep sorrow. This was the child they had been waiting for years. Now, for this child, he was even risking his wife. If I had known. He didn't know what to do. I'll go see Wenwen. My Mang said. Sister-in-law, come with me. Wenwen will be so happy to see you. Mu Siling took my Mang and Su Qinghe upstairs. Su Qinghe stood outside the door, not going in. Even though she was his sister, it was inconvenient for him to go in while she was in confinement. As soon as he entered, my Mang was struck by a rather unpleasant odor. It was like the stagnant smell of menstruation in the heat of summer. My Mang frowned. How could he spend the rest of his confinement in such an environment? But then he thought, lochia is common after childbirth, and with the weather being so hot, it was unavoidable. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I told you I don't want to eat, and don't come here again. What? Before my Mang even entered, he heard Su Wenwen screaming from the bed, throwing all the pillows off. Wenwen, it's me! My Mang cried out. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law sobbed. I'm so miserable. If I known, I wouldn't have given birth. Giving birth is so painful. I can't eat anything, and they keep asking me to eat this and that. Sob. Su Wenwen saw my Mang approaching and immediately threw herself into her arms, bursting into tears. My Mang gently patted her back, silently comforting her. This child, could she be suffering from postpartum depression? Not to mention, with such terrible weather, and the child being like that, the pressure was too great to say anything. You can't cry during confinement. If you cry your eyes out, you'll go blind when you get old. My Mang waited until she had almost finished crying before speaking to her. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. I just couldn't help crying, couldn't help getting angry. Su Wenwen took the tissue my Mang handed her, and wiped her tears and nose before saying, I'll have them boil some water for you so you can wash your hair and bathe. Look at you, you're sweating all over from crying. My Mang asked softly. But isn't it said you can't wash your hair during confinement? Even if I wasn't crying, I'd still be sweating. My clothes are never dry, and I have to change dozens of times a day. Su Wenwen said aggrievedly. I'll perform a magic trick for you later. You'll feel better after you bathe. Hasn't it been 20 days? After you bathe, blow dry quickly, then wrap yourself up and you'll be fine. My Mang consoled her. Then she asked someone outside to boil water. It was mugwort water. Because Su Wenwen bathed every day, the mugwort water was already boiled and left to cool. Just boil an extra pot of hot water and add it in. During confinement, you can't use yin yang water, meaning you can't add cold water to hot water. You must boil it, and then let it cool naturally before washing. The water soon arrived. Su Wenwen wrapped her hair and took a shower. Later, she could sleep on the recliner while someone washed her hair. While Su Wenwen was washing in the bathroom, my Mang was busy outside, directing the bedding to be changed. Then she opened all the windows for ventilation. Finally, she condensed 2 ice cubes to cool the room. She had no idea what to do about postpartum depression, but she wanted to create a good living environment and a good mood for her. By the time Su Wenwen finished washing, it was already pretty cool outside. My Mang had someone remove the ice cubes to avoid a significant temperature difference when Su Wenwen came out. She went into the bathroom and immediately helped Su Wenwen dry the water droplets from her hair, saving her the trouble of using a hairdryer. Wow, sister-in-law, you're amazing, Su Wenwen exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 254. I have something even better. Put on your hat first, don't catch a cold. My Mang took out a new hat and handed it to Su Wenwen. I'm almost dying of heat, okay? How could I catch a cold? Su Wenwen complained. Just during the time she was washing her hair, she changed her clothes again. Because the bath and shampoo water were both quite hot, she was sweating all over. My Mang, despite her objections, wrapped her completely in a large towel before opening the door and letting her out. As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, Su Wenwen felt a burst of coolness. It's so comfortable. I only feel cool for a few minutes every day when I have ice cubes. But ice cubes are too humid. They say you can't use too much or leave them out for too long, or it's bad for my health. She understood the logic, but she just couldn't stand the heat. In the past, homes could still be cooled, as long as they produced their own energy stones. But the weather this year is so unusual, the safety zone has issued a directive limiting air conditioning to only 2 hours per day in private residences. Because there's no telling how long this scorching heat will last, everyone needs to be more frugal. If it's a long-term issue, we need to let our bodies acclimate to the heat. These 2 hours are only for the central area. Those residential areas outside don't even get 2 hours. I've got some stronger ice for you. Wrap yourself up. If you catch a cold, I'll be deeply guilty. After wrapping Su Wenwen tightly, my Mang had someone bring in a piece of ice and place it under the window. Cool air circulated throughout the room. Where's your little one? After finishing with Su Wenwen, my Mang asked about his other little cutie. It's next door. I've been losing control of my emotions lately, so I let it sleep next door. Otherwise, I'm afraid I scare it. They're also afraid I see Xiaobao like that, and get even more upset. Su Wenwen's expression darkened immediately when she mentioned Xiaobao. Don't worry. It's so comfortable here now. I can bring Xiaobao over. He'll definitely be happy to live with mommy. By the way, is Xiaobao a boy or a girl? My Mang asked. It's a little boy, Su Wenwen said. Xiaobao was quickly brought in and placed next to Su Wenwen. My Mang took a look. It was indeed tiny, almost a month old, and looked about the same size as the eldest of the triplets at birth. Its skin was wrinkled and hadn't fully grown yet. Xiaobao is so adorable. You must grow up safely. Your brothers and sisters will play with you. My Mang teased Xiaobao. Its eyes were half open, and my Mang couldn't tell whether it was asleep or awake. The two of them looked at Xiaobao, chatting idly. 10 minutes later, he suddenly burst into tears, frightening my Mang so much that he almost jumped up. The nanny expertly came in, changed his diaper, and washed his bottom. Even after everything was done, Xiaobao was still crying. Xiaobao might be hungry. I'll go make some formula, the nanny whispered. Go ahead. Su Wenwen tried to take Xiaobao, but my Mang pushed her back. Pregnant women, just get more sleep. Leave everything else to them. You should hold the child less too much. Holding him too much will make your arms and back ache. My Mang carefully picked up Xiaobao. He was so tiny, even my Mang was a little apprehensive. Fortunately, the nanny returned quickly, bringing in a bottle of formula shortly after. My Mang frowned. Is this enough? Of course. He used to be unable to finish 30 bottles, but I saw he seemed so good today. I took the initiative to make 50 bottles for Xiaobao, the nanny said quickly. Then you feed him. My Mang handed the child to the nanny, and then saw Xiaobao gulping down the formula. Sister-in-law, look how fast he drinks. Su Wenwen said happily, lying on the bed. She lowered her voice, afraid to disturb her son's eating. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something too? My Mang asked Su Wenwen. Now that you mention it, it sounds like I'm a little hungry, Su Wenwen said, rubbing her stomach. In the end, Xiaobao still couldn't finish 50 bottles, leaving a little left. This delighted everyone, because before, he had been crying while drinking, and in the end, he only drank about 10 or 20 bottles. I drank over 40 bottles in one sitting today, and fell asleep soundly. The nanny pushed Xiaobao's crib over to Su Wenwen's room, allowing her to sleep in the adjacent room at night, as the two rooms were connected. After watching Su Wenwen finish half a bowl of rice, my Mang left. The two of them had to go pick up Su's father for dinner at the Qin family's. Thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Mu Xiling thanked them. 20 days after the baby was born, he could finally get a good night's sleep. We'll go back first and visit Wenwen in 2 days. Su Qinghe and my Mang drove to pick up Su's father. What do you think? Should we take Wenwen back to the jungle with us this time? We agreed to take her in winter, so now we're just bringing her up a little. My Mang looked at Su Qinghe and asked. I'll discuss this with them later, Su Qinghe replied. Seeing his sister like this, he felt bad too. It's okay. Even if you don't go, there's always a way. I'll leave some extra ice for her. Put one in the living room too, so she can play at home after she's done with her confinement. Keep it slightly cooled. It's still very comfortable. My Mang held Su Qinghe's hand and consoled him. My Mang knew they had always had a good relationship. During the year Su Qinghe was ill, Su Wenwen would search for radiation-free food and give it to him. Thank you. Su Qinghe shook my Mang's hand in return, thanking him. We're family, my Mang said with a smile. Yes, family. The two stayed for 2 days, and then prepared to return. Having gathered all the information they needed, there was no need to stay any longer. Su Wenwen ultimately decided to wait until the snowy season to go to the dense forest, as none of her men were free to accompany her. A few days away was fine, but months would be difficult. Thanks to Mei Mang's ice, they had a very comfortable 2 days. Before leaving, Mei Mang had left her plenty of ice, telling her to relax and not overthink things. Su Wenwen hugged Mei Mang reluctantly. Everything in the dense forest was wonderful, except that it was so isolated from the outside world that they couldn't usually contact each other. On the way back, since they didn't need to rush, they let Su Qinghe drive around. If they came across something good, they could get out and harvest it. Clearly, their luck wasn't so good. They only encountered ordinary food along the way. These foods grew better in the dense forest than outside, so they didn't get out of the car. It took them 4 days to return to the dense forest base. They informed everyone of their findings. They told everyone to chop wood and hunt. They couldn't wait until autumn to start stockpiling food, because autumn wasn't guaranteed to come. As for the difficulty of storing meat, don't worry. You can leave your game at the captain's house, where he has an ice room. Fresh meat takes up too much space, so we dry it all out for storage. Chapter 255. The atmosphere in the dense forest suddenly grew tense. The scorching heat hung like a sword over everyone's heads, poised to fall at any moment. Every patrol post was stocked with padded jackets and braziers, fully prepared for a sudden drop in temperature. Night patrols were also instructed to turn on the energy sources for warmth at the first sign of a drop in temperature. All the empty buildings were used to store dried firewood. All the robots transformed into woodcutters, working tirelessly to cut the firewood the team members had brought back into small, evenly spaced pieces. The dense forest space naturally didn't need so much firewood. It was reserved for those in the safe zone. It was unknown how long this snowy season would last. In moments of life and death, past grudges could be temporarily set aside. Natural disasters often strike down the lowest-ranking people, the most innocent of all. Every home was filled with bags of food. Unlike the whole grains and wild vegetables of previous years, this year there were many more whole grains, even fine grains. And they were all radioactive. The base leader had issued an order. Nothing to eat or use in the dense forest could be taken out of the base, or they would be expelled. No one wanted to be expelled just for the sake of food, not to mention the comfortable living conditions. Most importantly, they couldn't leave the base. The area around the base looked the same, so they could only wander around. Perhaps some people got greedy and wandered too far, and no one knew whether they would ever return. Amidst this torment, the second rice crop was harvested. However, another problem arose. Should we continue planting? If so, what should we plant? The hot season has already lasted over 5 months, and it should be autumn by now. But the temperature shows no sign of dropping. How about planting half with frost-resistant crops and half with shorter ripening ones? My Mang suggested. That's fine, but I'm not sure if it can survive this time. Su Qing has sighed. When the weather gets chaotic, everything gets thrown into disarray. Actually, everything is just speculation. Maybe nothing will happen. This summer, he just played around a bit. Once he remembers it's time to go home, everything will be back to normal, my Mang consoled him. If only it were as you say, Su Qing has said, pinching my Mang's face. In the end, Su Qing had planted all the land with vegetables. His intuition told him that the hot season wouldn't end anytime soon. A month passed, and the hot season continued. Everyone's homes are piled high with dried vegetables, but they don't feel cluttered at all, instead feeling a sense of security. No matter how convenient it is to shop downstairs, they still tend to stockpile plenty of food at home. Especially, with everyone saying the snow season is uncertain this year. If space weren't limited, they also want to stock up on firewood. But with limited space at home, stockpiling firewood means they can't stockpile food. Comparing prices, it's better to stockpile more food. Anyway, they only need a small amount of firewood for daily cooking. When they run out, they can buy more at the supermarket downstairs with points or star coins. If it's too cold to leave the house, or it's inconvenient to go out, they can use their wristband to request home delivery for an additional 10% delivery fee. The firewood they chopped during the summer was also exchanged with the supermarket for storage, which charged a small handling fee, equivalent to the cost of renting the space. Another month passed, and the second crop of vegetables had already been harvested, with no signs of cooling. Another happy news: their villa was complete, with interior decoration and furniture ready. It was a simple 3-story villa with a large yard and over 20 rooms. It was spacious enough for everyone to come. It was only because of the weather that everyone's excitement about the new house was somewhat tempered. Maimong and the others found a time to move in. The happiest ones were the 4 little ones, who ran up and down the stairs, with the nanny having to cautiously follow behind. The 3 little ones were already 1 year and 2 months old, climbing the stairs with great speed, using both hands and feet. They were also in the process of learning to speak, babbling along with their older brother all day long. They spoke words only the 4 of them could understand. They even called out Mom and Dad quite fluently. Seeing the carefree children and hearing their hearty laughter, Maimong and the others' moods brightened. This house not only has heating but also cooling. Maimong no longer needs to store ice cubes. Simply add an energy stone or connect an energy battery to turn on both cooling and heating. Even so, Maimong and the others didn't dare keep it running all day, fearing they get too comfortable inside and not want to go out. Also, one must learn to adapt to the environment. As for the building they had lived in before, it would become Su Qing's plantation, where he could research and develop new varieties. There's still some equipment there, which will be stored there. As for how to modify it, that's a matter for the future. For now, it's just sitting there. We need to go to the safe zone. They're probably almost out of ice, my Mang said to the others, while playing games with the children in the middle of the first-floor lobby. There's a huge children's playroom on the first floor. The 4 of them have their toys in there, surrounded by an 80-centimeter high fence. Sometimes, they just throw the 4 of them in there, leaving only 2 people to watch while the others get to work. My Mang and the others come in and play with them when they have time. It's my turn this time. Qin Yujing quickly signed up. Last time, he was busy building the house, and couldn't get away. Now that it's finished, he can go out for a stroll. We can go if we want. It's just too hot in the safe zone. Otherwise, we could take all the kids there. Never mind. It's too much trouble. Let's leave the kids here. My Mang thought about it, and decided to give it a try. Then I'll stay here and help look after the kids. Wang Haoran was the first to speak up. Then I'll stay too. Xia Chunfeng also spoke up. This was his home, in the safe zone. Living in Qin Yujing's villa was fine, but he still feel a bit uncomfortable living at the Qin or Su residences. Then I won't go either. Let him go on his own. Su Qinghe also expressed his opinion. Why are you all so humble? My Mang looked at everyone in confusion. What? You want us to fight? Or just bicker all the time? Su Qinghe asked with a smile. No, you're all fine like this. My Mang quickly replied. What a joke. Who would complain about their harem being too harmonious? It's not like she's just sitting around with nothing to do. The decision to go to the safe zone was made, and they left without a second thought. They decided to leave tomorrow morning. Chapter 256. The next day, before dawn, Qin Yujing and my Mang set off. They couldn't drive all day, they had to stop for a rest at noon. I'll drive. There's no rush anyway. You just give directions. Qin Yujing got in the driver's seat and drove off with my Mang. The two chatted as they drove, the car moving quickly and smoothly. At noon, they found a cave to escape the scorching sun. My Mang expanded the cave twice, sending out vines to block the entrance and condensing an ice door to cool it down and keep out any uninvited guests. Finally, they found a simple bed in the cave and rested for a while. Isn't it getting too boring to stay in the jungle? My Mang asked, leaning into Qin Yujing's arms. No, it's so vast, and we haven't even explored a corner of it yet. How could we be bored? After we finish the base business in the next 2 years, let's go exploring together. I've always been curious about what it's like deep in the jungle. Qin Yujing smiled, playing with my Mang's hair. My Mang's hair reached her waist, thick and black, and felt as smooth as silk. Qin Yujing loved her hair the most. When she felt aroused, she buried her head in it, taking in all her fragrance. Do you want a child of your own? My Mang asked him. After all, he was the only one without one of his own among the 4 of them. It's all up to you. If you still want one, I'll give you one. If not, we already have 4 children. That's more than enough. Qin Yujing buried her face in my Mang's neck and nuzzled it. Others would reek of sweat after a long day on the road, but my Mang, alone, always had a wonderful fragrance. Sleep. My Mang held Qin Yujing's head, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Sleep. Qin Yujing stopped fussing and fell asleep in her arms. The 2 of them slept until dusk, then woke up and, after eating and drinking, continued on their journey. It's so cool at night. Let's drive until midnight and rest. After a long afternoon nap, we won't be sleepy anyway, Qin Yujing suggested. For my Mang, night was the same as day. So she didn't mind. They drove at night, stopping to sleep when they felt sleepy. Soon, they were out of the dense forest. In the dense forest, the trees were much fewer, and the temperature rose again. Luckily, the car's air conditioning is on, otherwise, I would have turned back to the dense forest immediately. It's too hot. Qin Yujing turned up the air conditioning a little more. Fool! Back off to the jungle and wait until dusk. My Mang scolded. The 2 drove and chatted until noon approached. Qin Yujing, not noticing, had driven out. It was almost the hottest day of the day. How could she not be sunburned? Qin Yujing spun the SUV around and found a comfortable spot back in the jungle. There's no cave nearby. Should we drive back? Qin Yujing asked my Mang. No, this place is perfect. My Mang had built a small treehouse between 2 trees. He then erected 3 ice walls around the treehouse, causing the surrounding air to drop instantly. Do you think nature is about to start another major shakeup? Qin Yujing sat next to my Mang, discussing the cause of the unusual weather. I don't know. My Mang shook her head. She was just an ordinary person, a person with some ability. This matter was none of her business. I think it's possible. It just wants to create some kind of situation and gradually wipe out humanity from this planet. Don't ancient records say that there were no humans on this planet before? It was slowly evolving from monkeys. So what do you think? Should we protect all the monkeys, gorillas, and the like? Perhaps in a few thousand years, a group of human ancestors will appear again. My Mang turned her head and looked at him. Are you serious? Ha ha ha. Qin Yujing laughed. You must be joking. Now that I have you, any problem can be easily solved. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm not that powerful. My Mang rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, I'm the strongest in the safe zone. If I say you're that powerful, you are. This is a testament to you from a powerful person. Don't underestimate yourself. Qin Yujing patted my Mang's shoulder and soothed him. My Mang felt like his eyes were about to roll up his sleeves. This guy is as shameless as ever. The two of them bantered until evening, then drove straight to the safe zone. The gates were closed, and everything seemed deserted. The once bustling safe zone now looked like a dead city. Qin Yujing honked at the gate, then pulled out a loudspeaker and shouted to the guards, "I'm back. Open the door. Are you trying to kill me with the heat?" A minute later, the door slowly opened, and Qin Yujing stepped on the accelerator and drove in. When she arrived at the Qin residence, it was completely empty. Father, Aunt Lin, and her brother were gone. The house was as hot as a furnace. "Madam's out, and the master and the eldest son haven't returned from work yet," the housekeeper told Qin Yujing. "Okay, got it." Qin Yujing dragged my Mang out. She couldn't stand the shabby place any longer. "What's the rush? Put some ice down, so it won't be so hot when you come back." My Mang stopped her. Qin Yujing then ran to her brother's workplace, but again, they were empty. They were told he was in a meeting. Then my Mang dragged Qin Yujing to find Su Wenwen. It had been 2 months since they'd last seen each other, and she wondered if they were doing well. Who knew, when she got there, Aunt Lin and Mother Su were both at Su Wenwen's place. "Sister-in-law is here. Come in, come in." Su Wenwen happily welcomed her in after hearing the housekeeper's announcement. But she didn't dare go out. It was too hot outside. This time, Su Wenwen looked much more energetic than last time. "Mom, Aunt Lin, why are you all here too?" My Mang asked curiously. "Well, come on, the ice you left behind is so useful. My old friends came once, and didn't want to leave. They said it was more comfortable than the ice room. The best part is, they don't have to squeeze in with so many people. You say it's okay once or twice, but if it happens too often, who can stand it? I had to provide the ice and help, and the crowds kept piling up. Finally, they asked for some ice. We've been friends for decades, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse. You gave me a few, he gave me a few. I was so scared I didn't even dare stay home. I was afraid if I stayed, I wouldn't be able to keep the remaining ice. It just so happened that there were fewer people and more space at her daughter's place. She had just given birth, so she came over to help take care of the baby. It also saves a serving of ice. Me too. I hide here to help take care of the kids while your dad and brother are at work. They pick me up when they get home." Auntie Lin also spoke up. Chapter 257. Why is the safe zone so quiet? My Mang asked curiously. "The temperature is too high during the day, so everyone's been switching to nighttime activities," Aunt Lin said. "Isn't it dangerous to go out into the wild at night?" My Mang asked curiously. "We'll be accompanied by a security team," Aunt Lin replied. "The slums are deserted now, and there's plenty of food and firewood around. So as long as we follow the security team, there won't be any problems." Some more powerful hunting teams form teams and go to more distant areas. Because Qin's father would sometimes mention this to her at home, Aunt Lin remembered it. "So what's going on with their work schedules now?" Qin Yujing asked. "Are they also reversing their working hours?" "Of course they're having meetings whenever they need to. I don't know if they can come up with a solution. Your father has gotten quite a bit tan these past 2 months, Aunt Lin replied. "Is there any ice left at home?" "When we got home just now, the house was like a furnace," my Mang asked. "It's enough. We don't put it out during the day when no one's home, so we save it. The living room is warm, and the rooms are cool. Because the living room is so large, they were worried the ice would evaporate too quickly. So everyone basically stayed in their rooms when they got home. The housekeepers hid in the cellar when they had nothing to do, which was cooler than the ground. In the evening, everyone had dinner at Su Wenwen's place before leaving. Qin Yujing texted her father, saying he had brought Aunt Lin home and there was no need to come pick her up. Back home, the housekeepers hurriedly grabbed their mops, brooms, and rags and quickly left the scene. They had a good time this afternoon. But now that their master had returned, it was time for them to slip away. The housekeeper, who had previously suffered the most, was now the lucky one. He was the only one who could openly stand at the door to greet his master. And then, openly, he could use the air conditioning. Oh, it was ice. When Father Qin and Brother Qin returned, they saw the scene. The three of them, each holding an ice cream cone, sat in the cool living room, eating and chatting. Maimong was the first to notice their return and unself-consciously brought out 2 extra ice cream cones and handed them to them. "Dad, brother, you're back." "Yeah, you're back. Why are you back with this brat this time?" "Where's Xiao Qin?" Father Qin happily took the ice cream and immediately took a big bite. "So comfortable." "Thank you." Brother Qin also took the ice cream. "Dad, I'm your biological son, Qin Yujing said dissatisfiedly. Really? Father Qin replied disapprovingly. He finished one ice cream cone in just a few bites. My Mang had no choice but to take out another chilled watermelon. This thing is great. I'll go open it. Qin Yujing eagerly carried the large watermelon to the kitchen and cut it up. Soon, a basin of watermelons of varying sizes was brought out. The quantity isn't right. Did you steal some? Qin's father noticed immediately that there were fewer watermelons. How could that be? Qin Yujing put down the basin and returned to the kitchen. A moment later, she returned with half a watermelon. She held a spoon in her hand. I like to eat it this way. It's more satisfying. You're eating half by yourself, and we're all eating half? Qin's father asked. That's impossible. Qin Yujing pulled my Mang away and said, we two will eat the smaller half, and you three will eat the larger half. Father Qin didn't bother to argue with his silly son. The watermelon was more important. They devoured the watermelon with gusto, their heat dissipating much of the day's heat. Soon, the five of them had devoured a massive watermelon weighing nearly 20 kilograms. The two men, who hadn't yet had dinner, shared a filling meal. But a grown man wouldn't be full on watermelon alone. Maimong brought out cold noodles, braised pork, and other cold dishes. It was hot, and cold dishes were essential for whetting the appetite. Wang Haoran had prepared these for my Mang, fearing she'd lose her appetite from the heat. They often ate cold dishes in the dense forest, and the hot meals always left them sweating. Seeing the two enjoying their meal, the three of them joined in for another meal. What do you talk about in your meetings every day? After finishing their meal, the group began to discuss business. What else can we talk about? About the weather, countermeasures, future predictions, and so on. We talked a lot, but nothing was useful. The weather is still hot. But thankfully, everyone in the slums moved out this year. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would have died this year? Qin's father sighed. In this heat, even if the people in the slums escaped the heat, they could still die from the high radiation levels. That's why housing in the safe zone is so expensive. In the safe zone, there's no radiation problem. They're living much more comfortably in the dense forest now than you. Qin Yujing replied. That's not because you're so great. There's nothing to brag about. Qin's father rolled his eyes at his son. Hey, husband and wife are one, don't you know? My Mang's strength is my strength. Besides, I was the one who supervised the construction of those houses. Every blade of grass and every tree in the jungle base was created by us, Qin Yujing said proudly. How long are you planning to stay this time? Qin's father asked my Mang. I haven't decided yet. This time I'm mainly here to see if you've run out of ice, and to see what's happening outside. If anyone wants to join me in the jungle, that's fine, my Mang replied. Then you can stay a few days and see. If it's okay, take your Aunt Lin and the others in first. It's too much for them to follow us around. As for the men in the family, they definitely couldn't leave. As for the weather, after extensive testing by various experts, there were still no signs of a drop in temperature. As for how long it would last, no one could really guarantee it. Humanity had just adapted to the new environment, and a new round of disaster was about to begin. In the evening, the two of them visited the Su family again, leaving several blocks of ice for them. As for going to the warehouse, there's no rush. A single use will last 2 or 3 days, and it won't get hot these days. They haven't left yet, so there's no rush to stock up. Maimon has observed the people in the safe zone these days. Aside from looking a little listless, they're generally fine. I heard casualties weren't high, and the building materials in the safe zone are much better than in the slums. It's hot inside, but at least it's not deadly. Why can't I see the children? Maimong asked curiously. The children are basically hiding at home. They can't come out during the day, and they dare not let them out at night. After all, it's pitch black. If they get lost, where would they be found? Qin Yujing replied. Oh, that's true. Darkness breeds demons most easily. Although this is the safe zone, who can guarantee absolute safety? After a few days of fun, Maimong and the others were ready to return home. This time, everyone else ended up refusing to join them. Maimong and the others had no choice but to set off alone back into the jungle. Chapter 258. The next day, my Mang and the ants were busy in the kitchen because Qin Yujing had said she wanted hot pot. As his wife, she naturally agreed. Dad Qin looked at Qin Yujing with a puzzled expression. Eating hot pot in this weather, was he crazy? My Mang even joined him in his madness. What do you know? I'll show you the proper way to eat hot pot in the heat of summer at noon. Qin Yujing raised an eyebrow at her father. Anyway, there was nothing to do on the team. Dad Qin and Big Brother Qin stayed home from work. They took out their military chess and started playing chess. Because ice was placed in the living room and kitchen, the busy people didn't feel the heat at all. In the kitchen, the red-hot pot was steaming. Since everyone could handle spicy food, they made a spicy hot pot. The ants were drooling frantically. It smelled so good. After setting the table, my man placed several ice cubes around it. The temperature in the room immediately dropped. Father Chin touched his arm and felt goosebumps rising. Eat quickly, eat quickly. It'll warm you up. Ha ha ha, isn't it just like eating hot pot in the middle of winter? Qin Yujing urged everyone to eat quickly. Everyone sat together and happily devoured the hot pot. Auntie Lin, who couldn't handle spicy food, kept savoring it. She occasionally sipped her soda. The others all loved spicy food, but thankfully there was plenty of ice around to keep them from sweating profusely. Do you feel any chill? Auntie Lin glanced at the others. With all the ice around, how could it not be chill? Father Qin replied with a smile. Are you full? Eating is the key to warmth. You should say you stopped eating, so the temperature dropped. Really? She was almost done. Auntie Lin took a few more bites and put down her chopsticks. I'm full. Take your time. She felt a little cold and went to the door to warm herself. Oh, old Qin, it's hailstorms. Auntie Lin rushed in from outside. It turned out she wasn't imagining it. The temperature had indeed dropped. Hurry, have everyone put on thick clothes. It's getting colder. Auntie Lin ran upstairs while texting the housekeeper. Father Qin and the others were stunned for a moment, then hurried out to check. They saw hailstones of varying sizes falling from the sky, making a dull thud as they hit the ground. Let's go back to the command center. The two hurried back inside, put down their chopsticks, and began to run out. Get dressed. Auntie Lin came downstairs, handing them each a coat. The father and son took the coats and walked away. Auntie Lin, sit down and eat more. The cold weather is perfect for hot pot. Maimong had already gathered all the ice cubes around. There was no need for ice now. It had already transitioned to winter. The servants donned thick clothes and cheered quietly. Great. The temperature has finally dropped. That damn summer is finally over. Maimong, however, stared at the hail outside with a bewildered expression. If anyone were walking outside at this time, they'd get hurt. Thankfully, the safe zone had changed their schedule, and everyone stayed indoors during the day. Everyone quickly pulled out their thick clothes and donned them, as if they practiced it 1,000 times. But the people in the dense forest were not so lucky. Hunting trips were accustomed to staying outside at noon, so when the hailstorm struck, they were munching on dry food under a tree. At first, they thought it was a prank by their companions. As the hailstones began to fall, everyone quickly sought shelter under caves or large rocks. At first, they thought it would stop for a while. But as the temperature dropped, everyone acted decisively, seeking cover and running for home. After all, they were all wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, which offered no protection from the cold. Everyone found something convenient to cover their heads, and quickly ran towards the base. Thankfully, Boss Su had recently warned them not to stray too far, so they stayed close by. It was only an hour's journey, but it felt so far away. In the end, a few people were injured, but fortunately, they were not seriously injured and only needed to go to the infirmary for bandages. Watching the hailstorm fall, everyone's heart dropped. Winter has finally arrived. Looking at the newly emerged leaves, Su Qing sighed. After all, I haven't planted any cold-resistant crops. Well, let the land rest and recover. Back in the dense forest, everyone was fully prepared for the coming snowy season. So, when the hail began to fall, everyone calmly went home and put on thick clothes. Aside from those who had gone out, no one at the base was injured. Su Qing watched the hail falling outside, wondering what was happening back at Maimong. Back in Maimong, their planned return trip to the dense forest had been delayed. Since the temperature had dropped, they might as well wait for Father Qin and the others to finish their work and then take them back to the dense forest. Of course, no one in the family could be left alone, so Brother Qin was left behind. As for Father Su, he could leave after finishing his work. If he didn't want to leave immediately, that was fine too. He was the boss at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, so whatever he said was fine. Su Wenwen and her family were even preparing to relocate their entire family, heading to the dense forests to experience an exciting snowy season. However, because it was still hailstorming, the journey was a bit risky, so everyone was still waiting and watching. During this period of waiting, a major event occurred. The woman who had participated in the experiment became pregnant. This, in itself, wasn't unusual. Although the fertility rate is low nowadays, pregnancies still occur every year. What was unusual, however, was that this woman was nearly 40. Pregnancy at that age was incredibly rare. Father Su gave her a full-body checkup and concluded that she was healthy, and so was the child. Whether this person's involvement was coincidental or due to the ice grass, everyone attributed the success to the ice grass. After all these years, we need new species to show people that humanity can continue. Not endless despair. So, a new round of meetings began at the base, meetings about the dense forest and ice grass. Why should they take you to find ice grass? Is it because you have a big face? Or because you're ugly? Father Chin sneered, speaking disdainfully to the visitor. Let's not even talk about whether they can find it. Everyone knows ice grass is a good thing now. Why don't they find it themselves and sell it to the safe zone at a high price? Instead, they're bringing a bunch of you who can't even enter the dense forest to search for it everywhere. How can anyone here be so selfless? Raise your hands, old Chin. I'm so old, and I've never seen a saint. No one dared to speak. Who here hasn't already checked their private vault? What if they demanded it? Chapter 259. Old Chin, you can't say that. This is a matter of life and death for humanity. As members of the human race, we all have a responsibility to contribute to its continuation. Besides, wouldn't that be a piece of cake for her? Someone expressed a different opinion. Oh, being able to enter and exit the jungle is a piece of cake, right? Then the major hunting teams enter and exit the jungle quite a few times every year. How come no one is doing anything? Why do we charge such high prices for the things they sell to us every year? I'm old and can't enter the jungle, but they're young and strong. What's wrong with sharing some of their food with me? Father Chin said sarcastically. Everyone knows that the major hunting teams have people behind them. What are you all arguing about? Shouldn't we ask the people involved for their opinion? Maybe they don't have any objections to us entering the jungle. Someone else expressed their own opinion. What? You can't convince me. So you're going to take advantage of your seniority, or use coercion and bribery? Do you think they're young and thin-skinned and easy to fool? Chin's father asked, looking at the newcomer. Mr. Chin, we absolutely don't mean that. We're simply asking for your daughter-in-law's opinion. Any conditions should be negotiated. We're not asking for free help. Whether you want money or things, we should sit down and talk. Finally, Chin's father said nothing more. Leading people into the jungle was basically a done deal. But who? How many? What were the benefits? He wanted to secure more benefits for Maimong and the others. That evening, Chin's father returned home and told Maimong about the situation. Maimong was quite surprised. I didn't expect ice grass to be so effective. However, I don't know if it's still available. I can only say we can take the army and look for it, but there's no guarantee we'll find it. My Mang looked at Chin's father and said, or, let Big Brother lead the team in. It's best to keep the wealth within the family. Big Brother is bored at home all by himself. So, is there anything you want? The safe zone is begging you for work now. You can ask for anything you want. Chin's father asked my Mang. How about asking the safe zone to give me some machinery? Su Chinghe wants to conduct research at the jungle base, and all he needs is machinery. Just use the current specifications of the research institute. My Mang looked at Chin's father. No problem. I'll negotiate for you tomorrow. Chin's father agreed immediately. Thanks, Dad. My Mang said happily. Diplomacy was usually left to Su Chinghe. Although my Mang's strength had increased, her intelligence hadn't. And, in both her past and present lives, she was just an ordinary girl. Vision limits perspective. Many things can't be learned overnight. As for Chin's father, he's a seasoned professional. With him on this mission, I'm sure Maimong won't suffer any setbacks. Father Chin easily negotiated the matter. He then countered with the other party's remark about the future of humanity. What? They're currently researching plants in the dense forest for the sake of humanity's future. If they stumble upon a new species, and it's lost due to a lack of a research laboratory, they'll be the culprits of humanity. These are the first humans to be able to live in the dense forest. If everyone doesn't give their all, they should at least give them some support. Besides, don't we need help leading the team? The other party only made a non-conditional offer, so what's there to think about? Finally, because the snow season has already arrived, many machines are out of stock and will have to be delivered next year. The existing machines will be used to help deliver them into the dense forest. As for the remaining outstanding items, Dean Su will be fully responsible next year. Su Wenwen and the others were also ready. They installed snow chains on their cars and set off in a mighty procession. Maimong and Chin Yujing led the way in the SUVs. The four elderly people shared one car, and Su Wenwen and her family shared another. Brother Chin and his team, with a total of 6 vehicles, provided rearguard action. Since this was their first time entering the dense forest, no one knew what was going on inside, so the safe zone would conservatively send 6 vehicles. Maymong also had no idea when the ice grass would appear. When they discovered it last year, it was already 2 months into the snow season. Now that the snow season has only just begun, it's hard to say whether it's grown yet. This time, with both elderly and children, Maymong wasn't allowed to drive, fearing the road would be too bumpy. Qin Yujing drove, and they just had to make a few more detours along the way. Once they arrived at the jungle base, the family moved directly into the villa. As for the people who came with Brother Qin, they were given any empty building to stay in. As for their own meals, they would take care of them. Comfortable, so comfortable. Su Wenwen ran around the villa happily. She had imagined her sister-in-law living comfortably in the jungle, but she hadn't imagined it this comfortable. The food was good, the accommodations were spacious, and as for what interesting things were happening outside, they had no idea yet. Wang Haoran and a few ants hurried to prepare dinner. Father Su asked Su Qinghe to take him to see his planting base. Father Qin stayed behind to take care of the children. All 4 could run and jump now. Except for little Mohan, the others still couldn't call him Grandpa. He wanted to seize the opportunity before anyone else realized what was happening, and become the children's first grandpa. Auntie Lin and Mother Su were also playing with the children in the toy pool. The children weren't shy, and they were even happier with someone to play with. He took out many of his treasured toys to share with them. Wow, who raised this giant? Father Qin's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw little Jean. Little Jean, over a year old, had already grown to over a meter tall, plump and strong, standing 2 meters tall. Maymong knew this wasn't little Jin's limit. After all, his father and mother were brave enough to fight a giant black bear. Ever since he noticed his growth, Wang Haoran had taken to taking him with him on his hunting trips. Xiao Jin is a master at tracking prey. Initially, he wasn't very good at hunting, usually focusing on the traps. After more than 6 months of training, he's now an accomplished hunter. Standing still, he can help carry prey, and moving, he can help chase it, making him a valuable addition to the hunting team. Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin. Xiao Mohan saw Xiao Jin and waved happily. Xiao Jin leaped into the playpen. Xiao Mohan's greatest joy was playing with Xiao Jin. Horse, horse, horse. Xiao Mohan struggled to climb up, grabbing at Xiao Jin's fur. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin was too tall. He was no longer the Xiao Jin he once could only hold in his arms. Unless Xiao Jin squatted down, Xiao Mohan couldn't get up. Xiao Jin lied down. Xiao Mohan struggled to get up, but couldn't. It took him a while before he remembered he should have let Xiao Jin sit down. Sure enough, after Xiao Mohan gave the order, Xiao Jin obediently laid down in front of Xiao Mohan. Chapter 260. Little Mohan happily crouched on Little Jin's back, letting Little Jin carry him to play. Little Jin leisurely walked Little Mohan around the toy pool. Father Qin gazed in amazement at this spiritual scene. It's not that the people in the safe zone don't want to keep mutant beasts. After all, a well-raised mutant beast can be a great asset. However, mutant beasts often become feral and difficult to tame when they grow up, often harming their owners. Therefore, keeping pets in the safe zone is prohibited. Looking at such a large mutant beast, Father Qin was first shocked, then worried. Keeping such a large mutant beast at home, if it were to unleash its fury, with so many children in the family, any one of them getting hurt would be a tragedy. Brother Qin went to inspect their defenses and identify any flaws. Seeing how well his younger brother and his friends had managed to keep the place in such a short time, he felt relieved. It seems this brother-in-law's abilities are not to be underestimated. In the evening, the family enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. The rice was this year's new rice, the vegetables were harvested just last month, and the meat was all from the hunting team's outings. As for the animals they kept, they weren't ready to eat yet. Due to the unusually high temperatures this year, several cubs died, unable to adapt. The next day, Maymong led everyone around but didn't find a single ice grass. It seemed ice grass took time to grow. The group had no choice but to stay put. Just when everyone thought they were about to begin their boring winter hibernation, a lively atmosphere emanated from outside. The annual figure skating competition had officially begun. Last year, it was just a simple speed contest, but this year, it's all about the stunts. Su Wenwen even abandoned her children, and went out with her husband to join in the fun. She only knows how to ski, not figure skiing at all. But she cheered the loudest. Su Wenwen even founded a club, because those who had just moved in this year didn't even know what a sled was, let alone skiing. In the past, during the snow season, they just stay home, rarely even leaving the house. Su Wenwen's club rents out all kinds of ski equipment. There's equipment for adults and children, and you can borrow it for a whole day for a small fee of star coins or points. Some people, to save money, found a wooden plank and had fun with their children. As adults and children gradually emerged, everyone realized that it was actually possible to go out during the snow season. However, sunglasses were essential for everyone, otherwise you get snow blindness if you stayed outdoors for too long. Those who had previously lived in the slums changed into new clothes after entering the jungle, and Maymong also maintained strict hygiene standards. As a result, everyone looked in high spirits, giving no sign that they had once been from the slums. Even the people now in the safe zone, most of them didn't live as well as they did. Of course, if they knew they ate only radiation-free food, I'm sure even many of the nobles in the safe zone wouldn't be able to eat it every day. This alone would have made the jungle base a place of refuge. After the people from the safe zone had been playing for a week, Maymong took them on their grass hunting quest again. At first, they could only grapple with dry rations. Later, they stumbled upon the canteen being open, and their star coins could be used to buy food. They abandoned their dry rations and headed for the hot meals. The prices weren't high, the only drawback being that they were in limited supply. The chef was quite skilled though. The multigrain steamed buns were perfectly tender, the stir-fries were delicious, and the stews were perfectly seasoned. In short, everything was delicious. This time, my Mang brought Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe along, and also took Xiao Jin with him. Xia Chengfeng and Wang Haoran stayed at home to look after the house. Xiao Jin, with his dog-like fur, showed no fear of the cold. He seemed perfectly suited to running in the snow, outrunning my Mang and the others on a sled. Next time, we can make a snowmobile for Xiao Jin to pull, so I don't have to toil on a sled, my Mang said, looking at the energetic Xiao Jin. She had no idea her owner was openly trying to make trouble for her. This time, Maymong found traces of ice grass. She held a handful of colorful flags and stuck them wherever they found ice grass. She marked the spots, while the others dug. After each patch, they moved on. The day was fruitful. That night, they planned to spend the night in the snow. Because the back-and-forth trip was too time-consuming, there wouldn't be any ice grass near the dense forest base. If they wanted to find ice grass, they would have to go further. This time, they planned to wander around for a week. After a week, they would return home with their ice grass. As for whether they would need to come back later, they definitely would, but they also needed to have some rest time. Maymong couldn't spend the entire snow season leading them on ice grass hunts. Without my Mang to lead the way, the others couldn't find it. This was also a problem. Whether it was entering or exiting the dense forest or digging ice grass, my Mang had to rely on herself. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the group prepared to return. Then, my Mang spotted the white fox again, still digging here and there in the snow. Maymong belatedly realized that it was probably looking for ice grass. She and her group had already plundered all the ice grass in this patch. Maymong suddenly felt a little guilty. She took out a variety of fruits and vegetables in a basin and placed them on the other side, away from the crowd, as compensation for digging up the ice grass. Because there were still many guards this year, my Mang wasn't sure if it would come, so she placed it as far away as possible. The next day, when my Mang checked, he found the basin still there, but the contents were gone. That was good, at least they wouldn't starve for a while. As for the ice grass, it should be growing again soon. Maymong had another hidden wish, to lure the white fox home. Couldn't it find ice grass? If she could bring it home, wouldn't she be able to lead the team's ice grass search in the future? If she couldn't find a meal replacement among people, she could probably find one among animals. Maymong looked at Xiao Jin. This useless big guy couldn't even find ice grass. What a waste of raising him so big. To keep him from being idle at home, Maymong decided to take Xiao Jin with him this time, letting him run around the car to lose some weight. Xiao Jin just thought his owner wanted to take him out for fun, and he happily ran and jumped around Maymong, delighted. Silly dog, you sold me, and you're still helping them count the money. Maymong scolded him with a smile. After seeing him out, Maymong led the team back. They agreed to meet again in a week, when Maymong would take them into the dense forest. Chapter 261. On the way back, Xiao Jin jumped up and down, leading the way. Maymong looked at Xiao Jin and asked Qin Yujing, "Do you think Xiao Jin knows the way? If Xiao Jin knew the way, would she be able to slack off from now on?" Xiao Jin, Maymong called to Xiao Jin. A moment later, Xiao Jin darted out from the dense forest. Xiao Jin, lead the way, home. Got it? Lead the way, home, Maymong said, stroking its head. Then she told Qin Yujing to follow Xiao Jin. She wouldn't help with directions, even if they got it wrong. At first, Xiao Jin's path was zigzagging, even repeating many times. But Maimong didn't call him back. Everyone had plenty of time, so he let him have his time. The final result was encouraging. Xiao Jin actually knew the way home. Maimong happily rewarded him with a chicken. Xiao Jin, can you still go out? To the place where we separated from the group a few days ago? Maimong asked, stroking its head. Then Xiao Jin, who had just returned home, set off again. Qin Yujing drove as usual, following behind Xiao Jin. When they returned to the place where they separated, Brother Qin was already waiting with his men. From now on, you can let Xiao Jin lead the way, Maimong said happily. Xiao Jin stuck out his tongue. After running for so many days, he was tired. However, as a mutant capable of fighting bears, Maimong felt its potential far exceeded that. So, as soon as he picked up the group, Xiao Jin resumed his journey as a guide. Xiao Jin, take Brother Qin and the others home first. Got it? Home. I have things to do, and will be back later. Maimong rewarded Xiao Jin with a leg of lamb and sent him off with the others. Is it reliable? Qin Yujing asked. Not sure. If not, we can go back and look for them. Maimong wasn't sure Xiao Jin could bring them back. But for the sake of future freedom, it had to work. The two of them leisurely played in the dense forest for a few days before heading back to the base. At their usual pace, Xiao Jin should have arrived by the time they reached the forest. By the time Maimong and the others returned to the base by another route, Xiao Jin hadn't yet arrived. Father Qin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Getting lost in the dense forest was no fun. Don't worry, there are so many of us here. Even if we get lost, it won't be dangerous for a while, Qin Yujing consoled. Father Qin rolled his eyes. They had been following Maimong around for so long that they'd forgotten the dangers of the dense forest. How many people die there every year? It's so dangerous in the summer, let alone in the winter, when you can't even tell the directions. Thankfully, Xiao Jin appeared at the base the next day. Soon after, Brother Qin and his team also showed up. After a day of rest, they went out to dig for grass the next day. This time, 6 vehicles arrived at the base again. Because there was limited ice grass, or rather, wheat ons, there was limited supply. No matter how many people came, it would be useless. They tried to search on their own, but the vast snow made it impossible to tell the direction. In the end, it was wheat ons that went to retrieve them. Also, they couldn't find the ice grass growing in the snow. The existing equipment couldn't detect their presence. It was as if their figures had blended into the snow. Another week of grass hunting. Maimong told Brother Qin she needed to rest for 2 weeks. She was getting tired of running around all day. Of course, this wasn't a discussion, it was a notification. On the way back, Maimong picked up 2 white foxes. As if they knew Maimong would be passing by, they appeared when Maimong set up camp for the night. You want to come home with me? Maimong looked at the 2 white foxes, one large and one small. The little white fox was a little shy, hiding behind its parent and looking at Maimong. The white foxes didn't nod or shake their heads as Maimong had expected. They just lingered around Maimong's tent, and Maimong had no idea what they meant. Forget it. If you want to come home with me, just follow me tomorrow. Maimong brought them some food and ignored them. Xia Chengfeng and Wang Haoren looked curiously at the 2 little creatures outside. They stayed outside and didn't come in. The next day, they followed Maimong closely. They're so fast! Wang Haoren exclaimed. They seemed leisurely, yet they followed them at a steady pace. Their figures blended perfectly into the snow. If they hadn't occasionally appeared to make their presence known, no one would have noticed them. By the time they reached the base, the 2 white foxes had vanished. They're gone, Wang Haoren said to Maimong. Leave them alone, they're just wandering around. Maimong figured they were probably checking the safety of the area. After all, neither of them knew the other, so it was normal for the other to investigate. After it had investigated him, he would investigate it as well. It would be best if it could be of some use. We already have Xiopi, that little squirrel who eats rice. Xiao Jin has now realized his worth. Just like this time, leading the team out of the jungle, it was Xiao Jin who did it all on his own. Everything has to have a first time. Xiao Jin is a mutant, so you can't really keep him as a pet. After 2 days of rest at home, Maimong finally took the others out. No, it's just that eating, sleeping, eating, or being eaten at home is a bit boring. This time, the ice grass he collected will belong to him. After this snow season is over, Su Qinghao will have his own research institute, and then he can use it all for research. Dabai and Xiaobai saw Maimong go out and followed him eagerly. Maimong taught them, see little flag? Put it in, and ice grass will appear underneath. Dabai tilted his head and looked at my Mang, wondering what she was doing. For the sake of her own good life, my Mang used all her patience to teach Dabai and Xiaobai. Look, little flags, plant the ice grass. Look, little flags, plant them. Little flags, plant them. Plug them. Plug them. Plug them. Get it? Go ahead. A small bag filled with colorful flags was placed in front of Dabai. Dabai looked at Maimong in shock. This human could actually catch me. What are you looking at? I've just taught you so many times. Go plant the flags and see if you've learned it. Maimong didn't understand his shock, he just thought he was being lazy. Dabai didn't know what he was going to do, but he saw Maimong digging for ice grass. So he took Xiaobai with him, and went digging for ice grass everywhere. Whenever he found one, he bit it and handed it to Maimong. Maimong gave him a thumbs up and said, "That's it. But you don't have to dig it out. Just point to the spot. Or, you can just dig a hole." Though the chicken and the duck were talking to each other, Dabai still dug up the whole ice grass and gave it to Maimong. "You guys follow it. Wherever it digs, take over its work." My Mang pointed at Qin Yujing and the others and said. Chapter 262. And so, a magical scene unfolded on the snowy ground. Dabai had just begun digging a hole when a man approached, frightening him and sending him running away. Then he continued digging, only to be frightened again by another man approaching. And so, for the entire morning, he didn't find a single blade of grass. Maimong went over, patted his head, and comforted him. "That's it. From now on, you won't have to dig anymore. Just find the spot, and someone else will do the rest of the hard work." Dabai jumped away in fright. Why had this human approached him again? Maimong engaged him, following wherever Dabai ran. After a half-hour of chasing, Dabai had to admit a harsh truth. This human could truly keep up with his pace, his own pride. At the same time, he knew the human before him had no intention of harming him, or he could have caught him at any moment. It took several days for the 5 humans and 2 foxes to get used to each other before Dabai finally understood Maimang's intentions. Next, it simply dug a hole, and when it saw someone approaching, it would move on to the next one. Little White hopped along behind Big White. Although Little White didn't know how to find ice grass yet, he was very fast, so he didn't have to get left behind. The 5 people and 2 foxes had been having fun outside for half a month before they remembered that it seemed like they had arrived at their scheduled time to return to the base. During that time, they hadn't searched for ice grass again because Big White had taken them to find ice fruit. A small one, barely larger than a glass ball. It was covered in snow. Each time they found a small piece, only about a dozen ice fruits. Maimong tasted one. It looked hard, but it was actually icy and sweet. A bite revealed a crunchy texture inside. It was truly delicious. Each person tasted one, and Maimong put the rest away. Dabai and Xiaobai each ate one. This type of ice fruit is rare. After searching for 10 days, they only found a dozen or so locations. Each location only had a dozen or so fruits. The ice fruit grows on ice grass, but this ice grass looks a little different from the ice grass they collected. Once the fruit is picked, the ice grass slowly withers and turns into snow water, flowing away. The melted snow water must not touch other ice fruits, otherwise they will melt along with it. As for their efficacy, it's unknown. Maimong didn't plan to hand it in. After all, the yield was too low. What if the safe zone was so ruthless that they asked her to search for it? She wouldn't give herself any trouble. When they returned to the jungle base, Maimong sent Xiaojin to pick them up, and she just had to wait at the base. She didn't take out the ice fruit, mainly because the efficacy was unknown. What if they got sick from eating it? As for the others, they hadn't thought too much about it. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little scared. Why did they think it was edible just because Dabai said it was a good thing? Luckily, no one was hurt. What Maimong didn't know was that this ice fruit had a mild healing effect. Regrowing a broken limb was certainly possible, but if you were accidentally injured in the wild and bleeding profusely, one ice fruit would immediately stop the bleeding. Dabai and Xiaobai had been feeding on ice grass ice fruit since they were young, so their blood had the same effect. That's why they were wary of humans. It's just that they didn't know that these humans didn't know about its effects. They thought they were a group of people who had no interest in their bodies. Well, by accident, the two sides have reached a friendly coexistence. Unknowingly, the snow season has already lasted 5 months, yet there's no sign of a change of season. Of course, it's not ruled out that this time, like last time, the snow season will suddenly change. However, the safe zone sent a signal to the jungle base to exchange goods. They learned from their team members that the jungle base had plenty of firewood, so they wanted to trade. As for what to exchange, food? Not only did the jungle base have plenty, but the safe zone was reluctant to offer it either. It was unclear how long this snow season would last, so they had to ensure a sufficient supply of food. In the end, they used several factories to exchange some of the firewood from the jungle base. Because the safe zone was using this firewood to distribute to the general public, Maimong didn't ask for an exorbitant price. Maimong even donated a truckload of various meats for the safe zone to distribute to the general public. With meat, everyone could better withstand the cold. This meat, which Maimong had just collected from the wild, was just a while ago. The snow season had lasted too long, and many animals with limited food reserves had come out to forage and frozen to death. Maimong and Xiaojin dug around for a while, and in a few days, they had unearthed half a cart of frozen meat. As for whether the meat was high radiation, that wasn't a problem at all. No matter what kind of radiation, Maimong would convert it to moderate radiation. If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble by releasing too much non-radiation at once, Maimong would have waved off the idea. Unlike the difficult survival situation outside, the jungle base was a constant stream of happy events. The first was the wedding of Lin Ziki and Sheng Lin. Lin Ziki married with her mother, because she only had one relative, and naturally couldn't leave her at home. Sheng Lin didn't mind. Lin Ziki's mother was a very gentle person. The affection he hadn't experienced at home, he felt from Lin Ziki, so he was willing to help support his mother with her. Not only that, many people at the dense forest base were pregnant. This made Father Su think that my Mang had fed them ice grass. My Mang assured them that she hadn't, but since they moved in, the chances of them eating radiation-free food were very high, which could be used as evidence. Father Su was amazed. No radiation. This group of people really had a blessing in disguise. No radiation. It's true that eating more is good for the human body, but, as you know, the land is not suitable for cultivation right now. Relying solely on food grown in the safe zone, let alone radiation-free, wouldn't even be enough to feed everyone, Father Su said with some sadness. He'd been farming his entire life, and his biggest wish was for everyone to have enough to eat. Sadly, that wish would never be realized. Actually, I have some purification fluid, my Mang said after a moment's thought. She could save a drop of it daily, and after so long, she already had a lot. Rather than just keeping it here, it would be better to put it to good use. The land purified with this purification fluid can be used for planting. Pour it into water to remove radiation, but there's currently no effective treatment for parasites, my Mang said. Parasites die quickly when they enter the soil. They say they only use the human body for nutrients and grow stronger. You just said you have purification fluid. Is that true? If the amount isn't large, you can keep it for yourself. After his surprise, Father Su offered my Mang a suggestion. Chapter 263. Your area is vast and sparsely populated, making it a perfect opportunity to cultivate the surrounding land. After this snowy season is over, have that kid from the Qin family go to the safe zone and recruit more people. I have many scientific researchers under my command. With me leading the charge, it won't be a problem for them to bring their families over. Once your base develops, you won't be constrained by the safe zone anymore, said Father Su. Actually, we don't need to be constrained by the safe zone anymore. We can produce and sell our own food and necessities without any problems. We have salt mines and sugarcane fields, so sugar and salt won't be a problem. My Mang said proudly. Children, you are still too young. You lack the greatest guarantee, safety. The safe zone believes your pie is too small for them to wield a large knife to carve out a piece. If you don't grow stronger, you will be a subsidiary base of the safe zone instead of an independent base. These two concepts are completely different, said Father Su. I know you're strong, but can you fight a safe zone alone? Weapons are sometimes more important than food. Even if you don't have them, you must have them. Maimong thought carefully, and felt that what Father Su said was right. She had always believed that self-sufficiency was great, and that the people here lived and worked in peace and contentment. That was what she wanted. But what if someone else coveted this land and wanted a piece of it? What if they couldn't get it and wanted to destroy it? She couldn't always stay on this piece of land. Also, when she grew old and died, who would protect this world? My Mang stopped talking about the purification fluid. She understood what Father Su meant. It was all leverage. She ran off to discuss things with Su Qing and the others. Perhaps they could take advantage of the extended snow season to plan something. After some discussion, they finally decided to go to the coastal base. It wasn't a grain-producing area to begin with, and with the extended snow season, they must be running out of ammunition and food by now. If she went there now with food, it shouldn't be a problem to exchange it for an arsenal. And, from what Luo Yu and the others had said, their safe zone didn't have a protective shield, it relied entirely on various protective gear. Thus, the number of people who died of old age there was very low, because it was very likely that they never lived to see old age. Of course, my Mang was powerless to do anything about this. However, she had a magical artifact given by the system, a radiation converter. It not only absorbed surrounding radiation, but also converted it into energy. She believed the leader of the coastal safe zone would be interested in something of this kind. At the salt field, the radiation absorber had been there for over a year. Currently, most of the salt produced has become medium radiation salt crystals, with a small portion being low radiation. With more time, I believe the surrounding radiation levels will definitely improve. Taking Luo Yu and the newlywed Sheng Lin with them, Mei Mong and the others set off for the seaside base. They were brought along primarily because they were the only two people who had ever traveled that route. Preparing to return to the place where they had lived for over a decade, Luo Yu and Sheng Lin felt a surge of emotion. Though they had only been away for a year, it felt like they had lived in the mainland for half their lives. They had almost forgotten the hardships of their past. After driving for over 10 days, the group left the dense forest and entered the area surrounding the seaside base. Everywhere was desolate, not a single green leaf in sight. Mei Mong looked behind him. The desolate landscape ahead contrasted sharply with the forest behind. Luo Yu led the group directly to their base. The population here wasn't as concentrated as inland, people could be found everywhere. But the base undoubtedly had the most people. All the senior management lived in the seaside base. The seaside base was just a name, it wasn't actually near the sea. The actual seaside location was the small fishing villages below. The seaside base was more like a trading city, a transit point. People from below came here to exchange goods, and the base would organize personnel to take the goodies they received to other bases to exchange for supplies. Because Mei Mong and his group were conducting private transactions, the base didn't receive any notifications. However, the base welcomed the itinerant merchants, who could still come out in the heavy snow. When they heard they wanted to exchange food, they were even more welcoming. But they hesitated when they wanted to exchange for the arsenal. This thing is the very foundation of a base. How can we just swap it out? Add 2 floors. If that doesn't work, we'll move to the next base. Also, don't try to fool us with this old production line. I'll inspect it. If it doesn't pass inspection, you won't get the food, Qin Yujing said to the high-ranking officials at the seaside base. Hesitation meant they didn't have enough leverage. He understood that if they truly couldn't pay, they would simply refuse. In the end, they managed to exchange one of the arsenal production lines at the seaside base for 20% more than expected. As for raw materials, the seaside base said it was unable to provide them. Then, Qin Yujing asked to exchange their latest finished weapons, but they flatly refused. Don't be so quick to refuse. You don't even know what I'm exchanging. Something that will benefit your base's development. Qin Yujing led a group of senior base officials into a room. Take a close look at the radiation level in this room. Qin Yujing measured it for them. This was a makeshift structure, devoid of any radiation shielding, so the radiation level was high. But once the radiation absorber was turned on, the radiation level continued to decreasing, until it reached a level safe for human life. This. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and someone took out a detector to test every corner of the room. The results were the same. Putting the detector near the door, the surrounding area was still clearly high. Well, are you interested in talking? Qin Yujing whetted everyone's appetite before speaking. No, you need something else. Weapons won't do. The group shook their heads. No, not weapons, but the latest ones. To be honest, we don't want that weapon to use. Who would use such a powerful weapon unless absolutely necessary? We'll use it as a house treasure. Take a good look at this radiation absorber. It not only absorbs the surrounding radiation, but also converts it into energy. If we agree, I'll equip you with 2 energy cells. Let me tell you a secret. I discovered a salt mine a while ago. As you know, salt mines mined in the wild are highly radioactive, and it's very difficult to remove the radiation. But this radiation converter was placed there that year. Guess what happened? Qin Yujing asked them. Chapter 264. The others couldn't guess. To be more precise, they didn't want to. Whether they guessed right or wrong, they would be heartbroken. After all, exchanging the latest weapon for this thing would have grave consequences. Call it a day, let's go. We'll go ask at the next base. Qin Yujing waved everyone off. I was thinking of giving you some extra radiation purification fluid, but now it seems we can't have that conversation. Wait, what is radiation purification fluid? Someone grabbed Qin Yujing's hand and asked. Radiation purification fluid, it's just like its name. Dilution and pour it into the soil will make it radiation-free. Pour it into the water, and the water will become radiation-free. But this doesn't matter to you, because that thing is very precious, and we don't sell it individually. Since you don't want to exchange it, this deal is off. Qin Yujing loaded the radiation converter into the car, and prepared to leave with his men. Wait, how about we think about it? This is too serious, and we can't make a decision on our own. The higher-ups grabbed Qin Yujing and pleaded. They all wanted both the radiation absorber and the purification fluid. I'll give you 3 days. We'll come back in 3 days. We'll explore the surrounding area for the next few days. I hope to hear good news from you in 3 days. Qin Yujing and the others drove away, ignoring their attempts to entice them to stay. They still wanted to go to the beach. They didn't have time to waste here. Since they were here, they had to get some seafood to take home. Winter wasn't the best time to go fishing. But Maimong and the others were skilled and daring. They rented a sturdy-looking fishing boat and hired 2 experienced fishermen. People die for money, birds for food. With my Mang's high price, it was only natural that some would go fishing to make a living. Maimong and the others were outsiders, so they didn't give blind orders, letting the 2 fishermen follow their lead. However, the catch was limited, not many large fish, but mostly small ones. You can't go out any further. If you go out, you'll be in the deep sea, with too many uncontrollable factors. The 2 fishermen were afraid my Mang would continue out, so they quickly advised him. Maimong looked at Sheng Lin and Luo Yu. They nodded in agreement. The deep sea in the middle of winter was indeed too dangerous. The mutant beasts in the sea would also come out to feed. After listening to the advice and having a full meal, my Mang wasn't the type to seek death, so the group found another direction to continue fishing. As long as they didn't go out into the deep sea, the 2 fishermen were relatively unconcerned. After all, they were paid by the day, and the longer they were out at sea, the more supplies they could get. Maimong and the others stayed at sea for 2 days before heading back. When they reached shore, they felt a little lightheaded. It felt so good to be grounded. After collecting all the small fish and shrimp, Maimong paid the fishing boat and the fishermen and prepared to return to base with her men. 3 days were up, and she had to go see how their negotiations went. In the end, they still didn't get their latest weapon, but they did get a first-generation version of it. While it wasn't as powerful as the latest weapon, it was still a bit of a deterrent. After getting what she wanted, Maimong headed straight for her next destination. She had so much stuff anyway, so there was always someone willing to trade it with her. Maimong and her men spent over a month visiting 3 bases, trading 2 radiation absorbers, and some food for the weapons they wanted. Now, their defenses were even better. They had the leverage to negotiate with the safe zone. There was a limit to the number of people who could live in the dense forest. With fewer people, there was less labor. Many things couldn't be done. Since the safe zone had more people, she could provide the land and let the people there cultivate it. A 20-80th split of the crops would be enough. Maimong only needed 20%, wouldn't be too much. Maimong would be responsible for soil and water purification. If the safe zone disagreed, she could hire her own people. Just don't take a share of the harvest. Back at the dense forest base, the group discussed a more detailed plan. They even asked Father Su and Father Qin to come along for a consultation, since they were high-ranking officials at the base. Knowing yourself and your enemy is key to success. With 2 traders inside, they were much more adept at formulating their plans. From now on, my Mang will transform the jungle base into a paradise, and the safe zone will also need its own plot of land. After 7 months, the rainy season has finally arrived. Father Su and the others will also be returning to the safe zone. It just so happens that my Mang and the others are looking to negotiate with the safe zone. Father Qin can act as her insider. Among these unequal personnel, the outcome of this negotiation is obvious. It's just a matter of wrangling over details. It's a mutually beneficial situation. The safe zone simply refuses to be controlled by a small base. However, seeing the strength they've displayed, no matter how reluctant they have to endure it. The impoverished West District has been transformed into fertile farmland by my Mang. My Mang took out a radiation absorber and placed it in the West District, absorbing most of the radiation in the air. The people in the safe zone naturally received the news quickly, and were opposed to such a devastating resource as Maimong. But after all, the resource belonged to Maimong. They were merely partners, and Maimong could use it as he pleased. Because of this farmland, the safe zone also created many more jobs and supported many more people. Because the crops grown in partnership with Maimong were mostly radiation-free or low radiation, having tasted the sweetness of success, The safe zone expanded its planting area each year. They even reclaimed forests for farmland. As long as the crops produced were of medium or above radiation, they profited. As food became more plentiful, the demand for nutritional supplements dwindled. The Xie family, once a leader in nutritional supplements, faced bankruptcy. In fact, the Xie family had been on the decline since Mr. Xie became demented. None of the remaining sons had a talent for business, and they were eager to quickly carve up the pie. Only when they had eaten the pie themselves could it be considered theirs. Thus, a large pie was slowly being devoured, and eventually it ceased to exist. As for the young master of the Xie family, he had already died during the previous snowy season. As for my Meng, she was pregnant again. Because she had previously promised Qin Yujing to bear him a child of his own, my Meng became pregnant again when the 3 little ones were just over 2 years old. This time, it was twins. My Meng spread her hands, saying she couldn't be blamed. She had already strictly controlled the situation. Perhaps it was just the Qin family's genes. Father Qin retired early when he felt that the eldest brother was capable of independent work. He took Aunt Lin and moved into the dense forest, and Father Su was now busy traveling back and forth. With his son, daughter, and granddaughter all in the dense forest, for him, research was research anywhere. It was just that the safety zone was unwilling to release him. He still held the title of president of the Safety Zone Agricultural Science Academy, and had to go there every year to give a report and summary. Chapter 265. Tan Lang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly cried out in horror, "Host, what have you done?" Maimon was confused. "I'm just here taking care of my baby. I didn't do anything." Bye-bye. "Oh no! My system is broken. The experience bar keeps rising. It's now at level 3. Maimon, it's not me. I haven't even started giving birth yet." Bye-bye. It no longer had the energy to answer its host. The experience bar kept rising. Level 5, level 6, level 7. This is killing it. Forcibly leveling up. Who could he complain to? 3 days passed before Maimon heard Bye-bye's voice. Its voice was trembling. "Host, I'm back," Tan Lang shouted. "How's it going? Have you found the problem? What level are you now?" Maimon asked worriedly. She was deeply grateful to this system. "I found the problem. It's not a matter of experience, it's merit. We too saved this planet. We're just a little bit away from upgrading to the supreme system. From now on, I can start my retirement life with a top-tier pension." The excited voice of Tanba echoed through my Meng's mind. "How did we get to the top level out of nowhere? When did we save this planet? Is your data messed up?" My Meng asked, puzzled. "Yes, this planet is actually on the verge of extinction. If we hadn't come, then, based on the previous birth and death rates, it wouldn't be long before everyone on this planet would have died. Then this planet would have become a desolate planet, beginning a long period of self-repair. Until the world began to move again. But our arrival broke this pattern, and we saved everyone. Because of my generous reward, you were able to lead people to live in the dense forest. Because of your selfless dedication, you led the remaining people to prosperity. So from now on, this planet will develop and improve. Humanity will gradually prosper. Simply put, if it were a selfish system that didn't distribute its experience points as rewards, the host wouldn't have as many rewards. Or if it were a selfish host, focused solely on self-enjoyment and unwilling to benefit future generations, the planet might not even be saved. In short, through a variety of coincidences, they saved the world. Host, your level 5 energy stone is ready for use. Bye-bye said to my Meng. My Meng, level 5 energy stones, buried in the soil, nourish the earth. With more and more people participating in farming and the operation of radiation absorbers, it's possible that the radiation in the air will be completely absorbed in the near future. But this planet is already riddled with holes and needs nourishment, and the level 5 energy stones in your hand are a perfect source of nourishment. Whether buried in the ground or thrown into the sea, they will slowly alter the energy contained in the soil or water. Okay, after I give birth to this child, I wouldn't mind taking them on a tour of this shattered world. I'll then tell my children that your mother contributed to this world too. Of course, I'll also celebrate your contributions. Congratulations on becoming the supreme system, and you'll have unlimited retirement benefits. Hee, when I become the supreme system, you, the host, will also receive a reward. You'll be able to choose a world to travel to. It doesn't matter if it's an ancient world or a sci-fi world. One of the 3,000 small worlds is yours to choose from. Bye-bye said cheerfully. Once, it had thought it would always be a novice system, but unexpectedly, it was led by this host. It instantly leaped to become a supreme system. Can I return to the apocalypse of my previous life? Maimong asked. Theoretically, it should be possible, the system said with a sullen tone. Okay, then you must work hard. When I die in this life, we will move on to the next world, Maimong said excitedly. There are people she wants to protect in the previous world too. Wait for me, I'll come to you soon.